When I was in high school, during my freshman and sophomore years, I rode my bike to school. It was faster than riding the bus because of the route that the bus would take, and I would be one of the first kids picked up. And obviously, riding my bike was also much faster than walking. It would take me about 10 minutes to get to school on bike, and I would ride along the side of the road. After I got out of my neighborhood, I would ride along the side of a bigger and busier road that was still usually pretty quiet. We lived a little bit away from the city, so traffic was never much of a problem. After I took that larger road for a while, I would only have to turn one more time before I was at the school. I would then park my bike outside on a bike rack and go into the school. I enjoyed it, and there was never any problems, until one day. It was a morning during my sophomore year. I had just put my backpack on and left the house and was now on my bike. I rode out of the driveway and into the street. Soon, I merged onto the larger road. Now, at this time of the year, whenever it was, I remember that it was still completely dark outside. Like I said, the roads were always pretty quiet, but they were especially quiet at this time in the morning. Most of the time, I would only see maybe 3 or 4 cars total on my ride to school. On this day, shortly after going onto the busier road, maybe like 2 or 3 minutes in, a car approached from behind. I would ride on the side space between the road line and the ditch. It was maybe 6 feet wide, so I had a good amount of space. I expected the car to pass, and when it started to, I saw that it was going really slow. The car was a black sedan, and it was relatively small. Beyond that, I didn't know the exact make or model. It's typical for a car passing by to slow down or even drive in the other lane to be safe, so that's what I thought this car was doing. It stayed in the lane near me, but slowed down almost to my exact speed, which was really unusual for a car to go that slow. This is why I really noticed and remembered it. I looked over but couldn't tell who was driving. I didn't recognize the car at all either. Soon though, it eventually passed me, still going really slow. It finally sped up when it was maybe 100 feet in front of me. It was kind of strange and even a tiny bit suspicious, but I was able to make it to school all right. I rode back home just fine as well without noticing the car. But fast forward to the next morning, I saw it again. When I set out that morning, I wasn't thinking about it at all. I got on my bike, rode out of the driveway and onto the street. Then I moved onto the larger road again and rode my bike on the side of it. A couple of minutes into that, at almost the exact same spot as the day before, I heard a car approaching me from behind. I looked behind me and saw just headlights at first. The car then slowed down significantly again. That's when I got the thought back to the previous morning. I thought, what if this is the same car? When the car reached me, I looked over, and sure enough, it appeared to be the same black sedan. I thought that this was really strange. But then I realized that maybe it was just somebody going to his job, and he always left at the same time, like I did for school. But I had never noticed him before until yesterday. I kept riding my bike and minding my own business. The car then got to even speed with me, and then maintained it. We were going parallel to each other. When this continued for an uncomfortable length of time, I looked over at the car. I could see it appeared to be a man driving it, but I couldn't really tell what he looked like. I then started speeding up on my bike, and when I did, the man sped up in his car ever so slightly, just enough to keep up with me. I went faster, and he did the same. Then I slowed down significantly and went back to my first speed. The guy slowed down in his car. I was starting to feel really creeped out. The surrounding area of the road was a lot of woods and a few houses here and there. It didn't make me feel any safer. We were on a long straightaway of the road with no other cars in sight. Finally, the car sped up and moved past me. I was really glad to see this guy finally driving away. He got a long ways up the road, but then I saw his brake lights come on. I got a bad feeling when I saw this. The car then pulled over to the side of the road on the right. I wondered what was going on, and I got really nervous to keep going. After the car stopped, the driver's door opened. A man stepped out, who was very tall and large. He was wearing a black sweatshirt, I remember, and had longer dark hair. I kept riding my bike in his direction. After he had stepped out, he just stood next to his car and faced me. He was looking directly at me as I rode my bike closer, and it was really giving me the creeps. I got within probably 100 feet of the guy. Then I couldn't take it anymore. I suddenly turned around and made a U-turn on my bike. There was no way that I was going to try to get past him. After turning around, I started riding as fast as I possibly could in the direction of my house. My heart sank when I heard the sound of his car door closing behind me in the distance. Then I heard the sound of the car moving. I looked back and saw the car now making a U-turn. There was no way that I was going to be able to outrun the car on my bike. In that moment, I suddenly veered off to the left and into the ditch. I rode my bike into the grass and then hit my brakes and stopped. Then I dropped my bike and got off of it and took off running into the woods. I was desperate and I just needed to get away from this guy. I started running through trees and tall grass, and at first, I could still hear the car approaching me from behind. The farther I got into the woods though, the less I heard of the car. I kept running like crazy until I made it out of that section of the woods. There was an open field of grass and a house in the distance. I ran to the house and when I got there, knocked on the front door. The house was connected to a quiet curving road that likely connected to the busier road that I had been on. This was a neighborhood which had several houses that were all spread very far apart. Nobody answered the door after my first knock, so I knocked again. Still nothing. At that point, I ran around to the back side of the house and hid behind it. I didn't want the man to come looking for me over here. I laid down next to the house and tried my best to be as quiet as I possibly could. I remained there for several minutes. Then I was going to go back, but I heard a car start driving down the quiet road. I stayed where I was and held my breath. The car, I could tell, was going really slow. It passed by and then seemed to turn around because I heard it again driving back. I never saw the car, but I would bet that it was the man. After I heard it leave, I remained where I was for probably another 5 minutes. Then I got up and walked back around the house and through the woods back to my bike. It was still there in the ditch. I got on it and then rode back to my house, going as fast as I could the entire time. I didn't see the car on my way back, and I made it home safely. Then I told my mom everything. She called the police, and I was excused from classes and got to stay home from school that day. From that point forward, my mom drove me to school. The following year, I got my driver's license and I could drive myself to school. I will never forget that experience though, and I'm really happy that I got away from that guy. This happened last year. I was shopping at my local Walmart, just doing some typical shopping on a random weeknight. The store was pretty quiet, and it was probably like 8 or 9 p.m. I had been in the store for about 15 minutes or so, and I was in the aisle where they have the fitness items. I was looking at one of those massage guns. I wasn't planning on buying one that day, or even buying one at Walmart, but I had been considering getting one. When I walked by, I noticed it and stopped to read the box. I was in the aisle looking at it for a few minutes, and when I was doing so, I remember hearing some voices in the next aisle over. It happened to be a toy aisle, and this was at sort of the back corner of the store. I heard a man's voice, and then the voice of a child. At first, I paid no attention as I was looking, but soon I heard the man say, "I will buy you this toy if you come with me." I assumed it was the child's father at first, but I didn't really know why he would say that. I couldn't really make out what the kid said back to him, but I heard the man then say something like, "Your mom said it's okay." Then, I just had the crazy thought that maybe this wasn't the child's father. The man started saying, "Come on, let's go," a couple of times. I heard him starting to walk to the end of the aisle. I just had a really bad feeling about it. At the time, I didn't know if I was just being nosy or if I should do something. I decided to walk by the aisle and glance down it to see. I left the aisle that I was in and walked into the next one over, which was a toy aisle. And when I looked down, I saw a man wearing a black jacket and winter hat, holding the hand of a little kid and leading her to the other end of the aisle. Their backs were facing me. I was kind of thinking on the fly, and I said, "Excuse me," to the guy. He turned around and looked really surprised. I picked up some random toy from the shelf. It was some type of stuffed animal. I said I wanted to ask the man a question, if this would be a good gift for my niece. I then started walking over to them. He said he had no idea, and I said I thought he might know. I then asked if that was his daughter. He said no, and he was just watching her for the moment, but then said they really had to get going. Him and the child then walked away. I really wasn't sure if I should believe him or not. Maybe I was making too much of it. I realized it probably was a reasonable explanation, and I turned and started to walk into the opposite direction. I was telling myself that nothing was wrong, and I was just paranoid. But I'm not even kidding. About 30 seconds later, I heard a woman's voice calling out a name. For this story, let's just say the name was Sarah. The woman was calling out Sarah, not really loud, but enough for people in the aisles nearby to hear, including me. I walked towards the voice and found the woman a few aisles down and more towards the center of the store. When I reached her, I asked if Sarah was her daughter. She looked concerned and said yes. I had a terrible feeling, and I said that I might have seen her daughter with a man and I thought they might be leaving. We both started sprinting towards the front of the store. The good thing is that this was probably less than a minute since I had seen the man. When we made it to the front of the store, we saw the man and the child at the self-checkouts area. He was buying one of the toys for her. The girl's mother started shouting, and the man claimed he was just trying to be nice and buy the toy for the girl, but he quickly tried to run away after realizing nobody would believe that. He ran out the door and was able to momentarily get away. I was just happy that the girl was okay and back with her mother. It turned out that the girl had wandered off from her mother to look at toys while her mom was shopping in another area of the store. The mother had believed that her child was nearby, but had actually wandered off much further. I also found out that the guy was located not long after this at all. I'm going to tell you a horrifying story of my next-door neighbor I used to have. I live in a single-family home with my wife and our dog Sparky in a residential neighborhood. There are quite a few different houses on our street, and we have 1 acre of land, as do most of the neighbors. We've lived here for 5 years now, ever since getting married. Our next-door neighbor had been quite a jerk since the day he moved in. He had been nothing short of a nightmare and started living next door to us about a year after we moved in. His name was Dan, and I know that he was recently divorced. I understand that that can be hard, and it's okay to be going through a difficult time, but that was no excuse for his behavior. I'm only guessing that that's what caused him to act the way that he did. To give some examples, I would say most houses on our street are pretty nice and well maintained. They're not all that large, but the grass is green and mowed frequently. Most people also have nice landscape and flowers and such. The first time I talked to Dan, he insulted our flowers, saying that we should replace them all and they looked bad. He also made bad comments about my car, a Ford Fusion, saying that it was terrible. He wasn't joking either, like my wife thought he was when I told her about it. She soon found out for herself. When she was outside in the backyard once, she said that he told her our house was the ugliest on the block. When I went outside after, I saw him standing in his backyard, seemingly drunk, telling me to F off. After these first few interactions, I tried to stay away from Dan. The next time I talked to him was like a month later when he came over to tell us that we needed to keep our dog inside at all times. We would sometimes have Sparky out in the front or backyard on a leash. The leash would be attached to a stake in the ground. We did not have a fence around our property at all, but Sparky's leash was not nearly long enough to even come close to reaching past the property line. Dan claimed that he hated dogs and did not want to have to see it in our front yard. I basically took my turn and told him to F off. He angrily walked away. And after that, we didn't interact, but he still made his presence known. He would start leaving his stuff on our property. There were no fences, but there was pretty obvious property lines. Anybody with common sense would be able to tell where it changed from our yard to Dan's. He put his old canoe in the backyard, almost completely on our property. He also had an old patio table that he put in our yard. One day, I had enough, and I moved both of these things over about 10 feet until they were completely in his yard. I was even thinking of having a fence put up because of him. I didn't want to let him win. But just the very next day, my wife came inside in the evening and told me that Sparky was missing. He had been out in the yard on his leash like he often was. The leash was still there, as was his collar, but he was gone. At first, we thought he somehow slipped out of his collar. Dogs can do that sometimes, and I didn't know how else to explain it. My wife and I took to the streets and started searching all around the neighborhood for Sparky. We went to several neighbors' houses and asked them if they had seen him at all, but nobody had. We were worried like crazy and didn't know how this could have happened. For hours, we searched the area until about 9 p.m. When we got back home, I just went into the backyard as my wife went inside to call more neighbors and ask them. That's when I heard a faint bark. I thought maybe it was a neighbor's dog at first, but I just had this feeling like it was Sparky. I walked over to where I had heard it, which happened to be in Dan's backyard. I called out Sparky's name and heard the barking again. I ran over and heard that it was coming from inside Dan's shed that he had in his backyard. I tried opening it, but there was a large lock on it and I couldn't get it open. I ran to Dan's house and pounded on his front door like crazy. He didn't answer though. I was knocking on his door for like 5 minutes without a response. So after that, I called the police. When they arrived, they heard Sparky barking from inside the shed. A short time later, they were finally able to open it. Sure enough, Sparky was inside, and we pressed charges. He didn't get that heavy of a penalty though. I think he just got probation. But he did have to move out of the neighborhood, which I was really glad to see. I'm hoping that I never see him again. This story takes place back in the summer of 2021. During that time, I had just recently gotten a new car. Before that, I had been driving an old 2004 Chevy Trailblazer, which, if you don't know, is an SUV. I didn't think that it would be worth that much, but I still decided to sell it on Craigslist. After all, that's where I had bought it years earlier, and I had taken good care of it for the most part. I took some pictures out in my driveway and then listed the car. It ran pretty well and was very reliable, so I knew that somebody would be interested. I listed it for $2,000 and waited. I wasn't in that much of a rush to sell it, and it took about 2 days before I got the first response to the ad. The response was someone asking if the car was still for sale. I said yes, and they texted back asking if they could take a look at it. We then arranged a meeting after the person got off work the following day. I asked for their name, and he said his name was Barry. He said that he got off of work at 8 p.m. I suggested that we meet in the parking lot of a nearby Walmart because it was a really big lot. It would also be in a public area because I didn't want a random person showing up at my house. Barry agreed, and the very next day, I drove out to the Walmart, which was like 5 minutes away from my house. I got there early and looked around the parking lot. I told him that I was in the very back corner, and he really couldn't miss me. The parking lot was always empty in the back half or so, and was often used for truckers or sometimes RVs to park overnight. The first red flag happened before Barry even showed up. I should have drove away right then and there. He texted me saying that he was there and asking what my car looked like. I was thinking, seriously? You're the one interested in buying the car and you don't even remember what it looks like? I gave him a description, gray SUV in the back corner. He then replied saying that he saw me and was driving over. I looked around and watched a much newer looking car approach me. It looked to be a red Ford Focus that was only a few years old. He parked right next to me, and I watched a man get out. He was younger looking, maybe 30, and had dark brown hair and black glasses. I got out of my car and walked over to him. We met out front of my car and shook hands. I told him some basic information on the car as he looked at it. Less than a minute in, he asked me if we could go for a test drive. I said yes, and Barry got into the driver's seat of my car, and I got into the passenger seat. I noticed that he was on his phone a lot in the short time since he had gotten out of his car. Something just seemed a little bit strange about this guy. When he started driving, I asked him if he knew this area and he could drive on some roads close by. He said that he knew it well, and we left the Walmart and headed to a quieter area. Barry went down a road that I had only been on a couple of times. It was a somewhat quiet road with a speed limit of 35. There were some patches of woods here and there and some buildings that seemed to be industrial. During the drive, things were pretty quiet. I talked about the car for the first couple of minutes, but Barry didn't really respond or say anything back to me. I remember him looking at his phone once while driving, and I told him that he shouldn't do that. He was like, "Oh, sorry," and then he put it away. I asked him how he thought the car was driving and if he liked it. He just said yes, and it was good. After maybe 5 minutes of driving, I was starting to think that we should head back. That's when Barry suddenly began slowing down. He then pulled off the road suddenly and into this really crappy looking parking lot. There were kind of woods on both sides leading into it, and the parking lot had tons of potholes and looked to be for a warehouse. When he got into the parking lot, he drove in a little ways and then stopped the car. I noticed that there was one other car in this parking lot. I thought at first maybe Barry just wanted to turn around in there, but when he stopped the car, I was really confused. Barry then shut off the engine and took the key out of the ignition. Then he opened up his driver's door and started to get out. I was really confused and just watching him, wondering what was going on. As he was getting out, he then suddenly yelled at me to get out of the car. I looked to my right and saw 3 men getting out of the other vehicle that was also in the parking lot, and the 3 men were walking towards us. They were maybe like 50 feet away. These men started walking at a fast pace, and Barry stepped out in front of my car and then waved at me to get out. I heard him yell at me to get out of the car again. I knew that I was in trouble at that point, and I didn't know what these guys wanted, but I realized something quickly. My car had 2 keys for it, and I had brought the spare just in case I would have sold it that night. It was in my pocket. After Barry saw that I was not getting out of the car, he started walking over to my passenger's door. I figured that he was going to try to force me out. Meanwhile, the other 3 men were now only about 20 feet away. I reached in my pocket and felt on the key for the lock button for the doors. I pushed it, and when Barry got closer, I moved over into the driver's seat of the car. He reached the door and tried opening it, but it was locked. In that moment, I quickly put my spare key into the ignition and started the engine. Barry had the other key still and would be able to unlock it if he got it. When the car started, I saw him reaching into his pocket and saw the other men start running. As soon as the car was started up though, I put it into drive and slammed my foot on the gas. The car jerked away from everyone, and they gave chase on foot for a short time before I sped away. I then made a quick U-turn, as the men were now running for their vehicle. I drove out of that pothole-filled parking lot as fast as I could, and then back onto the road. I took the very first turn that I saw from that road, and the men were not able to reach me in their car on time. I didn't see them behind me and was able to get away. I went straight back to my house, and when I made it back home, called the police and reported the whole thing. I told them about the car at Walmart that Barry had left and gave as much information as I could. I later found out that the car Barry used to get to Walmart was found still there and came back as stolen. I'm not sure if Barry and those other guys were ever found. I know that I'm just really glad that I had the spare key with me and was able to get away from them. This happened when I was 15 years old and a sophomore in high school. I was hanging out with a couple of friends before school started. We were just standing around talking about dumb stuff that 15-year-olds do. Soon, the warning bell rang and we had to go our separate ways to attend our classes. I took my time heading to my class because my teacher, Coach Thompson, was pretty laid back and didn't mind if I was a bit late. He usually started class a few minutes late anyways because he was also a sports coach and was always busy with that stuff. As I made my way to class, the school bell rang again. School was now starting and I would be late, but I didn't think much of it and kept walking. The hallways were now empty. The intercom came back on and there was an announcement that the school was going under a lockdown. I couldn't understand why. I was pretty confused. Everything seemed fine to me. I kept walking towards my classroom, thinking it might be a false alarm or a drill. When I entered the hallway where my classroom was located, I stopped and froze. At the far end of the hallway, there was a large man wearing a ski mask and all black. He also had combat boots on and a huge black duffel bag around his shoulder. It took me a few seconds to process what was happening. The man in the ski mask hadn't noticed me yet, but then he turned his head and looked in my direction. I quickly ducked back around the corner, scared out of my mind. He had been standing right where my classroom was, so I couldn't go there now. The hallways were completely empty, and I started to panic. I knew the school pretty well, as I'd been there plenty of times prior to my sophomore year, so I went to the nearest place I knew, which was a nearby bathroom. I was hoping to stay safe in there until everything was over. I sat in a bathroom stall, trying to listen for any sounds, praying that the man wouldn't come inside. During the time in there, I was terrified, and I didn't dare make a noise. I stayed in the bathroom, trying to calm myself down from hyperventilating. For maybe around 30 minutes, I was in there. It was completely quiet, and I couldn't hear much. But at one point, I did hear footsteps, and it really freaked me out. I really don't know who it was, but luckily they moved past where I was, and then things went back to being silent. I just hoped whoever that guy I had seen was would not enter the bathroom. Finally, I decided that I would leave. I hadn't heard anything in the longest time. I thought it might be safer to get out of there, and I stepped out. When I did, I noticed the hallways were still empty and quiet. The lockdown was still in effect, and I had no idea what was happening. I cautiously started speed walking back towards my classroom, and I was very careful, looking all around. I had made it about halfway back when I suddenly heard a noise that made me freeze. It was the sound of footsteps getting closer from the next hallway around the corner. It was happening all over again. I could feel the sinking feeling of the fear and the shock once more. I quickly turned around and went back down another hallway, trying to avoid whoever was coming my way. I glanced back for a split second and saw the man in the ski mask starting to come around the corner. In this point in time, I swear I could have ran a 4.3 flat in the 40-yard dash. For once in my life, I was genuinely running for my life, and nothing else mattered besides that. It was a weird feeling. I didn't care about anything, not girls I had crushes on, not my homework, not even my job. All I cared about was staying alive for myself. I kept on running. Eventually, I stopped, unable to hear the man behind me anymore. I gathered myself and started walking towards the exit, hoping to find a way out. When I reached the exit, relief flooded over me as I saw multiple police officers outside of the school. I ran for the door, and when they saw me, they waved me over. I was able to leave and breathe a sigh of relief. The man inside the school was later caught, but we never found out what his intentions were. The memory of that day haunted me, and my parents ended up putting me in therapy to help me out. No 15-year-old or anybody should have to experience anything like that. It's been about 7 years now, and I'm way better. We returned to our normal routines at school shortly after, and our school had a 24-hour cop for the next year. That made everyone feel a lot safer. I'm happy nobody got hurt, and I was able to make it out alive. I wouldn't wish that experience upon my worst enemy. This is something that happened back when I was about 10 or 12 years old. I'm an adult now, so it was a long time ago, but I still think about it sometimes. That's how weird and scary this situation actually was. To start out, I will mention that this was sometime in the early 2000s. Cell phones weren't as common back then, but my parents did have them. It was more common though for us to use our home phone, which was connected through our house. I think we had 2 or 3 of them. The main one was in the kitchen, and there was another in the living room. We didn't have any caller ID, so when a phone call came in, you didn't know who it was unless you answered it. I was an only child, so I didn't have any siblings. One night, my parents left to go shopping, and I stayed home because I wasn't interested in going that night. I would go with them about half the time, but most of the time it was really boring. My parents would leave me home by myself all the time for small trips like that, and I was used to it. So that night, probably an hour after my parents left, I was in the kitchen and the phone rang. I figured that it was probably my parents calling, so I picked up the phone and answered it. After I said hello, I expected to hear my mom's voice, but I didn't. It was a man's voice, which sounded really weird. It definitely wasn't my dad either. The man on the other end spoke very slowly and asked me who I was. I was kind of creeped out a little bit, but I just figured the person was probably calling for one of my parents. Because I was so caught off guard though, I couldn't think of anything to say. I ended up just hanging up the phone right then and there. Afterwards, I went back to whatever I was doing. I don't remember a whole lot the rest of the time that my parents were gone that night. I know that when they came home, that guy didn't call back or anything. But only a few days later, the guy called back again. This time, my parents had already gone to bed, and I was up late watching TV in the living room. It was a Friday night, so I didn't have school and could stay up late. I'm guessing that it was like 11 p.m. or so. When I heard the phone ringing, it was really strange. There was usually never phone calls this late at night. I wondered who it could possibly be, but I had no intentions of answering it. I wasn't the type of person to just answer the phone unless my parents were gone or I was expecting a call. I let it ring as I continued watching TV and sitting on the couch. The living room phone was just a little ways away from me. After the phone stopped ringing, I heard a beep, and then could tell that somebody was going to leave a message. When somebody left a voicemail, you could hear it in live time. When I heard the person start to speak again, I instantly felt sort of creeped out. It was the same man speaking in a deep and slow voice just as he had before. He said something like, "Hi, I thought you were home tonight." There was a little pause before he hung up. I wondered who this guy was. Sure, I didn't know all the people that my parents did, but I was really close with my parents. If they had talked with this guy on the phone before in the past, I feel like I would have known. And why was he calling so late at night? I went to the phone, which now had the flashing light that there was a new message. I played it back just to hear it again. It was certainly really strange. I only stayed up for a little bit longer that night before going to bed. The next day, I forgot to tell my parents about the strange phone call, just as I had the other day as well. But later that night, we were all at home and in the living room when the phone rang. It was kind of late again this time, probably after 8 p.m. or so. My mom walked over and answered the phone. I really didn't think much of it, until my mom hung up the phone a very short time later without really saying anything. She said that when she answered the phone, she heard nothing, and then whoever was on the other end just hung up. My dad said that it was probably a wrong number, but then I remembered the strange phone calls, and I told my parents about them. They said they were unaware of who that could be. We played the message from the previous night, and we all found it very weird. The best guess was that it was somebody who had the wrong number or was just a prankster. That night, we didn't get any other calls. We didn't get any for about a week. In that time, I basically forgot about it. But then one night, I was home by myself again. I think my parents were out shopping again, but I don't remember exactly where they were. It was dark out, and I was in the living room when the phone rang. Thinking that it was my parents, I answered it, but it wasn't. I heard the man's voice again. He started to speak, but I immediately hung up on him. I was too creeped out to listen to whatever he had to say. But just moments later, the phone rang again. I just knew that it was probably him calling back. On the slim chance that it was my parents, they could leave a message. When the phone stopped ringing, I heard that whoever it was going to leave a message. When the message started, I heard the man's voice again. He said that he could see that I was home right now. This was really weird. Could he really? How did he know that I was home? I went over to the window and opened up the curtains a little bit, looking out to the street. I saw that there was a car parked on the side of the street just a little ways back of our house. It was unusual to have any cars parked on the side of our street. I couldn't tell who was inside or anything, but the engine was on and the car was running. I watched it for like 10 or 15 seconds and it didn't move. This was possibly the man. After seeing this, I ran to the phone and called my mom on her cell phone. I told her what was happening, and she said that they would head home immediately. I was too afraid to look out the window again, and I hid behind the couch until my parents got back home. They arrived maybe 10 minutes later, and when they did, they said that the car was not in the street. I'm not sure where that guy went, but I was happy that he was gone. After this happened, my parents didn't leave me home alone for a long time. Everywhere they went, they insisted that I came with. We also unplugged our home phone for probably about a month. When we finally hooked it back up, whoever that guy was didn't call again. I don't know for sure if that was actually him parked on the side of the street, but I have a feeling that it was. I also don't know who that guy was or why he kept calling us. This happened back when I was a kid. I was 7 years old at the time, and the year was 2005. It was summertime, and my family and I went on a small vacation to visit my cousins, aunt, and uncle who lived a few states away. I remember that my cousin Matt and I would hang out whenever we were in each other's city because we were around the same age. We also had many of the same interests, so I was excited to hang out with him. When we got there, we went to this huge mall that was right by Matt's house. The mall was so big that there was an amusement park in the middle of it. That's where my family and my cousin's family went, and we got the wristbands so that you could ride all of the rides that they had. We all went around the amusement park and went on several rides. Our parents were hanging out around us, and our sisters were a bit younger. I remember that at one point, Matt and I went off a little ways away from our parents to go on this one ride. The mall was really busy, and I somehow lost track of Matt. I don't remember exactly how, if I got distracted by something or if it was just too busy. All I know is that I was trying to find him, and I couldn't seem to. I walked around, thinking that I would, and the next thing I knew, I was lost. At some point, when I was wandering around lost, this random guy started following me. I'm not sure exactly when I noticed it, but when I did, I continued to walk around, trying to find anybody that I knew, like my parents or my sister. I think I ended up just moving farther away by accident, though. The guy behind me was wearing a black shirt and had glasses and sort of a beard. I don't really remember much else about him, though. Everywhere I went, he seemed a little ways behind me. After probably 10 minutes of wandering around the amusement park, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to just leave that area and try to get away from the man. I walked out into the large hallways of the shopping mall. I had no idea which way to go when I was there. People were all over the place, everywhere I looked. I walked over to this one area where there were escalators. I went up to the next level, and the man was still behind me. Once I was up there, I just kind of wandered around. I think I went into a store or two, and then back out, but I wasn't able to lose the guy. After walking around on the second level for a while, I didn't think it was working, so I decided to go back down. I went back over to the escalators, and luckily I was able to find them again. When I made it there, I went back down, and then into the amusement park again. I looked back and saw the guy still behind me. It's pretty crazy how he followed me for so long. I was so desperate that I decided to go on a random ride. It was like the first one I saw, and I knew the man wouldn't go on it because it was only for kids. I used my wristband to get on, and soon the ride took off. As the ride was going, I was wondering how I was going to find my parents again or get away from this guy. When the ride ended, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw my parents walking over. I met them after getting off, and they asked me why I had gone on the ride. I told them how a guy was following me and I was trying to get away. When they asked me who, I looked around to point him out, but he was gone. I never saw him for the rest of the day, or again after that. I'm really glad that my parents showed up when they did. I don't know what that man was planning to do. This happened when I was home alone as a kid. It was the summertime, and I was home during summer break. Both of my parents were at work, and I think I was about 12 years old. I have an older brother, and he went to one of his friends' houses that day. When I was home alone, I would just hang out and do whatever. Usually, I would go on the computer that we had and play Minecraft or something like that. It was probably sometime in the early afternoon, and I had been on the computer in the living room for a while. I moved into the kitchen to get something to eat. The kitchen was at the back side of the house, and we lived in a split level. I will also mention that the neighborhood was pretty average and a little bit on the quieter side. It was when I was standing in the kitchen that I saw something out the window. I just barely saw movement at first, but it looked like somebody was walking by. I moved over to another window to see. That's when I saw a man walking to the back side of the house. He was wearing a sort of construction vest and had a hat on. I realized that it must be the meter reader. I remember that they came around every so often to our house. I calmed down almost immediately. I had been a little worried seeing a guy walking into our backyard. He went to the very back side of our house and near one of the basement windows. I went back to finding some food in the kitchen. After I was in the kitchen for a good 5 minutes though, I looked over and noticed that the guy was still there. Usually, they would come and go really quick and only be there for like a minute at most. I went back into the living room to go back on the computer, but a short time later, I just had the feeling that I should get up and make sure that the man was now gone. Maybe it was because I was home alone and a kid, so I was a little bit paranoid. I carefully walked back over to the window and could see that the man was actually still there. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't tell exactly what he was doing because I could only see part of him from the angle that I was at, which was higher up than he was. He seemed to be doing something and was near the basement window, but I couldn't tell what exactly he was doing. I thought about going downstairs and looking out of that window, but I knew that the man would see me right away if I did. I went to walk over to another window upstairs, which would have a better angle, but I had to be careful so the guy wouldn't see me. Unfortunately, I really messed up. As I was walking over, I accidentally hit a can that was near the edge of a counter in the kitchen. I knocked it over and it fell onto the ground. This made a loud noise, and the next thing I knew, I saw the man quickly walking away. He moved back to the side of the house. I moved to the front of the house, and I watched the man casually walking down the street until I could no longer see him. I felt like he was really suspicious. I questioned whether he was even a meter reader or not. Why would he leave so suddenly like that? For the most part, though, I was just happy that he was now gone. I went back to the computer. I stayed there for the most part until my brother and parents came back home. When they did, I didn't even think to tell them about the guy that had been there. I thought he was gone for good. My brother's bedroom, as well as mine, happened to be in the basement, and my parents' bedroom was upstairs. Because it was summertime, we would stay up pretty much as late as we wanted. I remember that on this night, my parents went to bed, and my brother went down to his bedroom. I stayed up and was on the computer. All of the lights in the house were off, except for a small lamp in the living room near me. I stayed up on the computer until I got really tired, which was probably at about 1 a.m. Then, I turned off the lamp and went downstairs to go to bed. When I got downstairs, I had to walk past a little living room that was in the basement in order to get to my bedroom. As I was walking past, I happened to see something in the window. The man was back. I could only see a figure of a man, but I could guess who it was. This was the same window that he had been at earlier in the day. I then heard noises coming from the window, as if it was going to come open. I was suddenly really afraid. It was really dark down there, and I hit the light switch, which I happened to be really close to. When this happened, it lit up the whole room, and I could no longer see the man very well. I heard some noise from right outside the window though, and then it sounded like he was running away. I went running as well, but back upstairs into my parents' bedroom. I knocked on their door and yelled for them to wake up. About a minute later, my dad came out asking what was going on. By the time I explained it all, the man was long gone. My dad went out and inspected the house all around though. He was able to find that the back window the man kept messing with had quite a bit of damage. It had almost came off. It was like the man had been trying to remove the window and get inside the house, and he was really close to succeeding. After that night though, the man never came back. I remember being really scared for a while that he would, and I slept upstairs on the couch because I felt safer there. Luckily, he never did. This happened just a couple of years ago. I was in college at the time, but went to a smaller school. I have a good friend group from high school, and we remain close to this day, but several of us went to different colleges. A few went to a much bigger school, which was a little bit more fun to hang out at. It was only about an hour away from the college that I went to, so on a few occasions, I went and visited for a weekend. I remember that one time, during I believe my third year of college, I went to visit two of my friends, Jake and Sam, at the larger school. I went down on Friday after classes and hung out with my friends later that day. We were going to go to the university football game the next day on Saturday. But before that, on Friday night, my friends and a few of their college friends were going out to some of the local bars. We left to go there at probably like 10 p.m., and we decided to walk because I was told it would only take about 10 minutes. I was with Jake and Sam to start, but Sam soon left us because he said he had to stop and get something at one of his friend's dorms quick, so he would meet us there. Our route to getting there went right through the center of campus. Now, I had been there a couple of times in the past, but this school was very large, and I didn't know the campus all that well. At this hour, things were dark, and really nobody else was around, other than some people on the main sidewalks. We took a shortcut through a courtyard near some buildings, which I assumed had classrooms in them, but I wasn't really sure. I suddenly really had to use the bathroom, and when we passed by a building, I asked Jake if I could use the bathroom in one of the buildings. He was like, "Sure, go ahead." I didn't really know what the buildings were or if they would be locked, but when I went to the door and tried it, it was open. Jake then got a phone call and he stayed outside. I told him that I would be right back and I entered the building. When I got inside, there were a few hallways and a lounge type of area. I didn't know exactly what type of building it was still. Nobody else seemed to be inside. There was no bathroom in immediate sight, so I started walking around to try and find one. I kept expecting one to be right around the corner or really close by, but there just wasn't one. At last, after probably 5 minutes of wandering around the building, I found a bathroom. I used it and was back out in less than a minute, but now I didn't really know how to get back. I thought that I knew the way and started going there, but I soon heard footsteps coming. They were walking kind of fast in my direction. I didn't know if I was even supposed to be in here, and I wasn't a student at the school, so I decided to wait out of sight. I went back around the corner, hoping for the footsteps to pass by. Instead of passing me though, they turned the corner and headed to where I was. In a split-second decision, I moved back and went up a staircase, which happened to be right there. After walking up, I was now a floor higher, and everything looked mostly the same on the second floor. But I heard the footsteps starting to walk up the stairs. They were also moving faster than before. Somebody seemed to be after me for some reason. I started to worry that I really wasn't supposed to be in this building and would get in trouble. I walked as fast as I could without running through a random hallway. I was trying to make my way back towards the entrance and find another staircase or something. When I went down a couple more hallways, I heard the person behind me go down each way that I went. They were still a ways back though and couldn't see me. I didn't know who this person was that was chasing me. I kind of thought that it was silly and I considered just stopping and seeing who it was. But for some reason, I just felt like that wasn't a good idea. For some reason, I felt like I was maybe in danger. I kept walking, changing hallways every so often. I tried going in a random room at one point, but it was locked. Then, I came up on an elevator. I decided to take it and push the button. Thankfully, it opened immediately. If I would have had to wait, I probably would have just moved on. I got inside and started pushing the button for the first floor over and over. Meanwhile, I heard the footsteps coming from down the hallway. They were moving faster and faster, and then they started running. Whoever this was now sprinting towards me. Finally, the elevator doors started to close. At about that same time, the person had entered the hallway that I was in. The doors just barely closed on time. When they were maybe an inch open, I heard whoever it was get right outside and then just barely saw them. I couldn't tell anything about them though, just that they were right outside. They grabbed at the door, but it was too late. I felt a huge wave of relief as the elevator started moving down. But at this same time, I heard the person sprinting away from the elevator. I was guessing that they were now going to the nearest staircase. When the elevator door opened, to my surprise, I could see the exit. I think it was the same door that I had gone in. I turned to the right and started walking. That's when I heard footsteps coming from a ways to the left. Whoever it was that was chasing me was almost down the stairs. That's when I started to run. I sprinted towards the exit and heard the other person sprinting in my direction now. Just when I was about to get to the door, I saw something go flying past my head and I heard a loud smash. Whoever this person was had thrown a small lamp at me. It just missed my head and hit the wall just a couple of feet away. I opened up the door and sprinted outside. My friend Jake was still on the phone, but a ways down, probably like 50 feet. He saw me running and looked confused. But as I was approaching him still, I saw the look on his face as he saw somebody come barreling out of the building behind me. Then he started running with me. We were both pretty fast, and now that we were outside, had many more options on where to run. We quickly made a right and ran a ways, then made it to another street. When we did, we finally stopped and realized that the person wasn't chasing us anymore. Jake asked me what that was all about, and I told him that I didn't know. We were able to meet up with our other friends after that, but I felt really lucky to have made it out of that situation okay. I really don't know who that person was. The crazy thing is that I never even saw them. Jake told me that it was a man, and he said that he didn't get a real good look at him, but he said the guy looked insane. I will take his word for it. The fact that the guy threw a lamp at me is really bad. It could have injured me, and I'm glad that the guy didn't catch up with me either. Who knows what he would have done? I also feel like the guy was not supposed to be in the building. I didn't see him for the rest of the time that I was there that weekend. Since then, I've been back at that college a couple of times, but I will never forget that experience. For some background of this story, I'm a female, and I worked at Target for a while, over a year ago. The Target that I worked at was very close to my apartment at the time, and it was a pretty enjoyable job for me. My favorite part was talking with coworkers and becoming friends with them. Mostly what I would do is work in the clothing department. I would do all sorts of things there, and it wasn't very stressful because things usually don't get busy like they do in the grocery section. At the time of this story, I had been working there for almost 4 months. I remember it very well. It all started on a typical day at work. I was in the clothing department, particularly the women's section, straightening up items that were out of place. It was during the daytime, and the store was calm. This is when a tall man approached me. Assuming he was a customer who had a question about something, I greeted him, asking how I could help. The man stood there, looking directly at me with a somewhat creepy grin on his face for a moment. He then said, "Yes, you can help me, by going out with me tonight." I laughed it off. I had no interest in going out with the man, but I wasn't scared of him or anything. I just told him that I had a boyfriend, even though I didn't actually have one. This was always the best way to tell off a guy that I wasn't interested in my experience. The man replied rather quickly, saying, "No, you don't." I told him that I did, and I asked the man if he needed help finding anything. He then responded with an even creepier reply. "Yes, directions to your house." I laughed off this remark as well. I was just hoping that the man was joking around, because this was getting really weird. After he said that, I told him that I had a lot of work to do, and I told him to have a good day. Then I started making my way to another section of the large clothing department that we had. The clothing area was practically big enough to get lost in. I was hoping to lose sight of the man, but when I started moving away, he followed. When I had made it to another section and he was still next to me, I stopped. I didn't have a problem with confrontation, and I said to the man, "Why are you following me? You're kind of creeping me out." The guy put his hands up as if to say, "My bad." He then walked away, and it was a huge relief. I had dealt with customers asking me out or trying to flirt with me a couple of times. It didn't happen very often, but here and there it did. None of them had been nearly as bad as this, though. I kept working for several hours. By then, I had forgotten about my experience earlier, but I soon remembered when I spotted the same man. I couldn't believe it at first. This was now about 3 hours after our first interaction. To me, it was still mind-blowing that he was still in the store. Maybe he had left and then come back. Either way, it was strange, and it was now a bigger concern for me, because shortly after I had spotted him, I saw him look over at me and then look quickly away. The man was sort of far away too. It looked like he was almost hiding from me. He stood, mostly covered by a rack of clothing, staring in my direction. I moved slightly and kept working, to which the man moved slightly as well to keep looking at me. I stopped and sighed. This was really annoying now. I walked away, leaving what I was doing. I moved to a whole nother section of the store, far away from that one. There, I didn't really have any work to do, but I just wanted to get that man off of me. I was now in the grocery area, and I was there for about a minute before spotting the man again. He was walking into the area, and he saw me for a split second, and then disappeared into a nearby aisle. At this point, I decided to take my break. I had one that I could take at any time, and I was planning to after I had finished the work that I was doing in the clothing department. But seeing as this creep was back and still following me around, I decided to just take my break now. I radioed in on my walkie-talkie to let my supervisor know I would be taking my break. Then I headed towards the front end of the store. Our break room was through doors at the front, and I walked in there. When I got inside the break room, I thought back to the crazy situation. Did that man seriously think he was being slick? I mean, I spotted him twice, and it was like he thought I couldn't see him. I just hoped that he would notice I was not there anymore and then leave. I'm not going to lie, I took a little bit extra time on my break. I was pretty concerned to return back out and see the man again. If I did see him, I was going to have to tell a coworker or our security team. I didn't want to have to do that, but I would if it was necessary. When I went back out though, I didn't notice the man anywhere. I went back to work in the clothing department, but was much more alert and constantly looking around. I didn't see the guy for the rest of my shift that night, which was about 2 more hours. I was really happy about this. But still, I thought possibly he was still there looking at me somewhere and had just gotten better about hiding. At the end of the day though, I don't think he was. I left work and went home, not seeing the guy at all. Soon, I forgot all about him. I worked several more times that week, mostly my usual shifts. One night, the very next week, I found myself working on a quiet evening. I was almost done, and it was past the busy amount of customers that we would usually get between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. I was doing my usual work of organizing a section of the clothing department. That's when I got a call on my walkie. Somebody radioed asking for me, and I radioed back telling them to go ahead. I wasn't quite sure who had said it, but that wasn't uncommon. A big store like Target has so many employees. Plus, there are always new people. A handful of my coworkers, I could instantly recognize their voices over the walkie-talkie, but many of them I could not. After telling them to go ahead, they asked me to go to Channel 3. This is how we would communicate without other employees hearing us. It was used for more descriptive details or directions on what we were supposed to do. After turning to 3, I told them to go ahead again. That's when I was told that I was needed in receiving and to help with something quick. I told them that I was on my way and began walking over. Receiving was the back room of the store basically. I wouldn't work back there a lot, but I had helped with things there several times in the past. It took me a few minutes to walk all the way back there, and when I had made it, I exited the store into the back. Things were very quiet back there. I had expected to see someone there waiting for me. I turned my walkie to Channel 3 again and said that I was in receiving. Nobody said anything, but I heard my voice echo onto somebody else's walkie nearby. I then called out, asking where they were, but I didn't get a response. I walked closer to the voice, which was near one of the doors leading to outside. I noticed that it was open, and I could see outside into the night. That's when I saw the man again. He stepped out from behind a shelf back there. I couldn't believe he was here. "That was you on the walkie, wasn't it?" I said to him. The man just started walking towards me. I backed away as he got closer. I looked at how much taller he was than me. If he tried to grab me, it would be difficult to get away. He got closer, and I turned around, but as soon as I did, he grabbed my arm. Then, he started to pull me backwards. I started yelling, but back there, it wasn't likely anybody would hear me. Suddenly, I heard the doors leading back to the shopping area open. I then saw one of my coworkers, Amy, walking over. I yelled at her, and she asked what was going on. The man let me go and then sprinted out the doors outside. I ran over to Amy and explained to her what had happened. Amy told me that she had heard the person asking me to go to Channel 3. She said that when she didn't recognize the voice and was just being nosy in general, she turned to Channel 3 as well. She was wondering what I was being asked to do. When she heard I was supposed to go to receiving, she found it strange, because she had just been there earlier in the night and wasn't aware of anything that would be done back there. She decided to see for herself, and I'm really glad that she did. We had to call the police and report the incident, but unfortunately, not much could be done. The man had bought a walkie-talkie and got on the same frequency as us, which was not hard to do at all. Many standard walkie-talkies were capable of it. I'm just glad I was all right. I worked at Target for a few months after that, and luckily, never saw the man again. Back in 2012, on the last day of my sophomore year of high school, I got a friend request from a girl who I recognized from my gym class. We'll call her Lauren. Lauren was a year below me. We had never talked to each other, and we didn't have any mutual friends. I hadn't even known her name prior to the friend request, but after a quick glance at her profile and seeing she was the cousin of a girl in my grade, and that we did go to the same school after all, I accepted her request. All throughout the year, we had gym together. My group of friends and I never dressed out or participated. We always sat off to the sides closest to the locker rooms and just hung out the whole period. I recall seeing Lauren with her group, and they would always dress out but wouldn't participate themselves. They would usually sit all the way across the gym. The only reason she stuck out in my memory was because I would catch her staring at me sometimes. I wasn't one of the popular or cool kids. I was kind of an outcast, a little tomboyish, a little emo. So her staring at me was kind of odd, but I always brushed it off, thinking maybe she wasn't looking at me, just in the general direction of my side of the gym. Let me back up a bit, saying at the time, I had a secret iPod Touch with a text-free app. My father was very strict and would not allow me to have a cell phone, and wouldn't even buy me an iPod Touch himself. I bought it off a friend for around $100 my freshman year. I had the text-free app to communicate with friends, but I never once made my number public on Facebook, for fear my dad might see and catch me. He was always saying that he had ways to see what I was doing on Facebook without even having one himself, and I believed him. Even though my account was set to ultimate privacy, I still watched what I was posting. Anyways, a few days into summer vacation, I started getting texts on my app from a number I didn't recognize, with an area code I had to Google. The area code was for a town in some random state that I couldn't exactly remember. Seeing as how I lived in Florida, I found it really odd that some out-of-state number was texting me. At first, I thought it was one of my friends playing a prank on me. The person called themselves Frank. They knew my name, where I went to school, my age, etc. I was even more convinced that it was a friend of mine, based on the fact that my favorite movie is Donnie Darko, which features a man in a bunny suit named Frank. I kept asking if it was this person or that person, but they always replied no. The conversation started to take a dark turn very quickly, and I was now receiving very disturbing texts. Frank started telling me that they had been following me for about a year, watching me in the grocery store with my dad, at the beach with my friends, even described what my bathing suit looked like, which freaked me out even more because I had no photos of me in a bathing suit on mine or anyone else's Facebook, no tags, nothing. I'll admit, I was a little uncomfortable with my body as any other teen, so bikini pics were a definite no. Frank then went on to talk about their plans of kidnapping me and describing really sick and disturbing things they would do to me. I tried to ignore the number, but they just wouldn't stop. Right before I went to block the number, as I was scrolling on Facebook, I came across a post that said, "Whoever is texting me from blank number, please stop. I'm really scared." My heart sank instantly. I recognized the area code and checked my iPod to confirm it was the same exact number. When I went back to see who had made the post, it was Lauren, the girl from gym, the girl who I didn't know, had never spoken to, and had no mutual friends with. I sent her a quick message explaining that I was getting texts from the same number and that it was really freaking me out. I asked her what the name was the person gave her, and she said Frank. She started telling me that she was receiving letters in her mailbox and sent me pictures of them. I was starting to think that we were being harassed by a serial killer based on the content of the letters she had shared with me. Honestly, I was scared for her. He actually knew where she lived. After exchanging messages for a few days, we became friends. It was a trauma bond. We both knew what the other was feeling and going through because we were going through it together. After a couple of weeks, still getting these crazy texts, still talking to Lauren every day, really getting to know each other, she tells me that there's a white car parked at the end of her driveway, and she's noticed it near her house before. She told me that her mom had to drive to a town 2 hours away for work, and that she was going to be alone all day. I was terrified for her. I didn't want her to be alone all day with that person hanging around, so I offered to let her come by my house until her mom would be back to pick her up that evening. Prior to Lauren coming to my house, Frank had no idea at all what my house looked like or where I lived. I wanted to give a false impression and asked Frank what they thought my house looked like. They said a white house with blue shutters. I replied with something along the lines of, "How did you know?" My house was actually brick with brown shutters, but obviously I didn't want them to know that. Lauren came over and we spent the whole day going over everything that had been said to us, the letters she was receiving, and the white car which she said was an old Honda. The whole time she was there, I kept expecting for one of us to receive a text, but neither of us did, which I found odd considering the days and weeks prior I was getting texts all day, every day. About 45 minutes after she left, I got a text simply stating, "Brick house, brown shutters." My heart stopped. Frank explained how he had followed Lauren to my house and watched her mom drop her off in my driveway. Now he knew where I lived, and I was definitely on edge. My dad left me home alone quite often, even at night until late hours. I had no cell phone, no landline, no way to call the police if I ever needed to. I started keeping an aluminum bat with me as well as a butcher knife for self-protection. I would mostly hang out in the computer room, which was located in the front of our house with a window that overlooked our front yard. I kept the blinds shut and the doors locked at all times. Late one night, I was sitting at the computer, and I heard the sound of the metal brake of my bike's handlebar slide against the brick wall of our front porch, accompanied with the door handle being jiggled. I jumped out of my chair with the bat in my hand so fast and yelled out, "Who's there?" as I ran to look out the window by my door. No one. I ran back to the computer room to look out into the front yard, and I couldn't see anything, but I heard a car door slam and peel off into the night. I was so scared, and at this point, I really wanted to tell my dad what was going on, but I knew I couldn't be completely honest because I wasn't supposed to have an iPod and therefore not allowed to have the text-free app. It was my lifeline for music and talking to my friends. I really didn't want that taken away from me, so I didn't say anything. Then, one day, Lauren told me that she had a cousin on the police force and that they found the guy parked in an abandoned lot outside of a closed-down grocery store a few miles away. She said they found pictures of us in his car and that he was arrested. I was so relieved to not be receiving any more texts from that creep. A couple of weeks later, junior year started, and Lauren was my new best friend. Everything was great. We hung out all the time. We had sleepovers, and we had a lot of fun together, until she started to become possessive over me. And I don't mean a little, it was a lot. If I didn't text her back right away, she would blow me up. If I couldn't hang out, she would get so angry and tell me I wasn't a real friend. At our last sleepover together, she confessed that she was bisexual and that she had a crush on me. I really didn't know what to say, but for fear of her acting out towards me, I said the wrong thing. I kinda just laughed it off and changed the subject. It made sense now that she was actually staring at me the year before in gym class, but it really got me thinking. I started to remember how when she came to my house the first time, how odd it was that neither of us received texts, and how after she left my house, Frank suddenly knew exactly where I lived and what my house looked like. And the fact that her whole story about her cousin being a deputy in the arrest, it all just seemed so fabricated to me. After all, she couldn't even give me a name of the man arrested. She kept saying her cousin wouldn't tell her. And if there actually were a stalker arrested with pictures of me in his car, wouldn't the police have to come to talk to my dad? I had all these questions and no answers. The only rational explanation that I could give myself was that it was her this entire time. She was Frank. How she got my number still remains a mystery to me. As I said, I never posted it, and we had no mutual friends. My friend group was a tight-knit group, and I know they'd never give out my number to a random girl without telling me first. I told her I suspected she was behind the texts, and she blocked me instantly, never talked to me again, and wouldn't even look my way when passing me in the halls at school. It's been 10 years, and I still don't know how or why. Why this 15-year-old girl would go to such extremes, why she would send me such vile and truly disgusting, terrifying texts, and then pretend to be getting texts and letters from the same person, ultimately forcing a trauma bond between us. It was all so calculated, the way she played me, how she baited me with that first post, somehow knowing I would reach out. All for what? Just to become my best friend? To get close to me? I'm a pretty easygoing person. She could have just been herself and struck up a conversation with me, and I would have been her friend. To this day, I think about the fact that it was her who came to my house that night and tried to open my front door. What was she planning to do to me? I'll never actually know. It's just another unanswered question still lingering 10 years later. A few months ago, I was working at my cashier job in the self-checkout when I encountered a very strange customer. It started when a somewhat disheveled man who looked to be in his 60s, waved me over to his register for help. He began asking me for help ringing up his items, claiming he couldn't find the barcodes. I found this a little bit odd, but initially I tried not to judge him. I thought that maybe he just had impaired vision or some other disability. He only had 2 items, a drink and a candy bar. I helped him scan both items, but it soon became readily apparent that he had only asked me for help as an excuse to have my attention. He kept chuckling, and it wasn't an innocent or friendly chuckle, but one that sounded unhinged. I realized that he was very likely under the influence of something. I started mentally plotting my end to my interaction as quickly as possible. He also kept asking for my number, which I just awkwardly laughed off every time. I had to walk him through the payment process too, since he of course also pretended not to know how to use the card reader in order to prolong the interaction. When all of that was finally over and he paid and walked off, I assumed that he left. No such luck. About 2 hours later, it was time for my lunch break. As I was heading towards the break room, I saw the man again. He motioned for me to go over to him. I told him as politely as I could, "Sir, I'm not on the clock right now. I'm headed to my lunch break. You have a nice night." I quickened my pace on my walk to the break room, looking over my shoulder the whole way until I passed through the doors to the employees-only area. My lunch break went normal, and for a while, my time back at work after that did too. That is, until around 2.5 more hours later. I suddenly heard one of our store security guards yelling. He said, "Sir, I'm going to call the police if you don't leave. You're harassing my customers. You're harassing my employees. You cannot be here." When I looked in the direction of the yelling, lo and behold, the same guy yet again was the one being yelled at. I saw him run towards the back of the store and security chase after him. I wasn't able to leave my area, and I had to concentrate on my job, so I just presumed shortly after that they caught him and escorted him out. One of my other coworkers who witnessed this told me that they'd been trying to kick that guy out for hours, and that earlier he had been hitting on another female coworker of mine, who I will refer to as Lacey. She didn't elaborate on what happened with Lacey, so I just figured that the guy had pulled the same thing on Lacey as he did on me. All of this had been weird and uncomfortable already. A few days later, however, I found out more details about the situation that almost made my blood run cold. While on lunch break, I was making conversation with a work friend of mine who I will call Vera. I asked Vera, "Did you hear about the creepy guy who was here on Saturday night?" She told me that she had not only heard about it, but witnessed much of his deranged behavior. She told me that when the man tried to flirt with Lacey, Lacey firmly told him that she was a minor. His reply, "That's okay, I like 13-year-old girls." This made Lacey feel so unsafe and anxious that she ended up going home early because of it. I told Vera that the man had tried to flirt with me too, and Vera pointed out to me that the creep had probably gone for me based on the fact that I look very young for my age. I realized Vera was probably completely right about this. I'm currently in my late 20s, but I can pass for a teen and often get mistaken for one. Vera then told me that the man didn't end up leaving the store until midnight when it closed, and even then, he stood outside in the parking lot for hours after that. I thought back to what time it had been when I first encountered the man on Saturday, and I calculated that he must have been in the store for over 8 hours at least, seemingly doing little more than creepily flirting with all the young women he came across. To top off all of this, I usually walk home, but that night, one of my coworkers happened to give me a ride. If she hadn't done this, I almost definitely would have encountered the man in the parking lot, and who knows how that would have gone. This is something that happened back in August of 2014. At the time, I was 16 years old and preparing to take my driving test. I had already got my permit a few months earlier and was taking my behind-the-wheel classes. I remember I would meet with a guy and he had a special car with a brake on the passenger side. He would sit in the passenger seat as I drove and would tell me where to go and teach me things. I had to do 3-hour sessions with him, and then I would be ready to take my driving test. The first session with the guy, we did some neighborhood driving and a little bit of highway driving. The second session was mostly city driving, and the last one was a bit of everything and parking. On the night of this story, it was my third and final session with the guy. I can't remember what his name was, but he was pretty cool. He was easygoing and a solid teacher. I remembered that the session started at about 6 p.m. We started driving on a few different roads and reviewing stuff. I don't remember a lot of the details, but by about 8 p.m. probably, the sun was setting and it was getting dark out. We then drove to this one park. It was a quiet and empty park with an empty parking lot attached to it. I had no clue even what city we were in because I had never been to that area before. I was asked to park the car, and then the instructor got out and set up a few of those really small and cheap orange cones. He set them up as basic guidelines for a parking space for me to follow. Then he got back inside the car, and we started to practice parking. We were at one far end of the parking lot, which wasn't that big, but had a decent amount of space for us to use. The streets surrounding it were mostly residential and very quiet. As I was starting to practice parking, another car drove down the street, and I noticed it enter the same parking lot that we were in. It came from down at the other end though, so I didn't think too much of it. The car then parked in a parking space far on the other end, away from us. I kept practicing my parking for the next several minutes, not focusing on the car that had parked at all. Nobody got out of it or anything, and it remained there. Then, a few minutes later, another car entered the parking lot near where the other one had. This car drove a little ways closer to us and then parked, still a ways away. I remember that my instructor made a little comment like, "I wonder what these guys are doing here now." It did seem odd for people to park here when it was dark out. We had gone there because we figured it would be an empty parking lot, at least that's what I was assuming. Still, I did my best to just focus on my parking. I was doing pretty good and hadn't really hit the cones at all. I thought that parking was going to be the hardest part of the driving test for me. Then, one of the cars suddenly backed out of the space that it was in. There were two exits to the parking lot that we were in, one at each end of it. At first, I thought the car was going to pass us by and leave. But as I had just parked into the space we made with the cones, the car drove behind us and then stopped. It was only a few feet back and right behind us. I wasn't really sure what to do. My instructor seemed to be confused by this as well. After like a minute, the car still hadn't moved and was right behind us. We certainly weren't in their way or anything, and they could easily go around us to leave. My instructor said that he was going to see what was going on and told me to wait there. Then he opened up his door and got out. He started approaching the vehicle, and I didn't watch him because I was just looking straight ahead, waiting for him to get back. All of a sudden, I just remembered that my instructor got back in the car really fast, a lot quicker than I had expected. He seemed panicked, and he told me to leave the parking lot. I mentioned that we hadn't picked up the cones, but he said that it didn't matter. I could tell that he was nervous. I began driving away, and when we left the parking lot, the car behind us did as well. My driving instructor told me not to panic, but he saw a guy in the car behind us had a gun. He said when he got out to talk to them, he saw it. Then he got back in our car. Now the other car that had been in the parking lot as well was also following us. I was terrified, especially because I was driving. My driving instructor told me that we were going to the police station. He said to not speed and to stay calm. He then gave me step-by-step directions on how to get there. It only took us about 5 to 10 minutes, but it felt like forever. The two cars followed us the entire way. They didn't try to pass us or do anything. When we got to the police station, I pulled in and they kept going. I parked the car and my driving instructor and I went inside. We reported the incident, and after that, the driving lesson was cut short. My parents were called and I got picked up. I was just happy to be okay. I'm glad that my driving instructor seemed to know what to do in that situation. I ended up passing my driving test on the first try, but I will never forget that experience.
Most of you probably remember Blockbuster Video. If you don't, it was a movie rental store where you could go to rent or buy DVDs or video games. This was before streaming services were around. When I was a kid, we would often have movie night at our house on Saturdays. Sometimes we would go out to the movies, or other times we would watch one on a DVD that we had. We would also rent movies from Blockbuster quite a bit, which I always loved to do. One Saturday, my parents asked me and my sister if we wanted to rent a movie for the night. At the time, I was 12 and my sister was 14. We both said yes, and then we had a debate about which movie we wanted to rent. This was back in probably like 2005, and I remember that we finally decided on a movie. We lived in a really cool neighborhood. There were lots of houses and neighbors, and about a mile away there was a bunch of businesses. One of the businesses within walking distance from us was a Blockbuster Video. I offered to go to rent the movie because I wanted to. I felt cool going all by myself to the store and getting something. My parents said that I could, but not to go anywhere else, and they gave me some money. I left and then walked there, which took me roughly 20 minutes. I walked through our neighborhood and then to a slightly busier street through a park, and then I was basically there. When I arrived at Blockbuster Video, it was sometime in the late afternoon. It was kind of busy, which it often would be. I walked around to find the movie, which I honestly can't remember exactly what movie it was that night. It took me a little bit to locate the movie, and I remember that I was walking around the store for a while. When I found the movie, I walked over to the counter to check out. They also used to have little candy and popcorn like at the movies, and my parents gave me enough money to get some candy as well. When I checked out, I got my items and then left the store to head home. I walked the same route back that I had taken there, and I remember that it was when I crossed over to enter the park, that's when I noticed there was a guy walking a ways behind me. I hadn't seen him directly, but like out of my side vision. I walked through the park and then to the sidewalk, and he continued to follow me. When I had made it to our street, I turned around briefly and noticed that he was still there. Now I was kind of worried. He was still a ways behind me, probably like 50 feet back. I didn't recognize the guy at all, and all I could tell that he was on the heavier side, and I remember that he was wearing a cap. I had maybe 2 or 3 more minutes before I would reach our house, and I was just hoping that the guy wouldn't speed up and get closer to me. But as I went on, he did. Finally, I made it to our house. The guy was only about 20 feet behind me when I made it. I walked up the driveway, and he walked past the house, but I did notice he seemed to slow down and look at me as he did. I got inside quickly and felt really glad that I was safe at home now. Not too long after that, maybe 20 minutes or so, my mom asked me to go water her flowers out in the front yard, as she was busy helping my dad prepare dinner. I went outside into the front yard, and that's when I noticed the guy was there again. He was standing on the street, like right in front of our yard, but at the end. I saw him notice me, and I tried to just water the plants without paying too much attention to the guy. I started at the end of the yard farthest away from him, and slowly worked my way to the other end. The whole time I did, the guy just stayed there. I wanted him to leave, and I was hoping he would, but when I was finally at the end closest to him, I heard him start to walk, but he wasn't walking away. I realized he was walking into our front yard. I turned around to see him about 5 feet into the yard. Without wasting any time, I sprinted back around to the front yard and went back inside. I looked back out, and the guy was now gone. I was hoping that he would be gone for good now. I had no idea what that creep wanted. After I was back inside, I turned on the TV to wait for dinner to be ready. Maybe 10 minutes later or so, I glanced out the window again. The man was back. This time, he was standing maybe 10 feet away from the window in the front yard, and he was walking closer. He saw me through the window, and I ran out to the kitchen where my parents were. I told them there was a creepy guy in the front yard and that he had followed me home. They both walked into the living room, and the guy was actually still there. My dad ran outside after him. I heard him shouting at the guy, and we watched from the window as my dad ran all the way out into the street. The man just barely got away. We were all pretty confident, though, that he wouldn't come back, and thankfully, he didn't. I still can't believe the nerve that guy had to be such a creep. I thought originally that I was just being paranoid when he was seemingly following me home, but I was wrong.
Alright, so picture this. I'm called in as a substitute teacher for a class that missed out on a field trip. The regular teacher and most of the students were out on the field trip, while I was left in charge of 4 students who didn't have their parent permission slips signed. To set the scene, I had just finished subbing for another class. Afterwards, I was asked to sub for this class, and the instructions were pretty straightforward. Play a Mythbusters video for the students, and hand out worksheets to keep them occupied. Sounds easy, right? Well, here's where things took an unexpected turn. Barely a few minutes into class with the video playing, the Fab Four, who seemed to be inseparable buddies, all raised their hands and requested to go to the bathroom. Now, being the laid-back sub that I am, I granted their wish, with a friendly reminder to return soon so we could finish the video together. They nodded eagerly, promising to be back in a jiffy, and headed out to the hallway as I paused the video. As I waited for them to return, a couple of minutes went by. Then, I heard a noise come over the intercom. There was an announcement that the school was now going in a lockdown, and this was not a drill. This put me in a little bit of an odd situation. Panic started to settle in as I realized that these 4 kids were nowhere to be seen. Should I go out and search for them? Or should I stick to the lockdown protocols and secure the classroom by locking the doors and turning off the lights? I figured my students should be back any second, and I stood there in my classroom doorway for about another minute or so. In a moment of concern for their well-being, I chose to go find them. I figured they must be hanging out in the nearest bathroom, right? Easy to find, or so I thought. I hurriedly made my way to the hallway, fueled by a mix of worry and determination. I walked to the bathroom as quickly as I could, and I got winded because I'm severely not in shape like I used to be, and I pushed open the bathroom door and knocked. I was hoping to find them and usher them back to the classroom. "Hey guys, we're on lockdown. You need to come back to the classroom," I called out, my voice echoing through the empty bathroom. But to my surprise, there was no response, not a peep. As confusion grew, I cautiously pushed the bathroom door open wider, half expecting them to jump out. But that wasn't the case. The bathroom was empty. Not a single person in sight. My heart sank. Where on earth did these students go? I couldn't dwell on it for long, though, because my priority was to get back to my classroom. If the students had wandered off, then that was their fault. They would likely be found by another faculty member. With a mix of anxiety and haste, I retraced my steps, making my way back to the classroom that I was in charge of. I went inside and remained by the door. 10 long minutes went by, which felt like a whole hour, and still there was no sign of my students. Just when I was about to lose my cool from all the suspense, I heard this weird noise coming from inside the classroom. I quickly scanned the room, hoping to figure out where it was coming from, but there was nothing there, just an empty and super quiet classroom. I tried to tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but then I heard it again. This time, my eyes locked onto this person crouched behind a desk at the back of the room. I cautiously approached, my voice trembling when I asked, "Who's there?" I was praying it was just a student playing an elaborate prank, but to my dismay, the figure that rose up from beyond the desk was no student. It was a man, a complete stranger, and certainly not a student. I freaked out and sprinted out of the classroom immediately, desperate to find help. Now, as a grown adult, you're probably wondering why I bolted and didn't stay in the room and fight him. Well, like I said, I'm not as young as I used to be, and I'm not in shape, so the odds of me winning a fight protecting myself are like 4 out of 10. I pounded on the door of the nearest classroom, and thankfully, the teacher opened the door. Their expression quickly turned to concern as they listened to my explanation of what had happened. Without wasting a second, they dialed the school principal and alerted her about the new situation. Soon enough, the school became filled with activity as police officers were everywhere in the hallways. It turned out that the stranger I had encountered was the very person the school had been locked down for. He must have snuck into my classroom when I was down the hall looking for my students. This realization made my mind go black as I thought about all the possibilities that could have happened if I didn't run away from my classroom. It turned out that the missing students had taken refuge in another teacher's classroom. Nobody had thought to inform me, though. Rumors began to circulate that this intruder had ulterior motives, with whispers of him searching for someone specific or possibly carrying a weapon. The details remained vague, and the school kept the information tightly under wraps. Looking back on that day, I'm just grateful that everybody was okay. After that crazy incident, I needed some serious time off. When I finally went back to teaching, I had a whole new perspective. I will certainly never forget that day. This happened several years ago when I moved into a new apartment. I should mention that I'm female, and the place was older and on the edge of the city. During that time, it was all I could afford. The apartment itself was a small one-bedroom place on the 5th floor of a pretty tall building. I moved in with all of my stuff, which was only a few boxes, and started to unpack. For the most part, I liked the apartment because the location was pretty good, and it was enough space for me. My hallway had probably 15 or 20 other units on it. I made maybe 3 or 4 trips back and forth from my car to my apartment, bringing everything in. As I was doing this, and on the last trip I made, I saw a man leaving his room a little ways down the hallway. He was the first neighbor that I had seen. I finished bringing things in and then started unpacking. It took me basically the rest of the day to do so, and by nighttime I was all done. I didn't have to work for the next couple of days, so I got some food and stayed up late relaxing and enjoying my new place. I was up and watching TV when I heard a knock on my door. This was strange. It was almost midnight. I got up and walked over to the door, and I looked out the peephole. It was the guy who I had seen in the hallway earlier, one of my neighbors. It seemed a little bit strange to come to my door at this hour, but I decided to answer it. The guy was pretty tall, probably like 6'5". He had glasses and hair almost to his shoulders. When I opened up the door, he said hi to me. Then, he shook my hand and introduced himself. He told me that his name was Andrew, and he lived down the hallway. The guy seemed kind of awkward. The whole situation was kind of strange, but I thought that it was nice the fact that he came over to introduce himself to me. After I introduced myself back to him, we both stood there awkwardly for a few moments. Then, Andrew asked if I wanted to come over and have some coffee at his place. I told him no and said that it was late and I was going to bed. He asked if I was sure, and when I said yes, he said okay, and then I closed the door. Then I went back to what I was doing. I wasn't really that tired, but I didn't want to go to his place. I found it a little bit weird that he chose to come over and introduce himself to me so late at night. I stayed up for a while longer and then went to bed. The next day, I went out to get some groceries in the morning and was home for the rest of the day. I organized more of my things and did whatever for the rest of the day, but at night, once again, there was a knock at my front door. I got up and went to go see who it was. It was Andrew again. I opened the door to see what he wanted this time. Andrew said hi to me and then told me that he thought my mail got delivered to his place on accident. He said there was a package for me. I was a little bit confused, but curious what accidentally was delivered to him. He told me that he had it in his place, and he said we could go get it now. I said sure, and I walked out of my place and into the hallway. Then I followed Andrew down to his apartment. It was a few down from me and not that far at all. When we got to his place, he opened up the door and told me to go ahead inside. His place was somewhat dirty. He had a living room in the main area, and then a bedroom off it, kind of like mine. As we walked inside, Andrew said that he kept the package in his bedroom for safekeeping. I followed him inside to the bedroom. When I got inside that room, there was far less furniture. Almost as soon as I walked in, though, Andrew suddenly moved behind me. The door then swung shut and slammed. My immediate reaction was to run over to the door and try to get out, but as I made it there, I heard a click, and when I tried opening it, the door was locked. I realized how stupid I had been. This guy already had come across as a little bit of a creep to me. How could I walk alone into his apartment late at night? I thought about how crazy his story sounded anyways. Why would he accidentally get one of my packages? I asked him what he was doing, but he didn't answer. I had my cell phone with me, and I pulled it out, but there was no signal in there. Nothing would go through. I'm not sure where Andrew went, but I didn't hear him from the other side. I looked around the bedroom. There was hardly anything in there. A mattress in the corner, a rug, and a nightstand. It was a terrifying place to be. His window had a cover on it. I pulled the cover off to see if I could see anybody outside, but the window seemed to be painted black from the inside. I couldn't see out of it, and I couldn't open it either. I was desperate. I yelled and asked to be let out, but nobody answered me. I walked all around the room, wondering what I could do. There didn't seem to be anything, though. As time went by, I realized that I needed to think of something to get out of there. I kept trying my phone, and I went to all parts of the room, but I just couldn't get any signal. Finally, I went over to one of the walls. This was a wall that bordered the apartment next door. I started knocking on it, wondering if the people on the other side would hear, or if they were even home or awake. But after several minutes of that with no luck, I turned it up a notch. I started pounding on the wall as hard as I could. It started to damage it a little bit. I then took my elbow and rammed it into the wall. Some of the wall ended up breaking, and I started yelling as loud as I could and banging on the wall. After a minute or so of this, the door to the room that I was in opened. Andrew stood there inside the doorway. He yelled at me to stop, then he started approaching. I grabbed the small nightstand because it was the only thing in the room that I could grab. I held it up to defend myself. This didn't stop Andrew at all. He kept going towards me. I shoved the nightstand at him, which pushed him back a little bit, and this was just enough for me to be able to run past him and out of the room. I ran for the door, which I was barely able to get to before he grabbed me. I had the door open, but Andrew was struggling to keep me inside. I heard somebody walking down the hallway, though, into our direction, and I started screaming as loud as I could. When the person got closer, Andrew pushed me away, then he himself took off running out of the apartment and down the hallway. The person in the hallway told me that they lived next door and they were wondering what on earth was going on. I explained to her the situation as I ran back for my apartment. The police were called, and Andrew was long gone by the time they got there. However, they were able to locate him not too long after that. I'm really lucky to have gotten away, and I'm especially grateful that the neighbor decided to come over and see what was going on.
Back when I was a sophomore in high school, my family moved to a new city. We lived in the same state, but about 2 hours away from where we used to live, due to my mother changing jobs. I liked the move because we were in an area with more things to do now. Before, we had lived more out in the country. However, what I didn't like was that I didn't know anybody in the area, and I didn't really have any friends yet. I would have to change schools and go to a different high school than I did my freshman year. My old school only had about 50 kids in each grade, and my new school had about 200. When I started out, most people there seemed nice, but I didn't really make any good friends. But about the second week of school, there was a kid who I'm just going to call Joe for this story. Joe was also new to this school. We had a gym class together, and we became friends because we were partners in some gym game that we played. We also had our 5th hour class together, and he quickly became my best friend. Most days we would talk at any opportunity and would work on homework together during class if the teacher gave us time, things like that. We also would eat at the same lunch table. A few weeks went by, and I started making some new friends, but I still considered Joe to be my best friend. Joe had sort of long brown hair, glasses, and was average height. He was pretty nice for the most part, but he occasionally would say or do some weird things. He and I did not have much in common at all, other than being new students in this school and having 2 classes together. Most of our interests were different. I would say that we mostly just talked about school and just basic stuff. One time Joe said that we should hang out after school, and I told him sure. I gave him my address, and he was going to come over after school on the next Friday. This was probably about a month into the school year now. When Friday arrived, I asked Joe if he was still coming over after school that day. He told me no. He said that he couldn't anymore because he had forgotten about something that he had going on. He said maybe next week though. I wasn't that disappointed, and I would probably just do what I usually did on Friday nights anyways, which was play video games. After school that day, I went home and did just that. I took some breaks to eat and things like that, but luckily for me, I remembered that I didn't have much homework to do at all that weekend. I stayed up sort of late, which I usually did on weekends. I went to bed at probably 1 o'clock in the morning after I got really sleepy. Our house was a 1-story home, and my bedroom was on the front side of the house. My brother's bedroom was next to mine, and my parents' was across the hallway next to the bathroom. After I fell asleep, I woke up to the sound of some noise in my room. I was really disoriented at first, because I must have been sleeping pretty deeply. After hearing another noise, I sat up in my bed to see what was going on. The room remained mostly dark, like when I had fallen asleep, except for my TV screen in the corner of the room. But there was another light coming from my window. I looked to it and realized that my window was open. I normally had drapes covering the window when I slept, but they were partly moved to the side, and I could see my window was slid up. I then looked to the floor beneath the window, and a figure was there. When I saw it, I jumped back in my bed. That's when I saw the figure stand up, and it was Joe. I said nothing, probably because I was so shocked. He looked at me and started snickering a little bit, like a quiet laugh. Finally, I asked him what he was doing here. He didn't answer me at first, and just sort of stood there. Then he said, "Nothing." I really didn't know what to say. I guess I was thinking of what I should ask him out of the thousands of questions going around in my head, but my mind was still a little bit groggy. Before I got the chance though, he moved back over to the window. Then he jumped back outside and shut the window on his way out. I was then wide awake and went to the window and looked outside of it. I just barely saw Joe now walking away down the street. He must have gotten in easily through the window because I typically slept with my window open just a crack, but why would he even come to my house? I looked at the clock and it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. It took me a little while, but eventually I was able to fall back asleep. When Monday came the following week, I planned to ask Joe what that was all about, but Joe wasn't at school that day. In fact, I didn't see Joe for the rest of the semester. I did see him during the next semester in the hallway a couple of times, but I didn't get the opportunity to talk to him. After that school year, he must have changed schools again because I never saw him again after that. In recent years, I've tried to look Joe up on social media, but I've never been able to find him. He has a fairly common name, and I don't know exactly what he would look like now or where he is. I think he was probably going to try and steal from me that night, but I caught him in the act.
This is something that happened back when I was 19. During that time period, I lived at home with my parents, and I worked at the local Dollar Tree. I was a part-time employee, and would usually work anywhere from 2 to 4 nights per week. And usually it was always night shifts, many of them closing. Our store was generally pretty quiet, and when we closed, we usually only had 1 or 2 employees working. I remember that one night, after a pretty average shift, I came home and was eating before bed. That night in particular, I had gotten off a little before close, which was 10 p.m., and my coworker had locked the doors and stuff. So it was about 10:30 at this point, and both of my parents said goodnight to me and headed off to bed. I was having some pizza and sitting in the living room watching something on TV. After this, I was going to go to bed myself. I was pretty tired from the long day. Now, our living room is at the front end of the house. There's a large window that looks out to the front yard, and you can see the driveway as well. As I was sitting there on the couch, I saw headlights through the window as if somebody was turning into our driveway. I didn't know who it could be. My younger brother was 16 and had his license at the time of the story, but he was home and in his bedroom playing video games. I turned around and looked out the window. I saw a car pulling into the driveway that looked to be a smaller sedan and was a dark color. The car stopped at the back of the driveway, and surprisingly, the headlights then turned off. This was a little creepy to say the least, and I kept watching to see if anybody would get out. But for probably 2 or 3 minutes, nobody did. I could tell that the car was still running. Then, the car backed out of the driveway and drove off. I figured that someone was either lost or had the wrong address or something. Maybe they just wanted to turn around and turned off the lights not to shine them at our house. I continued watching TV and forgot all about it. I kind of got hooked onto the TV show that I was watching, and I wasn't really as tired as I had been just minutes earlier. Probably an hour or so went by. By now, it was almost midnight. I was still sitting there on the couch, and I heard a car coming from outside, and I looked and saw a car pulling into the driveway again. It was the same car as before. Now this was really strange. By this time, the car's engine turned off. My heart started to beat a little faster when it did. Then I heard a door open, and I saw somebody start to get out. I moved from where I was. I wanted to make sure that whoever it was didn't see me, and that our front door was locked. I moved over and away from the window and saw that the door was in fact locked. Then, whoever was there made it to the front step. When they did, they tried opening the door. It was really shocking to me, and I went to the window to see who it was. I was careful not to let them see me, and I saw a man standing there. He was a bigger guy with really long, dark, and curly hair. His hair went past his shoulders, and I had never seen him before. This really creeped me out, and I ran to my parents' bedroom and knocked on their door. Meanwhile, I didn't hear any knocking at our front door from the guy who was there. It seemed like he had only tried to enter. After a minute or so, my dad got up and asked me what was going on. I told him about the guy at the front step, and my dad went over to investigate. When we got back to the living room, though, the man wasn't there anymore. I looked out the front window, and his car was gone too. Still, I was afraid that he would return. My dad checked around the house, but there was no sign of anybody. So after that, I went to bed. Nothing else happened that night. The next day, though, I worked again at the Dollar Tree. It was one of my typical shifts, which was 4 to 10 p.m., and at first, things were kind of busy, and I was working with 2 other employees. That soon turned to 1 other employee, and as the night went on, things only got quieter. Then, at about 9 p.m. or so, with the store being extremely quiet, my coworker left. I would be closing the store tonight because my coworker had done it the previous night. So during the final hour, I only recall one lady shopping for a few minutes, and then she left. That is, until probably 9:30. At that point, I saw a man walking into the store. When I saw him, my jaw dropped. I thought that I recognized him from something, and then I realized what it was. He was a big guy with long, dark, and curly hair. Was it the man who was at my house last night? I looked out into the parking lot and saw a smaller car, just like the one that had been in our driveway. This made me extremely nervous. I was all alone inside the store with him. I thought about calling my coworker and asking her to come back, but I decided not to. I tried to play it cool. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe this guy didn't know that it was my house last night, or maybe he didn't know that I worked here. He seemed to be walking around the store, but I couldn't tell exactly where he was. The guy was out of my sight for maybe 5 minutes. Then I saw him appear again towards the front. He wasn't going to buy anything though, and he just left. I was glad to see this. The man walked back out to his car and got inside, but he didn't drive away. I kept an eye on him, and I hoped that he would leave. When a little more time went by and we didn't get any more customers, I decided to lock up and just leave. I wanted to get home and away from this guy. I quickly walked through the store and made sure that everything was fine and nobody else was there. I didn't bother to organize any of the shelves, and I went to lock up. When I got to the doors, the guy's car was still there in the parking lot. After I had finished and was about to walk to my car, I realized that I would have to walk past him. I was parked towards the back of the lot, and the guy was across from me, but closer to the store. There were other stores very close by in the shopping center, but in the parking lot space for Dollar Tree, it was just our 2 vehicles. I decided I would just go for it and began walking to my car, but I took no more than 5 steps before I saw and heard the door start to open to the man's car. Instantly, I turned around and started walking down the sidewalk area in front of the store. There were a few other stores connected to the Dollar Tree, and I suddenly had the idea to go inside one of them. I would feel much safer if I could do that. But the first few stores were closed. Meanwhile, as I walked, I could hear the man walking now behind me. He was a decent ways back, but definitely following me. I didn't bother to look behind me at all. There was a Target store that appeared to probably still be open. The parking lot had a decent amount of cars in it. When I got closer, I saw somebody walking in, and I felt much better. Soon, I had made it to the Target. The man was still walking behind me at about the same following distance. After walking inside Target, the man followed me in. I decided to start walking up and down the aisles. As I did this, I got out my phone and texted my mom. Meanwhile, the man was trailing me a ways back, wherever I would go. My mom texted me back, saying that she could come and pick me up. I thought about trying to get back to my car. In that isolated part of the parking lot, I didn't want to risk it. I asked my mom if she could, and she said that she would be there in about 10 minutes. In the meantime, I had to keep walking all around, up and down the aisles of Target. Every time I got into a new area, I would see the man a ways back. I kept looking at my phone over and over, hoping that my mom would be there already. At last, she told me that she was out front in the parking lot. I started walking to the front end of the store, and the man was still behind me. He was maybe about 40 feet back or so, if I had to guess. When I got to the doors and they opened, I could see my mom's car. That's when I started running. I sprinted for her vehicle, and I got inside as fast as I could. We both saw the man walking out of Target, and my mom quickly drove away. We were a good distance from where the man's car was, and we were able to make it back home all right without being followed. When we got home, I gave my keys to my dad, and my mom drove him to my car so that he could bring it back to our house. When they got back to my car, luckily the man was gone. I stayed up late that night, hoping that the man wouldn't go to our house again, and luckily he didn't. Since that experience, I never saw him after that. I realized that he probably saw me working that first night that he showed up at my house. I just hadn't seen him at all. I must have not noticed or remembered him. I certainly did when he entered the store that next night, though.
This happened back when I was in college. During the summers, I lived back home with my parents at their house. I had almost the entire basement to myself, and they wouldn't really go down there much when I was gone. There was a big TV down there, and then my bedroom and a bathroom. It was really nice to have all of that space. I drove home from school after I had finished my finals and packed up my stuff from the college dorm. When I arrived back at my parents' house, they happened to be gone. They told me that they would be back in a few hours and were out for the night. That meant that I would be home alone. I did have my own house key, so when I got back, I was able to get inside. I spent the first bit of time unpacking a bunch of my stuff and putting some of it into storage and in the basement. I went down into the basement and I stayed in the main room and was using the TV for a while. It was then that I thought I heard a noise coming from inside of my bedroom. I hadn't been in there yet, and the door was closed. I didn't know what it could be, but I wasn't scared or anything like that. I casually got up and walked over to the door. Then I opened it. When I did, I heard the sound of my closet door closing. It was kind of out of my view, and when I looked over to it, the door was completely shut. Suddenly, I was now a little bit concerned about what this could be. Only a person could close the door like that, and I was home all by myself. I thought about going over and opening the closet door, but decided not to. I turned around and walked out of the room instead. I no longer wanted to be downstairs, and I went up into the living room upstairs. As I was up there, probably 30 minutes went by without anything happening. I was just watching TV and relaxing on the couch. Out of nowhere, I heard the sound of somebody walking up the staircase. I knew that it wasn't my parents because they weren't home yet. I looked over to the stairs. The person was not in my view yet, but I kept looking. Then I saw a man start to come into view, and he was walking up the stairs towards me. This guy looked a little bit older than me, but had a beard and long hair. He looked like he had to be on some kind of drug or something. As he approached me, I quickly got up. I backed away and asked him who he was. The guy didn't say anything. He just kept walking closer. I told him that he needed to get out of here or I was going to call the police. The guy didn't say anything though and kept getting closer and closer to me. I was backed up as much as I could and would soon reach the wall. He continued to approach me. I then ran to the side and was now in the back corner of the house. The guy kept coming near me. Then he started to charge at me. This guy had to be insane. When he lunged for me, I jumped out of the way. He caught part of my leg, and I fell to the ground. The man fell also. I was able to get to my feet before he did,
and I ran to the staircase and went down the stairs as quickly as possible. When I made it to the bottom, I opened the door and left the house. The crazy guy did the same, but a little bit after me. I went sprinting down the neighborhood street, yelling at the guy to get away from me. He stopped chasing me eventually, and kind of wandered off into somebody else's yard. Then I was finally able to compose myself and call 911. When the police got to my street, I didn't know where the guy was anymore. I had walked back to our house and was standing in the front yard. The guy ended up being found about 15 minutes later. I guess he went and hid in somebody's backyard, and they saw him and called the police. The police happened to already be there a few houses away at my place and picked the guy up. I'm really not sure how he got into my parents' house or how long he had been there. I'm guessing he got in shortly after they left. I do know that he was there the entire time that I was, and that really gives me the creeps.
To be a trucker for several years. This was a while ago now, but I will never forget this experience. It was only my first year on the job, and I was driving a semi-truck. I was able to sleep in the cabin of my truck, which I would often do. I remember that one time, after a long day of driving, I was making good time. Things were a little bit ahead of schedule, and I got to a place to stop for the night a little bit earlier than I normally would. I don't even remember exactly what state or city I was in, but it wasn't near any kind of major city. I went to a truck stop a little ways off the highway. It was really quiet when I got there, which was unusual, because most of the truck stops I had been to in the past were always busy. It was early though, so I figured that it would get busier. There were just a couple of other trucks there, and I easily found a place to park for the night, which was good, and then I went inside to get some food and used the restroom. When I returned to my truck, I ate and then watched the portable TV that I had with me. Several hours went by, and as I was watching my TV, I thought I heard the sound of somebody walking around right outside of my truck. I wasn't really sure why somebody would be right by my truck. I was parked kind of out of the way. Still, it wasn't a big deal to me. By now, it was starting to get late, so I figured that I should go to bed soon. I decided to go back to the truck stop to use the restroom again and look around outside. Then I would go to sleep. When I exited my truck, I didn't see anybody else nearby at all. There were just a couple of more trucks than had been there before. None were all that close to mine. I went inside the truck stop, and when I returned, things were the same. I got back inside of my truck and got ready for bed. I was pretty tired, and I fell asleep quickly. However, I woke up sometime in the night. When I woke up, I was sleeping on my side, facing the back of my truck. The first thing I noticed was that I heard a noise coming from inside of my truck. I couldn't believe it. Somebody was inside there with me. I would have to roll over to see them, and I couldn't bring myself to do it immediately. It sounded like somebody was going through my things inside. I kept lying there, pretending to be asleep. A couple of minutes went by. Things got quiet for a while, but then I heard the noises again. I slowly turned over, just my head, and looked. I just barely saw that there was somebody inside of my truck with me. They were not facing me, and I couldn't tell who they were. I considered saying something, but I decided to keep pretending that I was asleep. I had no idea how they would react. Each moment that went by was terrifying. Then I heard them stand up, and I could feel them getting closer. It seemed as though they were standing right over me. I could tell that they were only about a foot away, standing over my bed. I was lying completely still and was trying my hardest to seem like I was asleep. The person remained there for at least a minute. I'm surprised they couldn't hear my heart beating out of my chest. Then they seemed to move away from me. Within about another minute, I then heard one of my doors opening and closing. Then it was silent. It didn't move for several moments. I was hoping that whoever had been in my truck was now gone. Finally, I was able to turn over and look. Sure enough, I didn't see anybody inside anymore. I slowly got up and looked around. They were certainly gone. I checked my doors and made sure that they were locked. The strange thing is that they were. None of my windows appeared to be broken either. I wasn't sure how whoever had been inside my truck had gotten in. I checked my stuff, and my wallet had been stolen. A couple of my other things were stolen as well, including my watch. I was frustrated, but at the same time, I was happy to be okay. I left my truck and went inside the truck stop, and I called the police. They showed up a while later, but not a whole lot could be done. They did find out, though, that the lock on my passenger side door was broken. This was a while ago, and my truck was a little old, even back then. After this happened, I only worked as a trucker for about another year. That was by far my scariest experience.
The story takes place a long time ago. It wasn't before cell phones, but it was before cell phones were an everyday thing. I mostly just used my home phone, and there was speed dial, but more times than not, you would have to dial the whole number every time you wanted to call somebody. Well, the story was on a Friday night, and I was home with my sister. We were both in high school at the time, and our parents were gone for the night with friends. We always liked to order pizza when our parents were gone, and there was this one spot in particular that was our favorite. My sister asked me to call, and I dialed the number. Apparently, when I was dialing though, I messed something up, but I didn't realize it. A male's voice answered, saying, "Hello?" He sounded kind of confused, like he was wondering why I called. It seemed odd, but I said that I was calling to order a pizza. The guy responded saying, "Okay." I went ahead with my order of a large pepperoni pizza. The guy just said, "Okay, what's your address?" I gave him my address, and he then said okay. It was kind of awkward, but we then said bye and hung up. My sister and I went into the living room and started watching TV, waiting for the pizza to get there. We had the money and tip on the counter waiting as well. About 20 minutes went by. We were getting really hungry and hoping that the pizza would be there soon. I happened to go over and look out the window, just out of curiosity. Then I saw a car coming down the street, very slowly. When I saw it come to a stop in front of our house, I told my sister that the pizza was here. She got excited and ran to get the money. I expected the car to pull into our driveway, but it drove a little bit past our house. I also noticed that there was no pizza delivery thing on top of the car. "Wait," I told my sister. The car then parked on the side of the road a little ways in front of our house. I watched the driver's door open and a man walk out. He began walking in the direction of our house, but he wasn't holding a pizza. I asked my sister to come and look, and she joined me at the window. We both watched the man walk into our front yard towards our front door. When he got closer, we both noticed that he was wearing a ski mask. When we noticed that detail, we ducked down at almost the exact same time. I was wondering what was going on. About 5 seconds later, there was a knock at the front door. My sister and I were whispering to each other, wondering who this guy was. After a few seconds of us not answering the door, he knocked again. Then, we heard a voice say, "Pizza delivery." We knew this was clearly not a pizza delivery. We were not going to answer. About 30 seconds went by with nothing. Then, he knocked again and said, even louder than before, "I'm the pizza guy with your pizza." He then knocked once more and said, "Open up." We were not going to, and we tried to be as quiet as we could. My sister and I were literally laying on the carpeted floor of our living room, trying not to make a sound. After maybe 2 or 3 minutes, he knocked again. Then, finally, we heard him walking away. I quietly went back to the couch and peeked out the window very carefully. I saw the man get back into his car and drive away. After my sister and I discussed what on earth just happened for a while, we decided to call the pizza place again. This time, we got the number correct, and we realized what had happened. We ordered the pizza for real and got it a short time later. I'm not sure what number exactly I called the first time, but whoever I called decided to pretend to be a pizza delivery man with a ski mask on. To this day, I still wonder what his intentions were. What would have happened if my sister or I opened the front door? I'm really glad that we didn't. In fall of 2019, I was a freshman in college. I went to a smaller school and I lived in the dorms. I had a roommate named Danny who was a real jerk. But that's not the horror story. Sure, it was annoying to be in that small dorm room with Danny. He would talk a lot and pester me on purpose a lot of times. Because of this, I tried to spend as much time away from our dorm room as possible. I would do all my studying in different places around campus. Spots to sit and get work done were everywhere, in just about every building. Even if I wasn't doing homework, I could sit and watch YouTube videos or whatever. I preferred it to being in my dorm room if Danny was there. I got into a routine of this after probably the first month. So one night, I remember that I was doing homework in this one building. It was the building that a lot of our classrooms were in and had several different subjects. There were about 4 floors to it, and I was up on the 3rd or 4th floor, but I don't remember which one. I was in a comfortable chair that had a table attached to it. It was built for studying and stuff. There were a few of these types of chairs that looked out a window that had a nice view of campus. I took a break at about 6 p.m. and went to the dining hall to eat. I met up with a friend there, and then afterwards went back to the same building at the same spot that I was at before to finish my homework. The buildings didn't close if you were a student, and you could stay there as long as you wanted. By now, especially up on one of the top floors, things were very quiet, and nobody else was really around. I kept working, and was there until probably like 9 p.m. As I worked, I had my headphones in and played some music in the background. Sometimes I would do that, and sometimes I wouldn't. It just depended on what I was doing and how I felt. So right after I was done, and I took my headphones out, I heard footsteps behind me immediately. The walkway went behind me, and one direction led to some classrooms, and the other led to some stairs. The footsteps were coming from the hallway with some classrooms in it. I started picking up my laptop and putting things into my backpack. As I did, the footsteps got closer and closer. It didn't seem like the person was going to walk by me, though. It almost seemed like they were going to approach me instead. I turned around to look and see who it was. All I saw, though, was somebody ducking around a corner behind a beam. I didn't get a look at the person, but just saw part of them for like a second. This was kind of weird. I finished putting my things in my backpack and then stood up, looking to where I saw the person again. I still saw nothing. Then I walked over to the stairs and left the building. I went back to my dorm after that. But the very next day, there was a similar experience. This time, after studying in a different building, I went to the performing arts building to study that night. This building was almost always pretty quiet. There were much less classrooms inside of it, and unless there was a concert or something going on, not many people would be there. I studied in peace for basically the whole time, and saw only about 2 or 3 people walking by in the entire time that I was in there. For the last 2 hours probably, I saw nobody at all. The location that I was studying in was on the first floor and next to a staircase where there was a table and chair set up for studying. It was kind of out of the way, but there was a hallway going past and another one that connected. I did not have my headphones in this time and could hear everything around me. Things were very quiet, and it soon got to be kind of late. At one point, though, I heard footsteps coming from down the hallway. Just when these footsteps were about to get into my view, though, they stopped. It was like just around the corner where I couldn't see. There was no room that I was aware of right there either. It was like the person had just stopped in their tracks. If they went back the other way or moved at all, I would have heard them. What were they doing? Were they just standing there? I had no idea. I decided to pack up my stuff and head back to my dorm. When I did, I didn't hear anything. Luckily for me, I did not have to walk past that hallway, and I would be going the other way. When I left, as soon as I started heading down the hallway, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they followed me, but were still out of my sight. Then I heard them start to get closer and within my view. I turned around to see who it was that was there. I did it very quickly to not be weird, so I didn't get a good look at the person, but I did see them. There was a tall and thin-looking guy, walking a little ways back, behind me. It seemed as though he was walking pretty fast. This was way too weird, and as I walked, I passed by an exit door. It wasn't one of the main entrances or exits to the building, but at the last moment, I turned and I left. Once I was out of there, I headed back for the main area of campus. The guy didn't leave the building, whoever it was. I wondered if this was the same person who had been there the previous night. I went back to my dorm room, and after that, decided to take a break from studying around campus at night. As much as I didn't like to study in my dorm room with Danny, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. But the story doesn't quite end there. A few days later, I had classes like normal and was gone for most of the day. I returned to our dorm in the late afternoon, and Danny was there. When I got into the room, he told me that someone had come by and asked for me. Apparently, somebody knocked on our door, and when Danny answered, a guy asked if I was there. I asked Danny what the guy looked like, and he said tall and thin, and basically described the same guy that I had seen the other night. I asked if the guy said what he wanted with me. He didn't say, though. Apparently, he just walked away. After that, I never saw the man again. A few months ago, I was bored at work one day. When I don't have as much to do, I just go on my phone or browse the internet on my computer. Sometimes I go on Craigslist and look at cars or other things for sale, just for fun. So one day, I had about an hour until I got off of work and had nothing more to do. I went on Craigslist and then noticed the missed connections section. I clicked on it just for fun because I thought it might be amusing to read. This is a section on Craigslist where people will post about if they saw somebody and maybe had a conversation with them in public or something. If they didn't get the person's name or any information, they'll reach out and ask them to contact them. That's why it's called missed connections, and it seemed kind of weird to me. I clicked on a few and read them. Unlike the fourth or maybe the fifth one that I saw, it seemed like the person was writing about me. The ad said, blonde female in, and then mentioned the name of the city that I live and work in. When I clicked on the ad, it said, saw you walking on your street last Thursday night. Saw you again at Target the next day wearing a Braves hat. Let me know if I can come over sometime. This really shocked me, because not only had I gone for a walk in my neighborhood Thursday night, but I had been at the Target as well, and I was wearing a Braves hat at Target. It made me a little bit suspicious, the fact that the person had seen me in 2 different places. Were they stalking me? That's what was going through my head immediately. But maybe it was just somebody who lived in my neighborhood, and it was a coincidence. They were definitely describing me. I knew that for a fact, but I decided not to answer the ad. I finished work for the day and then went home. I lived by myself in a smaller house in a fairly busy street. One of my best friends, Avery, came over after work. We would hang out quite a bit. After she came over, I told her about the Craigslist post. I decided to show it to her, so I got my laptop and logged on. When I got to the missed connections part of Craigslist, I saw that there was now a new posting. The title said, blonde woman in, and then mentioned my city again. Part 2. This post was very recent. In fact, it had been made less than an hour earlier. It said, I saw you leaving work today. Hope you see one of these ads and get back to me. Avery and I looked at each other in shock. This was very crazy, and this post indicated that whoever it was possibly stalking me. We both ran to all of the windows and looked out into the street in case the guy was out there somewhere, but we didn't see anything strange. I had never noticed him watching me. My work parking lot is pretty large though, and has lots of other cars in it. It would be easy for somebody to do so without being caught. For the next couple of days, I was sort of worried. I checked Craigslist multiple times, but there were no new posts. I also paid close attention to my surroundings, but never noticed anything out of the ordinary. It would be difficult unless it was obvious, but I was never followed or anything like that. But then one day, when I got home from work, I was moving from my kitchen to the living room. When I got into the living room, I saw a car parked sort of in front of my house. I got close to the window and looked out to see if I recognized it. I did not, but no more than 10 seconds later, I saw the car drive away. I didn't get a good look at the driver though. Then, the very next day, when I was on my way home from work, about halfway back, a car started driving behind me. This was the same car that I had seen in front of my house. I got a bad feeling, and the car turned at the next 3 turns in a row that I made. I feared that it would follow me all the way back to my house. But then, when I got to the turn right before my street, the car went the other direction. I was able to make it home without seeing the car again, but I decided then that I would respond to one of the ads. I couldn't take it anymore. When I was home, I got onto my laptop and contacted the person. I asked them why they were seemingly stalking me and asked them to please leave me alone. After I sent the message, I hoped that the person would either reply and have an explanation or actually just leave me alone. I waited and went on with the day. Several hours later, at 9 p.m. or so, I checked again. There was no response from the person. I closed my laptop and went into the living room, but that's when I noticed the car out front again. It was parked in the same spot that it had been before. I went over to the window and looked closer. I saw that nobody appeared to be in the driver's seat though. That's when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye to the right. I looked over and saw a man in my front yard at the far side of it by the driveway. He was walking up and towards my front door. I was terrified. I didn't even waste any time, and I ran away from the window, got my cell phone, and called the police. As I was waiting for the operator to answer the phone, I heard the man try to enter my front door. This was followed by a knock. I then ran into my bedroom and closed the door. I told the 911 operator what was going on, and then just had to wait. I did my best not to listen outside of my room, because I didn't even want to know what was going on. About 15 minutes later, the police arrived. The unbelievable part is that when they got there, the man was still there. He was in my backyard, and they found him trying to get into a back window. I was glad that I called when I did. I showed the police everything and told them about the things that had happened. It seemed like the man had been stalking me for a while. I guessed that when I asked him to leave me alone, he felt that he had to take matters into his own hands. Since this happened, I moved and now have an apartment across town. I also haven't been on Craigslist at all.
This happened back when I was in middle school. I believe it was my 8th grade year. Back then, I would consider myself to be a pretty average kid. I was a decent student, but during that school year, I remember there was this kid named Jake who was in my grade, and I did not get along with him. Jake wasn't really part of my friend group, and he always seemed to be a little bit more of a troublemaker. He would skip class a lot and things like that. I knew these things because I happened to have a bunch of classes with him that year, and the year prior as well. I don't exactly remember how it started, but I felt like he hated me and was always rude to me when we would have to talk to each other during class or something. One day at school, somebody in my friend group mentioned how Jake had casually said some negative things about me. Of course, I wasn't around when he said it, and it made me really angry. I ended up confronting Jake after class in the hallway, and I said some things that I probably shouldn't have looking back. It got a little bit heated, and some friends sort of had to calm us down. After that, a day or two went by without us speaking to each other or anything. Then came that memorable day. I don't remember exactly what day of the week it was, but probably later in the week. The classes that I had with Jake were 2nd period and 3rd period. Both classes went by without us so much as looking at each other. As far as I was concerned, I was going to ignore him for the rest of the school year. Then, during 5th hour, I had gotten to my classroom and was on my phone waiting for class to start. I saw that I had received a text message from a new number. I opened it, and it said that it was Jake, and he wanted to patch things up with me. He then said that he wanted to meet me during 5th hour for 5 minutes at the South End bathrooms. I considered this, and at first didn't want anything to do with him. But then, I thought about it again and figured that it would be best to sort things out with Jake. As much as I was angry with him, I didn't want to go into high school having enemies, and I thought maybe Jake would apologize to me or something like that. I texted Jake back that I would, and he texted back saying that he would be waiting. So when a good time in class came, I asked my teacher if I could go to the bathroom, and he said yes. I then walked down to the south bathrooms. The south bathrooms were the farmost bathrooms at the end of a hallway. They were popular because of how out of the way they were. My classroom was sort of far away, and it would take me almost 2 minutes to get there. I was lucky that my teacher for 5th period was not that strict, and we mostly just did busy work, so he wouldn't really care if I was gone for a little bit. As I was probably 3/4 of the way there, suddenly I heard noises come across the school speakers. At first, I was really confused. I didn't know what it could be. Then I saw a teacher a ways up come walking out of their classroom. When she saw me, she called me over to her class. I went with her, but I still had no idea what was happening. She told me that we were in a lockdown now, and I had to stay inside her classroom until it was over. I could see that there was no other students inside the classroom. I recognized her, but I never had a class with this particular teacher. She told me that she did not have class during this hour. Her and I waited inside her classroom for maybe 10 minutes until the lockdown was lifted. It was very fast, and I remember that afterwards I was sent back to my original classroom. When I had made it back there, I was only there for like a minute, and then the principal herself knocked on our classroom door. I then was asked to go with her. All of these things happened really fast, and I was confused until I was later told what was going on. Apparently Jake had invited me to talk to him at one of the bathrooms, and then told one of his friends that he didn't plan to talk to me when I got there, but to, quote, mess me up bad. I was told that he was seen by another student walking to the bathrooms with a possible weapon. What weapon he had, or what he was using as a weapon, I never found out, and I don't know if I want to. Anyways, when the kid saw him, he reported it to his teacher, which caused the lockdown. He was quickly found, and luckily, the teacher spotted me before I made it to the bathrooms. Jake ended up getting expelled from our school for this incident.
I was a pizza delivery driver during the summer between my freshman and sophomore year of college. During that time, I lived at home with my parents and worked at one of the pizza restaurants that was close by. Not too long after I started, though, I had a creepy experience. I was still pretty new to the job, and it was fairly late at night. I got a delivery, and it was probably like my 10th delivery of the night. When I got the pizza, I went to my car and started driving to the address. I drove a typical 4-door sedan and didn't mind all the driving required with the job. The address for the pizza was not a place that I had been to before. I knew the area pretty well, and we were close to a large city, so there were a lot of places there. It took me about 10 minutes to get where I was supposed to go. By the time I got there, I was very confused. There didn't appear to be any building. I had been expecting a house, maybe an apartment, or even a business of some sort. There was literally no building, though. It appeared as though I was at some park. I was on a quiet road, and on both sides of it was just grass and thick woods in the distance. There were a couple of park benches on the grass, and a path going into the woods. There was also a small, empty parking lot nearby. I looked around for a building, but there was none. According to my map, I had arrived. I guessed it was possible that somebody ordered a pizza to the park, but I didn't see anybody there. Plus, it was almost 11 p.m., which was a really strange time to be getting pizza delivered to the park, if you ask me. I wasn't really sure what to do. I thought about calling my boss. My car was sitting on the side of the road, and no other cars were in sight. I got out and took a few steps out, looking around. Then, I heard a noise. It was a whistling sound made by a person. The sound was coming from inside the woods. It was just farther than where the path entered the woods, and it was very dark over there. It gave me the creeps when I heard it. I figured whoever that was must have been who ordered the pizza. Things could not have seemed any sketchier. I took a few steps on the path in the direction of the woods. There was no way that I was going into the woods though. I stopped and then set the pizza down on the grass a short ways off the path. Then I walked back to my car and got inside. I sat there and rolled down my driver's window. Then I watched to see if somebody would get the pizza that I just sat on the ground. Nothing happened for a few moments. I then yelled out that the pizza was here. It was so quiet that I was sure they would hear me. At first, nothing happened though. Then somebody shouted from inside the woods to bring it to them. It wasn't a friendly tone at all. Kind of angry actually. I didn't know what to do. I was thinking of what I should say and was about to say something back, but I was interrupted with the sight of somebody emerging from the woods. I couldn't see him very well, but I could tell that it was a man. After taking a couple of steps, he started sprinting out of the woods in my direction. I quickly put my car into drive and sped out of there. I didn't look back and went all the way back to the pizza place. I told my boss about it, but he didn't seem to think that it was so crazy. I, on the other hand, still think it was extremely creepy. The way he was just hiding in the woods was really weird. I'm not sure what exactly he was doing out there. After that, I only worked for a couple of more months as a pizza delivery driver. I'm a female employee of a small shop in a decent-sized mall near where I live. Our store is so small that we only have one employee working at once generally. We're an actual store though, not one of those stands that are in the middle of the walkways. We sell mostly accessories and some shoes as well. So one day I was working and by myself like any other. It was sometime in the afternoon and the mall was pretty busy like usual. However, even when the mall was busy, we usually don't get too many customers. I was the only person in the store, and we hadn't had anybody come in a while. At one point, a man walked inside the store. He casually made his way closer to where I was at the very back center, behind the counter. Now, to describe the man, I would say that he was fairly short and thin. He wore a gray shirt and black pants, but they didn't seem to fit him well. He had a pretty bad haircut, to be honest, that was also rather messy. And as he got close to me, I could smell smoke and cigarettes. The man basically tried to pick me up. His method was pretty creepy though. He told me how he had been watching me today and he thought that I was beautiful. I couldn't get past the part where he said he'd been watching me. I don't remember the rest of what he said, but it wasn't much better. I was friendly to the guy until he suggested I leave right then and there and go with him. When I said no, he asked about when I got done and I declined his offer in the nicest way I could. The man left after that, walking out of the store and going to the right. I thought that was that, only to see the guy reappear about 20 minutes later. He walked by and slowed down significantly to look inside right at me. I ignored this. The guy didn't wave or anything and just walked past. He came back less than an hour after that and pretty much did the same thing, but was farther away. I guess he really had been watching me. It was making me sort of uncomfortable, but as long as he didn't come in the store again, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. There were only a few more customers in the rest of my shift for that day. I tried to ignore what was going on outside, like if the man was walking by or watching me. Things went pretty smoothly for the most part. I ended up getting off of work several hours later. I left the store and started walking down the hallway to the parking garage where I always parked at. It was in the west side of the mall, and it took me maybe 10 minutes to walk there. By this time, the mall was still pretty busy, and there were people all over the place. As I was walking, I made it no more than 100 feet before glancing behind me and seeing the same man again. It was a terrible feeling, knowing that he was still there and he most likely saw me. I kept walking towards the exits, checking back every so often, and each time that I did, not only was the man still following me, but he was slightly closer than before. There was still a number of people between us, but this guy was going to catch up with me eventually. What he planned on doing when he did, I had no idea. I decided to turn at a spot I didn't normally to try and throw the man off. He kept following me there. The thought occurred to me that I could find a mall security guard and tell them about the situation. The only problem was that it was hard to predict where in the mall the security guards would be. We had a decent number of them, but as busy as our mall got, many of them might not be available at once. I walked around trying to find somebody, with the man still trailing me a ways back. This went on for several minutes with no luck. I went down probably 3 or 4 different walkways and saw hundreds of people, but none of them were a security guard. I decided then to just leave. There were so many people that I had to be able to lose the man if I tried hard enough. I began walking faster and more erratic. I got some strange looks from people as I did, but I didn't even care. I went in one of the bigger stores that had a lot of customers in it and saw the man enter not long after me. I went up and down a few aisles of the store and then quickly walked out. Once I was out, I turned a corner extremely fast and then didn't notice the man after me. I had finally lost him. Still, I walked a ways further just to be safe. When I was sure that I had lost him, I finally started going out to my car. I made my way through the rest of the mall, which took a while because I was on the complete other side now. I was very careful and checked for the man over and over. I didn't see him at all though. At last, I had made it out into the parking garage. As I was walking to my car, suddenly I saw the guy again. He was a pretty far ways away and wasn't looking at me. I quickly walked into the opposite direction, which is where my car was. I walked as fast as I could and finally made it to my vehicle. I wasted no time and got in, started the engine, and drove off. Luckily, I wasn't followed by the guy. I was able to make it home safely. I had the next few days off, and when I worked again, I didn't notice him at all. I haven't seen him since, and I'm hoping that I don't. When I saw the man in the parking garage, I actually think that it was a coincidence. He didn't seem to notice me, and he wasn't by my car either. Still, I will never forget the creepy feeling when I saw him there. Amanda, and this happened a few years ago when I was younger. During that time, I lived with my 2 brothers, my sister, and my parents. We were hanging out one night, and between all of us, we would run out of things quickly. My siblings and I were hungry, and me, being one of the older siblings, and 17 at the time, offered to go to the store. Everyone else was busy doing their own thing, so I left the house and got inside my car. I was only planning on getting a few things and would not be gone for too long. The closest store to us was a Family Dollar that was probably less than 5 minutes away. I decided to go there because it was so close, and plus, the prices were really cheap. By this time, it was maybe 8 p.m. or so. I got to Family Dollar and I went inside. Once in the store, I saw a few other people shopping. I made my way to the snack aisle and started looking around. There were a few things that my siblings had specifically asked for. Like, for example, I know somebody wanted the TGI Fridays potato skins. I was looking around and having a difficult time finding them when a man approached me. He said, "Need help finding anything?" Just out of instincts, I said, "No thanks." I knew that what I was looking for was nearby and in this aisle. The guy then started walking away. I hadn't even looked at him, but as he left the aisle, I did. I realized that the man didn't even work there. He was just wearing a t-shirt and jeans. A little strange, but whatever. I went back to shopping. I found a few things and put them in the shopping basket that I had. Then I made my way to the next aisle over. I started out being the only person in that aisle, but soon the same man approached me again. This time, he walked about 5 feet away from me or less and just kind of stared in my direction. I kept looking at the items on the shelves until I could tell that he was staring at me. Then I looked over. The man was looking at my basket and he started saying the products that I had in it. Chips, trail mix, Coca-Cola. Fun night planned? I just kind of laughed and said I was just picking up some snacks. The man asked me if I lived around here. I said sort of. By the way, this guy was much older than me and gave me a sort of creepy feeling immediately. He asked me a couple of more questions, like what neighborhood I lived in and who I lived with. I found the questions to be odd, and I gave as basic responses as I could. The man asked me what else I was getting, and I said a couple of other things. I decided to walk out of that aisle because it seemed like the conversation had sort of ended. But the man then walked with me to the next aisle. It was really awkward, and I couldn't even think of what else I wanted to get anymore. I think I grabbed like one or two more things, and then just sort of walked around. The guy would not leave me alone. After awkward silence, he asked me if I needed a ride home or anything. I told him no, I drove myself there. The guy then asked me if I wanted to hang out with him. I told him no thanks. I headed to the checkouts then. I just wanted to get out of there and away from that creep. When I did, he started to follow me to the checkout. The uncomfortableness was unbelievable. Finally, I made it to the checkout area, and the guy was still standing right next to me, as if we had gone there together. He even offered to pay for my items, but I said no, and I paid myself. After that, I started to leave, but I had a bad feeling like the guy was going to follow me home. I happened to notice that there were a few bathrooms nearby. I walked over to one, and the man kind of stopped when he realized I was going to use the restroom. When I got inside, I locked the door. I didn't have to use the bathroom, but I just wanted to get away from the guy. I stayed in there for a while. I didn't really have a plan, but I thought maybe if I was in there for a long time, he would leave. I just went on my phone in there and waited for like 15 minutes. When I came out, the man wasn't there anymore. I saw the woman working at the counter that I had checked out at. She looked sort of concerned. I went over to her and asked her if the guy was still there who had been standing near me. The woman said that he walked towards the back of the store. She said that he was just standing around the bathrooms, and she asked him if he needed help with anything. The guy then just said no and walked away. She asked if I knew him. I told her no, and I told her how he wouldn't leave me alone. She said she could kind of tell, and just as we were talking, the man started to come back into sight from the back of the store. He walked over to me and said, "Ready to go?" The employee asked the man if he even knew me, and he said yes. She then told him that she knew he was lying. The woman threatened to call the police right there if the guy didn't leave. And luckily, he actually did. After he was gone, I was able to drive back home and make it safely. And I'm happy to say, I never saw that guy again. When I was about 10 years old, I lived in the city, not too far from a McDonald's. I remember one day I convinced my mom to let me go there alone to get some food. She was busy with something and gave me a few dollars and told me to come back quickly. I was excited, and it made me feel like a grown-up to go out on my own. I had done it several times before, and it wasn't a daily thing, but here and there I would. So I left, and I made my way to the McDonald's. It took me about 10 minutes to walk there. After leaving our house, I only had to walk to the end of the street, then cross a busy one. Then I went down a ways before the McDonald's was on the right side. As I approached the restaurant, a sudden urge to use the bathroom hit me. When I got inside, I saw that the place wasn't very busy, and I walked over to the bathrooms to use it before ordering. When I got inside the bathroom, nobody else was in there. I went into a stall, but only about a minute later, I heard the bathroom door open and close. This was followed by footsteps, but the footsteps didn't go in far. They seemed to stop just inside the door, and I thought this was kind of weird. I kept expecting them to walk further in, but they didn't. After about a minute, I ducked down and looked underneath the bathroom stall that I was in. I saw black shoes and the bottom of some black pants. They were standing right in front of the door. I wanted to leave, but I would have to walk past the person, so I decided to wait. As I sat in the bathroom stall, I couldn't believe how or why this person was standing there for so long. I decided that I was going to stay in the bathroom stall until they left. Eventually, after probably 10 more minutes, I heard the door open and the person walk out. I felt much better. The whole thing seemed really strange to me. Finally, I was able to leave the bathroom stall, and after I walked out of the bathroom, I looked around the restaurant. There still weren't very many people in there. However, not long after leaving the restrooms, as I was making my way over to order, I saw one man who was sitting in the corner of the restaurant. I noticed his black shoes and pants, and I realized this was more than likely the same guy. I hurried up and went to the counter to order, and I did not see the man as I did. After ordering, it didn't take long at all for me to get my food, and I then left the restaurant to walk home. I began making my way back along the sidewalk, but before making it more than 2 minutes, I had a bad feeling. I looked back, and sure enough, the same guy was trailing me. He was a little ways back and not right up on me, but it still made me really nervous. Could he be following me? This was the same man who had just been standing inside the bathroom door for so long. I kept looking back every so often, and the man was always behind me. When I started walking faster intentionally, the guy definitely did the same thing. I was now getting really worried. What if this guy followed me all the way back to my house? And what if he ran up behind me and tried to grab me or something before I could get home? As I approached the busy street to wait at the crosswalk before crossing, I had to stop. The man would probably catch up to me before I would make it across the street. That's when I decided to just go for it. I started sprinting across the road, with many cars still on it. I felt confident that I could make it and would not be hit by a car, but nevertheless, multiple cars honked at me as I ran. But luckily, I did make it across safely. I looked back and saw the man starting to run out into the street as well, but a car quickly approached and honked at him. He backed up and stayed on the other side. I used this opportunity to run up into my street and out of sight of the man. I ran the whole rest of the way home and made it back a short time later. After making it home, I told my mom all about the experience, and as a result, I was not allowed to go anywhere on my own for a while, but I didn't mind a bit. I was worried that the man would have somehow found out where we lived, and I worried about that for weeks, but luckily, I don't believe he did, because I never saw him again after that.
I'm a female, and this happened a few years ago when I was in college. It was during finals week at the end of the school year. I had lots of studying to do to get ready for my final exams. There was a Starbucks between my apartment that I shared with my roommate and campus. I occasionally went there to study because I could focus better than at our apartment. Drinking some caffeine would also help me focus typically. One day, I entered the Starbucks off campus later in the morning. Things were pretty quiet because it was after the morning rush. There were a few people on laptops and stuff, and I brought mine as well as some school notes and books. I sat down at a table, got my stuff out, and then went up and ordered a drink. Then I got to work studying for some of my exams. Probably an hour or two later, I was still there and going strong. I was very focused and not really paying that much attention to my surroundings. That's when seemingly out of nowhere, a man approached. He was tall, sort of thin, and much older than I was at the time. He waved at me briefly as he stood there on the other side of the table I was at. He asked me what I was doing, and I told him that I was studying for my final exams. The man then asked if he could buy me a drink. I told him no thanks and smiled politely. Then I pointed to the drink that I already had. The guy said, "You're finished though." I had in fact finished it, but the cup was not see-through, so I'm not sure how he knew that. I told him that I didn't want another one though, and I was good. The guy stood there for a few moments and then just kind of walked away. I looked back at my laptop, but then looked up again a few seconds later to see where he went. He sat down in the corner across from me, but a decent ways away. After sitting down, he immediately looked up in my direction, and I looked back at my laptop. From then on, I looked up here and there, and I caught the man staring at me several more times. Soon, I decided to leave because it was causing me to not focus as well. I had a good amount of studying done though. I left and went back to my apartment. I didn't have any more classes for the day, so I stayed at my place. My roommate got back later that night, and I continued to do some more studying in my room. I had an exam the next morning and another one the following day. At about 10 p.m., I decided to go to bed. As I was getting ready, there was a knock on the front door of our apartment. I assumed it was probably somebody there from my roommate, possibly one of her friends. My roommate and I got along well, but I never knew all of her plans. I didn't think too much of it until she came over to me and asked me if I had invited anybody over. I told her no, and she then said that some guy was standing outside of our door. We both went over to the kitchen where the front door opened up to. I looked through the little hole to the hallway, and the same guy was standing there. I jumped back when I saw him. My roommate asked me who he was, and I told her about earlier in the day. I had no idea how the man got our address. We did not answer the door. He knocked again several more times. In total, he stayed there for probably about 10 minutes, and it felt like forever. Finally, he left. I went to bed, and luckily, the guy didn't come back that night. The following morning, I took one of my exams and returned home to study for the exam I had the next day. This time, when my roommate was gone and I was home by myself, at about 5 p.m., there was again a knocking on the front door. I walked over and looked to find the man there again. This time, he was more persistent. The way he knocked was louder than before and faster. It was like he knew that I was home and was frustrated that I wasn't answering. Then, he even tried opening up the door, which was locked. I was terrified. What if he tried breaking in or something? I called my roommate and told her that the guy was back. She was on her way home, and I didn't want her to run into him. He stayed there, standing outside the door, but didn't knock again. He just stood there for a really long time. I kept watching, hoping that he would leave. After at least 10 more minutes, he finally did. I told my roommate that he was gone, and soon after she got back home. But neither of us felt safe there. Luckily, we had some friends who had a college house not too far away, and we ended up going there to spend the night. They had enough space for us, and we were both afraid that the man would return again. When we stayed at our friend's place, the guy didn't show up there. In fact, I only had to be at college for 2 more days, and I stayed at the same house the whole time. I just didn't want to go back to our apartment. My parents then came up during the day to help me move out of the apartment. I'm sure that the man probably returned, but at least he didn't break in. I still don't know how he knew where we lived though. He must have followed me back, which really creeps me out, but I had no idea. I'm just happy that I haven't seen the guy since. I used to have a Costco membership, but I had to cancel it after what was one of the creepiest experiences of my life. It all started last summer. I would shop at Costco every single week. I had a routine that I would go every Saturday morning and buy all of my items for the week. I would usually get most of the same items as well. Most of it was food and things like that, and it would usually take me less than 30 minutes to get it all done. The membership saved me lots of money because I used it so frequently. Plus, there was a Costco just over 5 minutes away from my house. One time, I went to Costco like any other and then returned back home. Everything was fine, and later in the day, I got the mail. I lived in a small but nice house in a pretty typical neighborhood. When I got my mail, most of it was just bills and advertisements, but I had this one letter that stood out from the rest. It was typed, but seemed like an actual letter because it wasn't professional looking or anything. There was no return address, and it didn't say who it was from either, but it did say, "Please read." When I opened it up, it was a typed letter on one piece of paper to me. The letter said, "Hi, you're a beautiful woman, and I love to watch you shop every week at Costco. I'm writing you this because I want to meet you sometime soon." After I read this, I thought to myself, is somebody stalking me or is this a joke? I didn't really know though. I had never noticed anybody following me around Costco or anything. I never went when it was all that busy either, so I thought I would have noticed. Usually, it would be about 10 a.m. when the store was still fairly quiet. I considered not going to Costco the next week. Ultimately though, I chose to go. I wanted to save money, and I figured that it was just a dumb joke or something. When the next Saturday came, I went back to the Costco at my usual time. It opened at 9:30, and I would get there at about 10 and be gone by 10:30. I started doing my normal shopping, going down all of the aisles I typically did, getting all of the products. I was careful to pay attention to if somebody was following me or not, but I didn't notice anyone. About halfway through, I was in one of the aisles towards the back of the store. On each side of the aisles, there were lots of pallets on the ground. There would be products on the pallets that you can buy. If you've never been to Costco before, you can buy things in bulk, and the store is kind of like a giant warehouse. Most of the products are not displayed the way that they are at maybe a Target or a Walmart. So I was shopping, and for whatever reason, looked to the right. There were these products on pallets, and behind the products, I saw a man hiding back there. He was far back, and hidden really well. He was also looking right at me. When I saw him, he quickly ducked down. I walked away and immediately went to the checkouts. This guy had to be the one who wrote me the letter. I didn't get a great look at him, but he seemed to be in his 20s and had darker hair. When I got to the checkout, I told the employee at the register about him. She said that she would talk to her manager about it. I just wanted to leave though, and I figured that the guy would probably leave or hide before they got there. I left, and that same day canceled my Costco membership. There was no way that I could go back there. This really creeped me out, because apparently some guy had been watching me every time that I shopped. I had no idea, because he probably hid in the aisles just about every time. Later that night, I was at home by myself and got a knock on the door at like 8 p.m. I got up and went to the window and looked outside. It was the same guy that had been hiding in the Costco. My heart started racing.
He knocked again after I didn't answer the door right away. I stayed in the living room and just wanted him to leave. After about 5 minutes, he knocked once more. I still was not going to answer. I stayed where I was, and after a little while, I thought that he left until I heard a knock coming from the back side of my house. He was now at the back door. This was creeping me out too much, and I called the police on him. He wasn't trying to break in, but was certainly trying hard to get me to answer. I didn't know what he was going to do if I did. He didn't knock for a long time, and I think then that he actually left. When the police got there, they looked around outside and couldn't find the guy anywhere. They said that if he came back, for me to not hesitate to call. For the rest of that night, though, he didn't come back. I didn't see him for several days, and was not going to go back to Costco either. But later that week, I got another letter from him. This letter was a little bit longer than the first. He said that he was disappointed that I didn't want to talk to him, and even more disappointed that I called the police on him. But then he said that he was sorry and was not going to bother me anymore. I was really surprised to read that, but the crazy thing is that after that letter, I haven't heard from him or seen him since. It's amazing to me how he stopped after going to such lengths. I mean, he found out where I lived and watched me while hiding inside of Costco. I guess he had enough common sense to know that I got the police involved, and he would possibly get in some serious trouble if he continued. Either way, I'm glad that I haven't seen him since, and I hope that I never see him or hear from him again.
One day, I was in school for a seemingly average Thursday. I was a senior in high school and in my third-hour history class. This was one of my favorite classes because the teacher was really cool. For this story, I'll just call him Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith was very laid back and would give us a lot of time to do homework in class. We would rarely have any actual homework because we could get it all done before we left. He would teach for a bit in the beginning, and then the end of class would pretty much be like study hall. We could talk and get work done. He would even let us go on our phones or listen to music as we worked. So on this day, it was a normal class period. I often had my headphones in as I studied, and I did on this day. We were working on our assignment, and I got done early. I would joke around with Mr. Smith sometimes, as did other students. I remember that I went up to him to turn in my assignment, and he asked me if I wanted to do him a favor. He said that he had to give back some iPads to another teacher. We had used them the previous day for a group assignment thing. There were about 10 iPads in this carrying case. I was happy to do this because it was something to do to get out of class. He wrote me a pass and I took the iPad case. It was supposed to go to a teacher's classroom that was a little ways away. I left the classroom with my headphones still in and I unpaused my music. Then I started walking through the empty hallways to the other teacher's classroom. At this point, there was probably about 15 minutes left of class. Soon, I reached the classroom that I was supposed to go to. I tried opening the door, but it was locked. I could see in the window as well that all of the lights were off. I found this a bit odd, but quickly figured that the teacher wasn't there. She probably didn't teach a class during this hour or something. I turned around and started to head back to my classroom. I walked about halfway back when I saw something up ahead. There was a spot where two hallways intersected a ways up. I saw a man up ahead who I didn't recognize. He clearly wasn't a teacher, and I didn't think he worked at the school either. It struck me as suspicious right away. I only saw him for about a second or two because he passed by one hallway and into the other. He didn't look in my direction at all. The problem was that he was walking in the direction that my classroom was in. I kept walking up ahead, and when I got to where the man had walked past, I stopped and looked down the hallway first. When I did, I saw the guy again. He was a long ways down, near where my classroom was. It appeared as though he was looking for something. I didn't want to go down there, and I started walking in the opposite direction. I took out my headphones at that point. Everything was silent. I didn't really know where I was going anymore, and I was trying to figure out what exactly was going on. After walking around the empty hallways for like 5 minutes, I thought maybe the man was gone by then, and I started heading back for my class. When I got back to the hallway where I had last seen him, he was gone. I was just glad to see this, and I started walking down the hallway for my class. Just a few steps later, though, I heard footsteps coming from behind me and around the corner. They were going towards me, and there were some bathrooms right there, so I just went inside.
I didn't know who the person was, but I really didn't want them to see me. By now, I figured that they weren't supposed to be in the school. After going inside of the bathroom, at first, I just waited inside. But when the footsteps got closer, I moved into one of the stalls. The guy passed by and did not go inside. I waited a little while longer before looking out of the bathroom. When I did, I saw that the person was a ways down the hallway, once again near where my class was. I left the bathroom and quickly tried to walk to the other hallway, away from this guy. I must have been loud or something when I did, because as I was walking, I heard movement behind me. I looked and saw the guy looking right at me. He turned and started walking in my direction. The guy was really far behind me, at least over 100 feet. I walked as quickly as possible out of that hallway and took another one. By this point, I just wanted to get out of the school or far away from the guy. I walked down that hallway for a while and then took a left to another one. I was going to the stairs to go down to the first floor. As I approached the stairs though, I heard somebody coming up the stairs. I stopped and didn't know who this person could be. When they came into view, I saw that it was a police officer. He asked me what I was doing, and I asked him what was going on. He told me that the school was under a lockdown, and they were searching for a suspicious man. I pointed him in the direction that I had last seen him. Then I went downstairs and saw several more officers. I showed them my student ID, and we found a nearby classroom, and I had to wait inside there until the lockdown was over. It lasted for probably about 15 more minutes, and then it ended. We were let out, and by then, it was time for the next class period. I'm not sure who that guy was, or what he was even doing. I also don't know how he got into our school either. I hadn't been able to hear that we were going into lockdown though, because my headphones were in, and I couldn't hear anything. Looking back, if I would have known, I would have tried to go into any classroom. I don't know what would have happened to me if that guy caught up with me either, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out.
About 4 years ago, when I was in college, I went to a university that was about 2 hours away from my girlfriend's college. I would drive down to her campus sometimes on Friday afternoons, and then we would hang out for the weekend. I would typically leave to go back on Sunday night. Usually, I would try to leave by 10 p.m. at the latest on Sunday nights to get back to my dorm on campus by midnight. I had a 9 a.m. class on Mondays after all, but many times I would stay later than I should. One time, I stayed until nearly midnight and then began driving back to my campus. Unfortunately, not long after I started driving back, maybe like 20 minutes, I began to feel very sleepy. I kept going and hoped that I would feel more awake, but I was only getting more and more tired as I went on. I was starting to struggle to keep my eyes open, and obviously, it was becoming a very dangerous situation. Then, I decided that I needed to stop and do something to help myself wake up. Maybe get an energy drink or something. I kept my eyes open to the sides of the road to see if I would pass by any gas stations or rest stops. I knew that I wouldn't be able to make it much farther without falling asleep. At the next exit, I took it, and I hoped that I would come across something. The exit led me down to a quiet road, and not too far down it appeared to be a gas station. I was really happy to see it. I pulled into the parking lot, but when I did, it appeared that the store part of the gas station was closed. The lights were off inside, and there were no cars in the parking lot whatsoever. I even got out and tried the door, but it was locked. I went back to my car then and got inside. I was still extremely tired. That's when I just sat back and closed my eyes. I wasn't thinking all that clearly from being so tired, and I guess I felt that maybe I could take a brief 15-minute nap or something. All I know is when I closed my eyes, it felt so good. I started to drift off to sleep, and I was out within probably 15 seconds. The next thing I knew, I was waking up to see a car was parked next to me. I was groggy, and I almost went right back to sleep at first, but I had a bad feeling. The feeling was almost like I needed to get away from there, and I was in danger. I looked at the car that was parked next to me. It was a silver sedan, and it looked to be about 20 years old or so. Then, the driver's door opened. I felt a little bit suspicious because they parked right next to me out of all the other spaces in the parking lot. I could barely see the person as they walked around the car over to mine. When they made it around, I finally saw them. It was a man wearing a white sweatshirt with his hood up, and he had on like a type of mask that covered his whole face. It was like a costume mask of some sort, but I didn't recognize the character. When he approached my driver's window, I had no interest to stick around. I started my car up right then, and as I did, the man attempted to open my driver's door. My door was locked though, and I put my car into reverse and then backed up and drove away from him. I saw him then start sprinting back to his car as I was speeding out of the parking lot. Suddenly, I was wide awake and I didn't feel like sleeping at all. I sped onto the road and then back onto the freeway. I wasn't driving recklessly or anything, but I was definitely pushing the speed limit. When I got back onto the freeway, I saw that a car was merging right behind me, which happened to be the silver car. I had no plans to try to outrun them, and I drove at a normal pace. The guy sped up until he was right behind me. He got within probably 5 feet of the back of my car, and he stayed at that pace for a good minute or so. There were no other cars on the freeway at all. This area was really not that populated. In fact, most of the drive from my girlfriend's college to mine was just farms and woodland. I don't think I had seen another car the entire time that I was on the freeway. I sped up just a little bit, and as soon as I did, the guy behind me did as well. I switched lanes back and forth once, and he did the same. Then he sped up and hit the back end of my car. I couldn't believe it. He then crashed into it again, but this time harder. I think this guy had to be crazy or something. Then he backed off, and then went forward and hit me for a third time. This time, it was so hard that I nearly lost control of my car entirely and spun out. I sped up then because I was desperate, but as I did, I noticed way up ahead that there appeared to be a semi-truck. I kept speeding up, and so did the guy behind me. When we got sort of close to the semi, the guy behind me then switched lanes and sped off, passing both me and the semi-truck. He probably went over 100 miles per hour when he passed the truck. I slowed back down again once I made it to the semi-truck. The truck honked at me, probably seeing the damage on the backside of my car. I slowed down more and then called the police about the situation. I'm not sure why I didn't think to call the police sooner, but it's probably best, or I might have crashed or something trying to handle the phone and driving. An officer came out and pulled me over, where I was able to give my side of the story. He had me take the next exit and then stayed with me while I called my roadside service. I basically ended up staying up all night from waiting for my car to get towed and everything. I'm not sure whatever happened to the driver of the other car, whoever he was. I would recommend everybody to not drive late at night unless you have to, and especially never drive if you're tired.
This happened to my best friend around 2 years ago, who I'll call Sarah for privacy reasons. We are both studying in the same city, only at different universities, so we're living in different parts of the city. One day, while Sarah was studying for her exams, she realized that there was no food in the fridge, so she decided to go out for a walk and do some grocery shopping. There was a fairly large and well-supplied supermarket close to her apartment complex, where she stopped by for some fruits, yogurt, and noodles. She spent around 15 minutes in the supermarket, only to be greeted by a complete stranger outside who started having a small talk with her. He acted like they knew each other, although Sarah is positive that she had never seen him before. Overall, my best friend is a very polite and tolerant person, but also very cautious of strangers. She described him as a short, overweight guy with a goatee and a wide, odd grin on his face. On the other hand, my best friend is tall, and she seems like a girl you would not mess with. She noticed that his fingers were somehow twitching while he spoke, indicating that he was nervous. The guy was at least 35 years old, and my best friend was 23 at the time. Immediately, she realized that something was wrong with this guy. First, he greeted her by saying he had spotted her in the area a few times, and then proceeded to ask her on a coffee date at a nearby cafe. Sarah was just standing there speechless, and politely declined him, saying she wasn't interested. It made him really mad, so he kept insisting that she go with him. When she refused again, he angrily told her that they would see each other again soon, calling her by her real name. She was absolutely dumbfounded by this, wondering how on earth this creep had found out her real name. She had no clue who this guy was. He didn't seem like a university student at all, but rather a construction worker, judging by the clothes that he was wearing. A bunch of questions came to her mind. She was afraid that she may have been stalked by him, so she threatened to call the police if he didn't just give up on his advances and leave her alone. Obviously, my best friend wasn't in the least interested in this creep, but if you think her story ends here, then you're wrong. The next thing she did was part ways with him. He stood in the same spot for a moment, and then, as she said, hopped into his car and started following her for a few blocks down the street in a dark-colored car with tinted windows. When Sarah realized this, she got even more scared, so she had to take some lesser-known routes in order to get to her apartment complex safely. The sun was just starting to set at this point. After some shortcuts, she managed to arrive back safely before dark, but she was left feeling paranoid from the whole incident, wondering whether he knew where her apartment was. She never reported the incident to the police, although she vividly remembered his facial features and overall appearance. Fortunately, nothing ever happened after this, and she has not seen the guy since. I really hope it stays that way. My advice for everyone is to stay safe out there, because sadly, there are a lot of narcissistic people who just can't take no for an answer.
I decided to sell my old desk on Craigslist. It had been lying around in my room, gathering dust, and I figured it was time to go. I took some pictures and then listed it, but after waiting for a whole week with no interest, I was starting to lose hope. Then, out of the blue, I got a message from a guy who seemed super interested on checking out the desk. We messaged back and forth for a little while, and soon I gave him my address to come and buy it. On the day of the meetup, the man showed up, and something about him felt a little off. Anyway, I welcomed him in and led him to where the desk was. The man had sort of long hair that was blondish red. He was thin and also somewhat short. He looked at the desk for a minute or two. There really wasn't much to it. It was just an old desk. But then he looked up and asked me if he could use my bathroom. I was confused at first, but I didn't want to be rude, so I pointed him in the right direction. He was in there for a little while, as I waited in the living room by the desk. Then, finally, the man came back over and told me that he really had to get going. He thanked me for showing him the desk and said that he would consider it. Then he left. I was sort of confused and also disappointed. The whole encounter seemed strange, and I was really hoping that the man would have bought the desk from me. Later that day, I decided to lower the price on the desk on Craigslist in hopes that it would get more attention. That very night, though, something strange happened. I was sound asleep when I suddenly woke up to strange noises. I sat up and listened closely. The noises sounded like they were coming from down the hallway. I couldn't figure out what was causing them, and they went on for what felt like forever. After waking up a little bit, I soon realized that the noises were coming from my bathroom down the hallway. This was really strange to me, so I decided to get up and check it out. I got up from my bed and slowly walked over to my doorway. It was open a little, and I stuck my head out to look into the hallway. Just as I did that, I saw the same guy who had looked at my desk earlier. He was leaving my bathroom and starting to walk down the hallway in the opposite direction of me. I quickly ducked back into my bedroom. I was really glad that the guy hadn't seen me. Still, I was really scared, and I couldn't believe that this guy was inside my house. I shut my bedroom door and locked it. I hadn't thought to be quiet, and it made a noise much louder than I had expected. After this, I heard movement, as if the man was now walking in my direction. Sure enough, his footsteps started moving closer to my bedroom. I backed up and ran to the corner of the room, farthest away from the doorway, got my phone out, and called the police. In the meantime, the man tried opening my bedroom door. When he did, I started freaking out. Then, he began banging on the door loudly, not as if he wanted me to let him in, but as if he was trying to break the door down. I looked around the room, but didn't really have any decent hiding places in there. I also had nothing I could really use to defend myself. As the banging continued, I worried that my door wouldn't be able to hold up. I looked to the window and decided that I would have to jump out. The bedroom was not very high above the ground, and I could make the jump to the grass pretty easily. I went to the window and started scrambling to get it open. It was a lot harder than I thought it would be because I was panicking. The bangs on my bedroom door got louder and louder. Finally, I got the window open, and I jumped out onto the lawn beside my house. Then I ran down the street as quickly as I could. I didn't really know where exactly I was going, just away from there. I wound up making it to the end of the block before running out of breath. Soon I started walking, and I felt much better and was relieved to be away from there. The police arrived at my house only minutes later. I saw the flashing lights from the next street over, and I walked around. When I saw them, I carefully headed back. When I got back to my house, I was able to see that they had caught the man who had broken in. I spoke with several officers for about an hour, recapping the whole situation. When I learned that officers had found the man in my bedroom with the door broken, I couldn't believe it. I'm really glad that I left. I'm not sure why the man broke into my house, though, and what his intentions were. I do know that he got in because he left the bathroom window open a little bit for himself when he had looked at the desk earlier. It was never really his intentions to buy it. To wrap up the story, I will let you know that I did end up selling the desk at a lower price several weeks later. When I was a kid, my parents used to leave me home alone sometimes. Both my parents worked, and they stopped getting a babysitter for me when I was around 10. I'm an only child, so I got used to being home alone pretty quickly. I was able to make several foods for myself and have snacks, but most of the time, I would just sit and watch TV or hang out in my room. The house that we lived in was one level and had a basement as well. There were 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms on the main floor, as well as the living room and kitchen. It wasn't a very big house, but it also was not tiny, and it never felt like we didn't have enough space. At the time of this story, I was probably about 12 years old. So, one night, I was home by myself. I really don't remember where exactly my parents were that night, but they were both gone. My mom had cooked me some food before they left, so I had it while watching TV in the living room. Then I went into my bedroom afterwards. For the next hour or so, I just kind of hung out in there playing on my Nintendo DS and watching the smaller TV that was in my bedroom. It was probably like 8:30 or 9 p.m. at this point, and it was completely dark outside. That's when I heard our sliding glass door opening. I was used to hearing that noise because my parents went in and out to the patio all the time. The sliding glass door was connected to the dining room area by the kitchen, and it was at the back corner of the house. We had a little patio with a table and a grill and stuff like that. It was like 5 seconds after I heard this noise that I realized it was strange. None of my parents were home, so who could have done that? We didn't have any neighbors who had just come over or anything like that, and I suddenly became very worried very quickly. I started to panic, and I didn't know what to do. This kind of a situation had never happened to me before, and in fact, I had never really thought about it being a possibility. The neighborhood was always quiet and calm, and it seemed just like any other to me. I tried thinking quickly of who would be there, but I couldn't think of anybody. My bedroom door was not completely closed either, but open about a foot. I thought about getting up and closing it, but I didn't want to make any noise, so I stayed where I was, sitting on top of my bed. One thing I noticed though, was that I didn't hear anybody walking around inside the house. We had wood floors in the living room and dining room, so I probably would have heard whoever was there walking. My TV was playing with the volume pretty low, so I knew I would have heard the footsteps. I sat there on my bed, not moving, listening closely for any noise, but I didn't hear anything. After a few moments, I grabbed my TV remote, which was next to me, and turned the volume all the way down. I listened very closely for probably another 30 seconds to a minute. I still heard nothing. I wondered if I actually had heard the sliding door closed. I definitely had. This was really strange, but after not hearing anything for a while longer, I started to feel better. I was convincing myself that nothing was wrong. Soon, I decided that I would have a look for myself. I got up from my bed and walked over to the doorway. My bedroom led into the hallway, and to the right was the living room. The dining room and kitchen were not in view from the hallway. You had to walk through the living room and then take a right to get to it. After looking around in the living room and seeing nothing, I stepped out. I walked through the living room and then to the dining room and kitchen. Still, I didn't see or hear anybody. This made me think that nobody was there. When I looked to the sliding glass door, it was closed but not locked. Now, this was a little bit concerning, but nobody seemed to be inside the house. Possibly a neighbor saw that it was open and closed it or something. That was bizarre, but that was the thought that came to my head. I don't know why. I tried thinking if the door had been open or closed when I had been out in the living room and kitchen before. I couldn't remember though. To be honest, most of the time, I wouldn't even notice. Maybe one of my parents had forgot to close it or lock it. I walked over to the door and then I locked it. Then I looked around into the patio and backyard. Our yard was pretty small, but we did have a bit of grass and a few plants and trees. Everything seemed fine from what I could see, and after that I walked back over to my bedroom. I really didn't know how to explain the bizarre sound that I heard, but I guessed that it could be nothing. After returning to my bedroom though, I decided to look outside to my backyard from my bedroom window. I usually had the window covered with blinds, as it was on this night. I lifted them up and looked out. Everything seemed fine from what I could see. About right after this, I returned to my bed, but was thirsty, and my water glass was empty, so I picked it up and headed to the kitchen to get a refill. After I walked to the fridge, I was filling my glass when I heard another sound. It was coming from the living room. Somebody was definitely in there, and I started to hear footsteps. The closest exit that I was near was the sliding glass door, and I sprinted for it right away. I unlocked it, opened the door, and ran out without even closing it behind me. I was probably the scaredest I had ever been. I didn't see whoever was there at all, but I knew somebody was inside the house. When I got outside, I sprinted out of the yard and around the house to the street. Then I started running down the street, just trying to get as far away from my house as I could. I'm not really sure where I was planning to go, but as long as I was away from my house, I felt safe. Luckily, at this time I had recently gotten my first cell phone. I had it with me in my pocket, and I took it out and called my mom. When I told her what had happened, she said that she was calling the police, and my parents would head home immediately. I'm pretty sure in the meantime, I just kind of walked around the streets of my neighborhood. Eventually, I got another call from my mom, asking where I was, and when I told her, her and my dad were there within a minute or two to pick me up. I got inside their car, and we drove to our house, which had several police cars in front of it now. I waited in the car with my mom as my dad talked to the officers to know the situation. When he came back, he said that the guy who had been inside the house was gone. The police hadn't found anybody inside. However, the house had several things in it that were messed up. One of the blankets that was on the couch was now on the floor, and I hadn't put it there. The doors to my parents' bedroom and the basement were also left open and had been closed before. But surprisingly, nothing was stolen from the house at all. We all went back inside a short time later, and I was pretty scared for the rest of the night. The guy never came back though, and I never saw him again. I'm just glad that I left when I did and got out of there. This is something that happened when I was a kid. I lived with my parents and my younger sister. At the time of this story, I was probably like 12 or 13, and the neighborhood that we lived in had a little bit more land. The backyards of all of the houses were kind of large, but the houses were still fairly close to each other. I knew a few of the neighbors, but didn't know any of them very well. There was one house sort of close to us that was next door to the west. Both our house and theirs had decks in the back, and the one next door was kind of small. I remember that I would go outside in the backyard a lot because I was a kid. I would practice playing sports back there and things like that. One time, I remember that I went outside, and I saw the woman who lived next door out on her deck. She was pretty far away, and it was kind of hard to see. It looked like she had binoculars and was looking right at me with them, though, and this seemed a little bit strange. I think it was just her and her husband who lived next door. They didn't seem to go outside much, and we rarely saw them. They also didn't seem to be very friendly. I know that every Halloween we would go to their house, and they would never answer the door. I ignored what appeared to be her looking at me and kept doing what I was doing. I think I was practicing some frisbee golf shots or something like that. I looked up again a while later, and she was still there facing me with the binoculars. It seemed so strange that I just stopped and stared at her to see if I was seeing correctly. She did not move. The woman was just steps from the door to go back inside. I went back to doing what I was doing and looked again a few minutes later. This time, she was gone. I was glad to see that, and I stayed outside for a while. Back then, I was outside basically every day. I'm not sure if it was the next day or a few days later though, but I soon saw her again. This time, I was in the backyard once more, but the woman was inside of her house. She was at a window, and I don't know which room it was, but it was a window on her house on the second floor. It looked sort of out to our backyard. I'm not even sure how I saw it, because it's kind of hard to see in, but I saw her again. She had binoculars on once more, and appeared to be looking at me with them. Now, our backyard wasn't that interesting. I had no clue as to why she would be looking out into our backyard. If she was just watching me specifically, then I found that very odd. I stopped and stared at her again. I wasn't necessarily mad or annoyed with her, but I was just confused. I wanted to know what she was doing and if she was looking at me. She stayed there, staring at me, and I stared at her. She barely moved at all. This went on for like a minute or two straight. Then, finally, I saw her move out of the way from the window. I went back to playing out in the yard after that. Now, each time that this happened, I never told my parents or anybody about it. It didn't seem like that big of a deal, and by the time I would come inside, I would have usually forgotten all about it. But a while after this, maybe a week or so,
I really don't know. I happened to be outside pretty late one night. It was maybe like 11 p.m. or something. It was summertime, so I would stay up later, and this also meant that it was nice outside. Now, people were using both of the bathrooms that we had in our house. I really had to go, and being a guy, when this happened, I would sometimes go out in the backyard. Even though it was really late at night, I went downstairs and then out the back door to the backyard. Then I was going to go behind this one tree that we had, but before I got a chance to even walk out to the tree, I saw something. I looked over and noticed a woman stepping out onto her deck. She then put the binoculars up to her face and appeared to look over at me. She was literally right outside of the door leading to their deck. This late at night, that was really odd. I just turned around and ran back inside. It creeped me out, and I just waited to use the bathroom after that. There was no way I was going to go back outside. Still, I forgot to tell anybody. I'm not really sure how I did it, but I just did. So that night, I went to bed. My bedroom happened to be down in the basement. Our house was a split level, with 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 bedrooms downstairs. My bedroom was partly underground and had a window that looked outside. After going to bed, I fell asleep rather quickly, but at some point, I woke up. When I did, I just remembered that I could tell it was still the middle of the night. I heard a noise coming from my window, and I looked over. I was expecting to see nothing. Maybe it was a bug flying against the window with it being summertime. But what I saw was the woman literally standing right outside of my window and looking in at me. It was the craziest sight I had ever seen. I'm pretty sure I rolled off my bed to the other side away from the window and onto the carpet. Then I hid behind my bed. I didn't want to look back to the window. I stayed there for a while, and when I was finally able to look up again, she was gone. I went upstairs and told my parents about it, and the next day, my dad went over to confront them. Her husband answered the door and denied everything. He said that we were crazy, and the husband was really mad about the accusation. My dad ended up cursing him out and then leaving. The woman never even came to the door. But after that confrontation, she never did anything strange like that again. I did see her a couple of times, but she wasn't doing anything weird when I did. Those people moved away like a year later, and a new family moved in. I still think about how bizarre that situation was, though, sometimes.
When I was in high school, some classes I liked and some classes I really hated. One of the classes that I found especially boring was economics. Part of it was the teacher that I had. He was nice, but a really boring guy to listen to. Plus, he would often give us packets to work on instead of more interesting ways to learn. Because of this, I would occasionally go for longer bathroom breaks during class. It was my final class of the day, so at that point, I was struggling to just stay awake, and I couldn't wait to get home. I remember that one day, it was in the fall, and I got to econ class and was extra tired. It was Friday and it had been a long week, so about 15 minutes into class, I asked if I could use the restroom. The answer was yes, which is what it typically was, and I walked out and into the hallways. I always felt good leaving a classroom when class was going on. I walked down to the nearest bathrooms and went inside. Nobody else was in there, and I went inside one of the stalls. As I was in there, I took out my headphones and put them in. Then I started playing some music on my phone and scrolled through Instagram. I would say about 5 minutes later, I got up and left the bathroom. When I got out into the hallway, I paused my music and took out my headphones. Then I walked the rest of the way back to class. When I got back to my classroom, the door was locked. I tried opening it a few times and then knocked on the door. I saw my teacher, Mr. Phelps, look out at me from the window. Then he opened up the door and let me in. When I got inside, I saw everybody in the class was sitting on the floor at the back of the room. They all looked at me as I walked in. Mr. Phelps told me to sit on the floor with the rest of the students and that we were under a lockdown. When I got to the back of the class and sat down, I asked if it was a drill. The kids around me were shaking their heads and saying no. Somebody asked me if I had seen anything. I told them no and explained that I had just went to the bathroom and I didn't see anything at all. We all stayed sitting on the floor in the back of the classroom for probably like 40 minutes or so. I don't know exactly how long it was, but it sure felt like a really long time. None of us knew exactly what the lockdown was for, and we didn't hear anything out in the hallway either. There were a few times when somebody asked Mr. Phelps if he knew what was going on, but he always told us no. At last, the lockdown finally ended, and we were allowed to go home. Everybody wanted to find out why we had been under a lockdown in the first place, and within a few hours, everybody knew. But it hit me harder than most. The lockdown had been caused by a suspicious man breaking into the school. He was seen very shortly after entering, and when questioned by a teacher as to who he was, he ran. That caused the school to go under a lockdown, and the authorities were called. When police arrived and searched the school, it took a while, but eventually the man was found. He was found hiding inside of the bathroom, the same one that I had been in just before. I was clueless that there even had been a lockdown going on because I had my headphones in. I'm glad that I was though, because I probably would have been scared about it. I do wonder how long after I had left the bathroom the man got there though.
When I was in college, like most people, I didn't have a whole lot of money. During the summertime, I would work a job, and at college, I did have an on-campus job as well. But I didn't get that many hours or that much money for it. I didn't have the time for a normal or even part-time job while I was at school. I had quite a bit of homework, and school was difficult for me, so I would spend a lot of extra time studying. But during my junior year, I really wanted some more money. I decided to go on Craigslist and look for some fast jobs that I could do. I went on one day and looked under the general labor section. These would be good jobs for me, because I was a pretty fit 21-year-old guy. Any kind of job like yard work or something is what I was hoping for. Soon, I saw an ad that simply said, "Yard Cleanup." This was just what I was hoping for, and I clicked on it. There weren't many details at all though. It just said, "Need someone to clean up my yard. Will take a couple hours. Pay $100. The ad had only been posted an hour earlier, and I responded. Soon, the person got back to me, and I agreed to the job. They asked me if I could come Friday night, and I asked the time. They said 9 p.m. This was kind of strange to me. I would expect to be doing yard work during the daytime. I should have questioned them and asked why so late, but I didn't. I was just afraid if I did, they would get mad and find somebody else, and I really wanted the money. Plus, I was free at that time, and it's not like I had class the next morning or anything. I agreed to it, and they gave me the address. On Friday night, I put the address in my phone and drove to the location. I had never been to that area before, and it was almost 20 minutes away. The location was a house with a pretty decent-sized yard. It was in a residential neighborhood, but I couldn't tell a whole lot about the area because it was nighttime and really dark. There were only a couple of dimly lit street lamps around. I let the person know that I was there, texting them, and then I got out of my car. I was about 5 minutes early and started walking up to the house. It was a 2-story house that looked pretty average to me. There were some overgrown bushes in the yard, as well as leaves and such. I walked up to the front door and rang the doorbell. All of the lights in the house appeared to be off, which was kind of strange. About a minute went by, and nobody came to the door. Then I knocked. Maybe their doorbell was broken or something. After knocking, I still heard nothing. I waited and then double-checked on my phone that I was at the correct address. I was. Nobody responded to my text either. I knocked one more time. Still no one came to the door, but then I heard something out in the yard. It sounded like footsteps, and they were to my right, coming from almost the side of the house. I looked over, but it was very dark, and there was also a tree in the way of my view, so I couldn't see anything. I took a couple of steps back to look. The footsteps were a ways away, but clearly in the yard of the property that I was at. When I moved back, the footsteps stopped. I called out, asking if somebody was there. I thought maybe it was the homeowner, but I didn't get a response. I was starting to feel kind of creeped out by this situation. Then I heard the footsteps again. I couldn't take it anymore, and I started walking away. I didn't look behind me, and I walked all the way to my car. I got inside and locked the doors. I looked out to the yard and didn't see anyone. Then I checked my phone for the last time to see if there was a response yet. Still nothing. Then I left. I started driving back to my college apartment, but when I was still on that quiet street, I saw a car appear behind me. I hadn't seen exactly where it came from, but it looked like it might have actually come out of the driveway to the house that I was at. The car followed me off that street and onto the next one. When I got back onto the highway to go back to campus, the car did as well. It stayed with me when I took the exit too. By then, I was getting really suspicious. I kept driving though. When I got about a mile from campus, the car finally stopped following me. It took a left when I took a right. I was able to make it back, but after that decided not to go on Craigslist anymore. I don't know if the car that followed me had anything to do with it or not. I feel like it did, but I don't have any proof. What I do know is that the experience was very strange. The person never contacted me at all after that, and I still don't know who was walking behind the tree. They definitely heard me when I called out to them, but didn't respond. I'm glad that I left when I did. Last month, I decided to sell my big TV with the TV stand on Craigslist. I got a new TV that's slightly larger and it's mounted on the wall. The old TV is in a large stand and I just kind of had it in the dining room. My wife had been asking me to get rid of it, but I thought that I could get some money for it, so I put it up on Craigslist. For a few days, I got no interest though. I was seriously considering lowering the price on it because, to be honest, it wasn't that great of a deal. But then I got some interest. A man reached out and told me that he might want to buy it. He asked if he could see it. I told him only if he was serious about it, and he said that he was. I gave him my address and we arranged for him to come and look at it the next night at 7 p.m. I live in an average-sized 2-story home that's just me and my wife. Because the TV stand and the TV were kind of bulky, I really didn't feel like lugging it into my car to drive it to some local parking lot. I figured it wasn't a big deal that I was giving my address to him. The next night at 7 p.m., I waited for the guy to show up. After 30 minutes went by, I sent him a text asking him if he was still coming. He responded saying yes he was and he was on his way. I kept waiting. By the time he got to my house, it was 8 o'clock and dark outside. When I saw his car, I was disappointed. He arrived in a small little 4-door sedan, and there was no way that the TV or the stand would fit inside of it. I watched the car drive slowly in front of our house, but then the car passed by, and I thought for a moment maybe it wasn't him, or maybe he was confused on the address. But he later parked a ways down, almost out of my sight. I wasn't sure why he parked so far away, but whatever. The guy then walked up, and I met him at the front step. He was wearing a hooded sweatshirt with the hood up, and he appeared to be in his 20s. I invited him in and showed him the TV and stand, and they weren't too far away from the door at all. I asked the guy if he wanted to buy it. The guy just stood there and looked at it for a few seconds. Then he said that he wanted to buy it, but he didn't get paid until Friday and would have to wait until then. I was pretty annoyed by this. I started walking the guy to the door, kind of leading him out. I asked the guy why he would come over today if he wouldn't be able to buy it. The man said that he just wanted to see it. He then walked out my front door and back outside. We said bye to each other, and then I shut the door. During this whole meeting, my wife had been upstairs in our bedroom. I sat down on the living room couch and turned on my larger mounted TV. My wife then came downstairs and asked me why the guy had gone into our backyard. I was like, "What are you talking about?" She told me that she had been upstairs and saw out the window. When the guy left, he walked straight around our house and into the backyard. I got up and went to the front window and looked out. I just barely saw within my vision the car down the street. It was still there. I didn't know why the guy would be back there, and I told my wife that. Then I went around to the back windows and looked out of them. At first, I didn't see anything. I asked my wife where in the backyard he had gone, and she told me that he had disappeared behind a bush. I kept looking through the windows, and then I turned on a light. I then leaned to the side and looked out one of the windows towards the bushes. Just barely, I saw the guy crouched down, hiding. I could only see part of him, but that was enough. I cracked open the window just a tiny bit and yelled out that if he didn't leave now, I was going to call the police. Just seconds later, the guy got up and sprinted away. I went to the front of the house and looked out the window, and my wife and I watched the guy sprint all the way to his car, and then he drove off. After that, I took the listing off of Craigslist. I also reported the incident. I regret giving that guy my address, and I should have known better. I'm glad my wife saw him go behind our house, because who knows what his plans were.
When I was a kid, probably about 10 years old, my family moved into a new house. It wasn't that big of a move, but maybe like 10 minutes away from where we had lived before. My siblings and I didn't have to change schools, but the neighborhood was different. When I was a kid, I loved to be outside,
Probably my favorite part of our new house was that it had a basketball hoop in the driveway. I had always wanted one, but our old driveway was too small, and the car took up most of the space. My brother and sister did not like to go outside as much as me, so I would often be out there by myself. Our house was bigger than our old one too, and the neighborhood was busier. I was hoping that I would meet some of the neighborhood kids and make some friends. I remember that shortly after moving in there, I was outside playing basketball in the driveway, and I saw a guy walking by down the street. The next day, I saw him again. I figured that he was one of the neighbors and he lived on our block. I remember noticing that he looked at me both times as he went past. Then, one day, I saw him walking down the street for the third time. This time, the man stopped at the end of our driveway and faced me. I wasn't really sure what he wanted. I kept playing basketball and looked over every few seconds or so to see if the guy was still there. He didn't move. After maybe 2 or 3 minutes, when I looked over, the guy waved at me. I waved back, but I was a little bit confused. The guy was wearing sunglasses, I remember, and for the most part seemed pretty average. He then waved me over and said hi. I started walking down the driveway to the guy, and when I reached him, he asked me if my family had just moved in. I said yes, and the man told me that he was my neighbor. He asked me how old I was, and then he told me that he had a son around my age. He said he was always trying to get his son out of the house, but he mostly just liked to stay inside and play video games. He told me that his kid would probably play basketball with me and asked if I wanted to come over and meet him. It sounded good to me. I would have loved to have a friend to play basketball with, and I told the man sure, and he told me to follow him. We both began walking down the street to the right. When we did, I expected it to be maybe a few houses down or something like that. I thought about telling the man that I had to let my parents know I was leaving. They had always told me that if I was going anywhere to ask them or to let them know, like if I was going to the local park or something. However, I felt like that would be an inconvenience, and I decided not to. We made it past a few houses, and then I saw that there was this one car parked on the side of the road. It was literally the only car that was parked on the side of the road. Most of the houses in the neighborhood had garages or longer driveways as well. There wasn't really a need to park on the street. I saw that the man was walking closer to the vehicle. This gave me a really bad feeling. Had he driven his car here? The car was a gray minivan. It was kind of old looking, I remember that. I just knew that I didn't want to get into a vehicle with this guy. My parents had always told me not to go anywhere with strangers. I thought this man was a neighbor though, and that didn't really seem like a full stranger to me. Then, as we got even closer to the van, sure enough, I remember hearing the lock click like it was unlocking. The man was holding keys. He told me to hop in when we were maybe 10 feet away. This is when I decided that I was not going to get into the guy's car. I turned right around and sprinted as fast as I could back for my house. The man did not chase after me. I think I had really taken him by surprise. I also don't think there was any chance that he would have caught me. I made it back home, ran up the driveway, and went back inside the house. For whatever reason, I didn't tell my parents about it. I think that I didn't want to get into trouble. I was much more careful when going outside after that as well. Luckily though, I never saw that man again. I believe 100% that the man didn't even live in our neighborhood at all.
I worked at Target up until as recently as 6 months ago. It was a job that I had for a total of 1 year and 5 months, working in multiple departments. I started out as a cashier, but then moved to mostly the customer service area. This is something that happened towards the end of my career there. I remember it like it was yesterday, as it was still pretty recent. It was a Friday afternoon, and I was working in the customer service desk. This store was a super Target, and we had 2 entrances. The service desk was near the entrance doors, and it was at the front facing the rest of the store. Things were somewhat busy, but manageable during the first few hours. Generally, working at the service desk was pretty easy for me, and I liked it a lot better than being a cashier. At one point, a few hours into my shift, a man came in the store, and I noticed him walking directly over to me. He had a big Target bag in his hands, and I was expecting him to be making a return. The man was average height, looked to have blonde hair, but wore a hat, and wore shorts and a t-shirt. Things started out normal. He told me that he wanted to make a return, and then pulled a laptop out of his Target bag. He didn't have the box for the laptop or anything, but he did have a receipt. It was one of the laptops that we sold, and it went for about $400. The man told me that the laptop did not work as soon as he opened it, and that it must be defective or something. He said that he wanted a full refund and was upset that it didn't work, and he would buy another laptop elsewhere. He opened up the laptop and tried turning it on, showing me that it didn't work. I told the man that he could return it, but I would need to see a proof of purchase. He then took the receipt that he had and showed it to me. I asked to see it, and the man handed it over. Immediately, I could tell that the receipt was fake. Working in customer service, I saw countless receipts and dealt with many returns. Sometimes people would try and return stuff with no proof of purchase at all. Other times they would try to return things that we didn't even sell. It was crazy the things that some people would do, but it didn't happen very often at all. I asked the man if he had any other proof of purchase, and he started to become angry. He told me that he had a receipt and said that that should be enough. He then started to complain about the laptop being broken again. I told the man that I was having a little bit of trouble with the receipt because I could tell that it was not a real one. I pointed out some of the differences to him. Some points of information on the receipt were in the wrong areas. The man insisted that it was real though. I took my walkie and called for my boss. They would have a better understanding of how to handle this situation than I would. When I did that though, the man grabbed the laptop and quickly walked away and out of the store. When my boss got to where I was, I told him about the incident. However, the man was gone by then. We talked about it for a while, but after that, I just continued with my shift. I took a break soon and then returned back to work. By the time it was the early evening, several hours had gone by. We were always pretty busy then, and things would eventually get quieter. It was when things started to quiet down and it was getting dark outside that I saw the same man come inside the store again. He walked in the doors that were near me and made his way into the store without looking at me. But then he walked closer. A couple of minutes later, I noticed him staring at me. He was sort of behind a display that we had, and there were quite a few things that would obstruct my vision from the rest of the store. I hadn't seen him for several minutes, but I found this kind of creepy that he was looking at me. I had to ignore it though. I didn't know what the man was doing here, and if he was going to just buy something, or if he had any bad intentions of some sort. Clearly, he had just tried to scam us earlier. I went on with my work. Things only got quieter for the rest of the night until I was off at 9 p.m. At that point, I walked back to the middle of the store where the break room and employee area was. I clocked out and then left through the employee-only exit door in the middle that led out into the parking lot. I started walking to my car that was at the back center of the lot. Now, I hadn't seen the man for several hours, ever since I had spotted him staring at me about 2 hours earlier. But when I had made it within maybe 30 feet of my car, I saw the man again. He came up from behind a couple of parked cars that were across from mine and behind me closer to the store. I had heard somebody suddenly walking out into the parking lot where I was. I looked behind, and there was the man. I didn't say anything, and neither did he. He just started approaching me and walking closer. I turned and ran for my car, and was barely able to make it inside before the guy got there. He actually tried opening my driver's door. Luckily, I had locked it just in time. I didn't bother staying there to see what the man would do next. I immediately backed out and left the Target. As soon as I was on the road, I called one of my friends, who was working at the Target still at the time, to let her know what had happened. I heard back from her later that the parking lot was investigated, but the man was gone. In the rest of my time working there, I never did see him again. I wonder, though, what his intentions were. He was likely upset that I had foiled his plan, but I was just doing my job.
I live out in the country, and I also enjoy bike riding. There are a lot of quiet roads around where I can go. Biking is also probably my favorite form of exercise, and I used to ride on an almost daily basis. One time, I went for a bike ride late at night. It was probably like 9 o'clock, and I hadn't been able to go earlier in the day. Still, I wanted to get some exercise in. The roads were very quiet, so I headed out to ride around the area. To describe the area, there are a lot of woods and some areas of farmland and open fields. I would see this all on my bike rides. I went about a mile down a nearby road and then connected to another one. This road I was going to take for a while and then turn around and head back. It was a route that I had been doing quite a bit at the time. On this night, I got to the final road, and maybe 2 minutes into it was passing by thick woods on the left side. The woods lasted for a while, and as I was passing by it, I heard some noise, as if something was moving just inside of it. I looked over and saw some leaves moving lower near some bushes and trees, but I couldn't tell what it was. I figured maybe it was an animal, like a deer. Still, it was a little bit spooky to hear that late at night when it was very dark the way it was. I kept riding and looked back again and still saw nothing. Whatever it was stayed in the wooded area. I moved on from that and kept going. After maybe 5 or 10 more minutes, I turned around and started heading back. Soon, I made it back towards the spot that I had heard the noises in the woods. I didn't know exactly where it was, so I wasn't thinking about it or anything. But suddenly, I heard more sounds coming from up ahead as I was quickly approaching. I saw some movement, and the next thing I knew, a large tree branch came flying into the road, right in my path. When it landed, I was only about 10 feet away from it. As fast as I was going, I couldn't get out of the way. I turned my bike to the right to try and go into the grass and avoid the large log, but I couldn't do it on time. I hit it and was sent flying off my bike as the bike fell to the ground. The good news is that I landed in the grass. It still hurt, but it would have been much worse had I landed on the pavement. I had been able to turn my bike just enough to avoid that. It all happened so fast, I didn't know what was going on at first. After landing, I slowly sat up and gathered myself. For the most part, I was all right. That's when I heard more noises from inside the woods. It was just a little bit behind me. I looked over, and soon, a man emerged. He was dirty looking. He had long blonde messy hair and a slight beard. The man started walking closer to me. I scrambled up to my feet and ran for my bike. I quickly got on it as the man approached me. He got within maybe 5 feet of me and I started to ride off. Something then flew past my head as I was starting to leave, and I saw that it was a rock. The man had tossed it at me. The man didn't say anything at all the entire time. I didn't know what his problem was. I rode off quickly and was able to make it home safely. I called the police and told them about what had happened. After that, I stopped riding late at night, and I tried to go during daylight hours if possible. I don't know what that guy was doing, but I could have been severely injured by him. I'm grateful that I made it away okay. Back when I was in high school, during my freshman and sophomore years, I would ride the bus. It picked me up at the corner of my street early in the morning and would drop me off afterwards. I went to an average-sized high school about 10 minutes away from where I lived. At least, the place seemed average to me. There was probably about 700 or 800 kids combined in all 4 grades. This is something that happened during my sophomore year. It was a school day, just like any other to that point. One class had just ended, and I was going to my final class for the day. As I stood in the hallway near my locker, I talked with some of my friends. I had a decent friend group of several other guys. The locker commons were always really crowded in between classes, and I remembered that the first warning bell rang. That meant that you had 2 minutes to make it to class. Kids started leaving the commons, but me and a couple of friends stayed. My classroom wasn't really that far off. I remember that one of the guys there was a grade ahead of us, and his name was Jake. His brother was Tommy, and Tommy was in my friend group, so I think that's why he was there. As I was about to head to class, I heard another sound come over the school speakers. At first, I was thinking, how could the bell ring again so soon? But it wasn't really the same bell sound for when class starts. It was followed by an announcement over the intercom. We were told that the school was going into a lockdown. All of us should go to our next hour classes immediately, and the teachers should lock the doors and turn off the lights. There was still kind of a lot of kids around, including the 4 of my friends. I heard one of them say they were going to just leave. Nobody wanted to sit in a classroom for who knows how long during a lockdown. One of the school exit doors was not that far away. There were already some kids leaving. I saw about 10 kids running for the doors and going outside, and more followed. There was only 1 class period left for the day, so I decided that I wanted to leave as well, but I didn't drive there. That's when Jake asked me if I wanted to leave. He said that he would give a ride home to anybody that wanted to because he was leaving. As he said this, he started to walk away. Half of my friend group was leaving, and the other half were actually going to their classes. Other kids were also leaving, and it became chaos. We had to leave fast if we were going to. I saw one of the teachers enter the hallway and start to tell kids to get to their classes. There were less and less kids around by the second. I decided to leave, but by that point, Jake and my other friends had already left. I remember the teacher yelling at the kids to stop leaving. There were probably like 50 that ended up making it out of the school. I was one of them, and when I got outside, my friends and I did not do a good job sticking together. Kids were literally running away to leave. They were going to the parking lots where students parked mostly, and some ran off through the grass towards a nearby neighborhood. The school was in an area that was mostly residential, but there were a few businesses down the road. There was a woods and all of the sports fields behind the school. The student parking lots were on the side, and then one was behind the tennis courts. When I got outside, I couldn't even see Jake or my friends anymore. It was basically chaos. Kids were running everywhere. A teacher took a step out of the school and told us all to come back inside, but nobody listened to him. I figured that Jake and my friends would be in the parking lot, so I ran in that direction. I had to kind of go around the school to get there, though. I wasn't sure which parking lot Jake parked in, so I went to the main one first. When I got there, he was nowhere in sight. I realized that it must be the other one, and I hoped that I wasn't too late. By now, most kids had made it to their cars if they were leaving. I sprinted for the other parking lot, but it was a ways away. When I got there, there was nobody. A lot of cars were still there, but I didn't see any students at all. I walked around, hoping that maybe my friends were in their car but hadn't left yet. Unfortunately, though, I didn't see them. I realized that they must have left without me. Now I didn't know what to do. I couldn't go back to the school because it was probably locked, and I wasn't supposed to leave in the first place. But I also couldn't go home because it was too far to walk and I didn't have a car. I started walking back up closer to the school, not really knowing exactly what I was going to do. I got to a back door of the school and tried going inside, but it was locked, just like I figured it would be. After this, I was going to go back around to the parking lot and then walk down the sidewalk. But when I turned, I saw some guy coming out of the school. I just knew that this guy had to be the reason for the lockdown. He was looking over his shoulder, was way too old to be a student, and definitely not a teacher. I was a long ways away from him, and I quickly ran behind a tree that was nearby. I was just hoping that the guy didn't see me. For a few seconds, I didn't bother to look and see where the guy was. I was expecting him to walk in another direction. But as I was still behind the tree, I heard the guy walking closer. I ran from behind the tree to the woods, which was maybe 20 feet away. There was no question that the guy saw me running into the woods. I was hoping that he wouldn't follow me. I got inside, went about 20 feet deep in it, and then ducked down and hid. I had no clue why the school had been locked down up until that point. I had been more concerned about leaving with my friends. After seeing a suspicious guy leave the school, though, I realized that I might be in actual danger. For a few seconds, I didn't hear anything, until I heard footsteps in the grass right outside of the woods that I was in. I couldn't take it any longer, and I got up and started running. I ran through the woods and then to the left. I didn't hear the guy enter the woods or anything, but I just wanted to get out of there. After like 2 or 3 minutes of running, I reached the edge of the woods, kind of near the street. I walked through the grass to the sidewalk and then ran down it. I kept going until I eventually reached a gas station. When I got there, I asked the employee working if I could borrow his cell phone to call my mom. I told him how my school had been locked down and everything. He let me, and I was able to wait there until my mom came and picked me up. Luckily, she worked not too far away from the school and our house, and was able to leave work without a problem. I didn't get in trouble for leaving school early either. The lockdown ended up lasting for the entire class period. In fact, students were kept there almost 10 minutes after the regularly scheduled time that school got out, so I didn't miss any class or anything. The man that I saw had entered the school, trying to pick up his daughter. It was a situation where he was divorced and hadn't seen his daughter in a long time and didn't have custody of her. He was also drunk and threatened a custodian when asked to leave. I'm not sure why he came over to me when I was in the woods, though. It was a really scary situation for me.
This is something that happened to me in the 1990s. My name is Jennifer, and I had recently moved into a house in a pretty typical neighborhood. It was about 30 minutes outside of a major city, and I was renting a smaller 2-bedroom house. I lived by myself at the time, and had a cord phone that was attached to the wall in the kitchen. That was my only phone back then, and I didn't even have a cell phone yet. I randomly got a call late at night one time. It was probably around 10 o'clock, but I don't remember exactly. It's usually unusual to get calls at that hour from telemarketers. I guessed it was probably from a family member or friend, and I answered it. When I picked up the phone, there was a man on the other end. I didn't immediately recognize his voice. He said, "Hi, is this Jennifer speaking?" I said yes, and asked who this was that was calling. He didn't really answer me, but the guy started talking. He said that I was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Then he described my hair in detail as he went on and on about how he liked me.
I thought this was really weird, because I didn't even know who this guy was. I didn't recognize his voice, and when I asked him again who he was, he didn't answer me. When he refused to tell me who he was, I was feeling really weird about it. I ended up just hanging up on him. It was one of the stranger phone calls that I had ever gotten. Clearly, this guy had seen me before. He described enough of me, and he also knew my name somehow. But I knew all the people at my job, and he didn't sound like anybody there. I just didn't know who it could be. I was hoping that he wouldn't call back, but he did, just a short time later. It was probably 10 minutes after I had hung up on him the first time. When I answered the phone, I heard him talking again, and almost hung up on him immediately. But what he said shocked me so much that I couldn't. He said, "Let me in." That was followed by a knocking at my front door. Whoever this guy was right outside my house. I couldn't believe it. I didn't even want to look out to see who the guy was. I was too scared. My blinds were closed anyways, so I couldn't see him. I didn't say anything to the man, and he repeated himself. Finally, I asked him to go away. The man said that he wasn't going to. Then I heard him knock again. I told him that I was going to call the police if he didn't leave. He didn't seem bothered by that. He said something like, "What are they going to do?" I hung up on him after that and dialed 911. I told the operator what was going on, and I was told that somebody would be there shortly. After I got off the phone with the police, I did not hear any more knocking. The guy also didn't call me back. After maybe 10 minutes, the police got there. An officer knocked on the door, which I thought was the man again at first. I checked out the window though and saw a police officer. I let him in and told him what had happened. He looked around my front and backyard, searching the entire property. Unfortunately, the man was gone. He must have left after I called them. The officer asked me a few questions and said that he would be around the area for a while. He said if something happened, to call again. I felt slightly better, but not a whole lot knowing this guy was still out there. I was afraid he might try to break in. After the police left, probably 20 minutes or so went by. That's when I heard a knocking on my front door again. My heart sank, knowing it was probably the same guy coming back, but there was a chance that it was the police again. I carefully and slowly crept towards my front window. I moved the blinds very slightly, just enough to see who was there. I didn't get a good view at all, but it was not a police officer, I could tell. When I saw this, I moved away from the window and ran back to the phone. I called the police again and told them that the man had returned. I was only on the phone with the police for probably a minute or so. After I got off the phone with them, the man called. He was still knocking on the door every so often. I answered his call, wondering what he wanted now. He said, "You shouldn't have called the cops on me, Jennifer." Then he asked me to let him in again. I really didn't know what to say, and I was really nervous. Eventually, I just hung up. But only about a minute or two after this, I heard voices outside my house. The police had come back, and it sounded like they had actually caught the man. I went to my window and looked out. Sure enough, it was true. When I saw the guy, though, I couldn't believe it. It was my next-door neighbor, a guy who lived alone in the house next to me named Dan. I had only spoken to him briefly once, but he must have seen me when I went outside. Sometimes I would go on walks in the neighborhood or do yard work. What a creep that guy was. I was able to get a restraining order against him, and luckily after that, I never saw him again. This is something that happened back when I was a kid. I think I was 7 years old. Back then, my parents had a membership to Costco. Both my mom and dad would go there all the time. It was probably the main store where we would get most of our groceries and stuff. One time, I went there with just my dad. I don't remember why my mom or any siblings didn't go, but it was just us. After we got inside, we got drinks from the cafeteria that Costco has where you could buy food and stuff. Then we shopped for all the things that we had to get. I'm not sure, but it probably took like 30 minutes or so. I remember that we went up and down just about every aisle, it seemed. My dad would take longer than my mom to shop because he wasn't as organized. He had a list, but he never seemed to know where everything was, and we'd go up and down the same aisles. After we were finally done shopping, we checked out. My dad said that he had to use the bathroom quick before we left and asked me if I had to go. I did, but I didn't want to use the bathroom at Costco and felt that I could wait until we got home, so I said no. so I waited by the shopping cart right outside of the bathroom while my dad went in. Probably less than 30 seconds later, I saw this guy coming up towards me. I thought that he worked there for some reason. The guy was sort of big and had glasses on. He asked me if I was waiting for my dad, and I said yes. Then he told me that I wasn't allowed to wait right there, and it was a new rule. This sounds so stupid years later, but I actually believed him. He said that he would show me where I could wait, so I took the cart and started to follow him. He said I could leave the cart there though. The guy went right around the corner, only about 10 feet away, and opened these doors. They led to some hallway that I didn't even know was there. We both went inside, and the guy kept walking to this door which led to the parking lot outside. By now I was very confused. It looked like we were going to leave. I stopped where I was, knowing that something was seriously wrong with this situation. The guy then stopped and turned back to me. He told me to follow him, but I wasn't that stupid. I started turning around to go back. The guy then walked over to me and he grabbed my arm. But then the doors that we had come through opened up. I saw my dad there, and the guy who had me turned around, letting me go. The guy then ran to the door into the parking lot and left. My dad came in and got me and asked me what was going on. I told him what had happened, and the police ended up being called to the Costco. I didn't realize just how serious of a situation that was at the time, but I do now. Years later, I still feel very lucky that I got away from him. I mean, my dad wasn't even in the bathroom for 1 minute, and I was right outside of it. After that day, I don't think I ever went back to Costco.
I used to work at a bar, and the story takes place during that time. Because of the job, I would typically work really late into the night. One time, I got done at almost 3 o'clock in the morning. It was maybe a 10 to 15 minute drive back, which was not too bad at all. All of the roads that I would take were also very quiet roads, like no highways or freeways. When I left work that night though, I had completely forgotten about the fact that I needed gas. The light had come on while I was driving to work, but I didn't stop, and instead told myself that I would get gas on the way back. Unfortunately, it had been a long day, and it never came to my mind. For some reason, I didn't even pay attention to the light on the dashboard. So when I was about halfway home, my car stopped running. I coasted to a stop on the side of the road, and I knew before I was even fully stopped that I had ran out of gas. I felt so stupid for not getting it earlier. I was on a very quiet road and hadn't seen another car at all. The area that my car was stopped in was covered in dense woods on both sides, but I knew that there would be a gas station coming up ahead. I had driven the route to and from work many times, and I believed the gas station was about 1 mile up the road. It would take me probably 15 to 20 minutes to walk there, but I didn't see what other option I had. I couldn't call somebody I knew because they would all be asleep at this hour. Things were very quiet. I opened my car door and heard a few crickets chirping in the night. Then, I went to the back and got out my gas container. I was a little bit creeped out with having to walk along the woods for so long. I walked around my car to the front of it and then got on the shoulder of the road and began walking. When I had made it maybe 10 feet in front of my car though, I heard a noise in the woods. It sounded like maybe an animal or something, at least 20 feet into the woods and a little ways up. Judging by the sound though, it had to be a pretty big animal, or maybe even a person. It startled me a little bit, and I stopped and looked into the woods to see what it was. It was really dark, but I barely saw some leaves and branches moving in the woods. I couldn't see what it was though. The noises continued, and then slowed down and stopped. I remained where I was, listening and watching the area of the woods that I had heard the noises from. Now it was just silent again. I found it pretty strange, but I decided to keep walking towards the gas station. When I did, things were quiet at first, but when I made it maybe 100 feet more, I heard the noises again. They were now way behind me and near my car, but still in the woods. I turned around and looked behind me to see what appeared to be a man emerge from the wooded forest and approach my vehicle. He appeared to be holding some sort of stick in his hand. I started to walk back, and I shouted at him, asking what he was doing and saying that that was my car. The guy was like 5 feet away from my car, and he then turned and looked at me. I was far away, but the guy looked crazy. He then turned his whole body to face me and started sprinting at me with a stick still in his hand. I started running. There was nothing else to do in that situation. I ran as fast as I possibly could to get away from him, and thankfully, I had a pretty good head start of around 100 feet. When I had ran full speed for as long as I possibly could, I slowed down and didn't hear the man behind me. I turned around and didn't see him. I was running so fast I wasn't really paying attention to hear if he was behind me. Plus, he had been so far back. He must have stopped chasing me and went back into the woods or something. I walked quickly all the way up to the gas station and finally made it. Unfortunately, the convenience store part of the gas station was closed, but the pumps were still open at least. I was able to get a few gallons of gas in my small container. Then, I turned back around and headed to my car. I'm not going to lie, I was pretty nervous to have to walk back, and the whole time I was fearing that the man might pop out of the woods at any moment. I walked as fast as I could with the gasoline in my hand, and it took me probably about 15 minutes. Finally, I could see my car again, but as I got closer, I realized that there appeared to be glass on the ground. When I made it back, I saw my driver's window and the back window of the car were both smashed. I looked inside, and nothing was out of place, not that I had much in the car anyways. I was furious, but also felt sort of scared. I began to open the fuel cap and start to put the gasoline in the car. That's when I suddenly heard more noises in the woods. They were pretty far back, but were getting closer. I hurried as fast as I could to pour as much gasoline in my tank as possible, and then ran to my driver's door and got inside. I then started the engine and sped away from there, seeing the man emerge from the woods again in my rearview mirror as I pulled away. I drove back home and called the police about it. My insurance was thankfully able to cover the window despite the crazy situation. I don't know if the police ever found the guy though. I also wonder what his plans were and what he was doing out in the woods in the middle of the night.
I went shopping one quiet night last year. It was later at night, but my local grocery store was still open, and they're always open pretty late. I think it was about 11 p.m., and what I liked about shopping at that time was how quiet things were. On that night in particular, I saw a couple of other shoppers, but not many at all. The store was rather large, and had just about any kind of groceries you could want. I started out near the produce, and then started going down one aisle after another with my cart. There were a lot of things that I needed to get, but with the store being nearly empty, I was able to shop rather fast. I had gotten to one of the middle aisles in the store, and I don't remember exactly what was in it, but I had been shopping for probably 20 minutes and was getting close to being done. I was the only person in that aisle, and the store was quiet. Just a soft volume of music played across the store speakers. Out of nowhere, I heard a loud crash from the next aisle over from mine. I decided to walk over and check out what happened out of curiosity. It had sounded like a bunch of things falling off the shelf. I left my cart there where it was and walked over to the next aisle over. When I got there, I first noticed somebody sprinting out of the aisle at the other end. They then went out of sight within a second, and I only saw the back side of them, but it appeared to be a man. Then I saw the damage that he had caused. A bunch of items laid across the aisle on the ground. It was like somebody had pushed them all onto the floor. Whoever had done it was gone, so I took it upon myself to put the items back on the shelf. It didn't take too long, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. There was probably about 15 items or so that had been knocked over. This had been a pretty strange thing, but when I was done, I just returned to my cart in the next aisle over. Then I continued my shopping. Like I said, I was close to being done, and I just had to get a few things from the dairy department. I made my way over there, seeing only one other customer along the way. When I arrived at the dairy, I was getting yogurt and noticed another customer. It was a man, wearing jeans and a gray shirt. He was standing around in the far back corner of the store. I didn't pay much attention and kept on what I was doing. But then, something crazy happened. I saw the man moving towards this display that the store had of a drink product. The guy walked right over to it and then shoved the display, causing it to fall over. All of the cans of the drink fell down, and it caused another loud noise. Drinks went everywhere, but luckily, none of them broke open or spilled. I found this to be really strange, and also realized that this was probably the same man who had caused the other mess in the other aisle. I figured it would be a good idea to stay away from him. After the man knocked the display over, he walked at a fast pace in another direction. I finished up getting the last few items that I was going to get, and in that time, I saw an employee of the store walk over and see the mess. He saw me as the only other customer in the area and asked me if I saw what had happened. I told him the story and mentioned the incident in the other aisle as well. The employee shook his head and then walked over to go clean things up. I went into another direction to go check out. I got to the empty checkout lane at one of the 3 check lanes still open in the store. Soon, I had paid for everything and was on my way. I left the store and headed to my car in the quiet parking lot. When I had made it fairly close to my vehicle, I started to hear footsteps behind me. They were moving at a faster pace, so I turned around to see, and when I did, I saw the same guy who had knocked over all the stuff inside the store. He was walking aggressively in my direction. It seemed as though he wanted something with me, but I didn't know what. I kept walking to my car, but there was no way I was going to make it before he got to me. When I had just about reached the backside of my car, the footsteps were right there, so I stopped and turned around. Now I was face to face with the man. He stopped and stood there across from me, the only thing between us being my shopping cart. I said hi to the man, not knowing what else to do. The guy responded by demanding the keys to my car. He told me that he needed them. This really surprised me, and I told the guy no. The guy then reached forward and grabbed my shopping cart from the sides. He then proceeded to knock the shopping cart over, spilling all of the grocery bags onto the pavement. As the cart fell over, I turned and ran for the front door of my car. The man had actually created a bit of an obstacle for himself. I pushed the unlock button on the keys of my car only when I was right outside of the driver's door. Then I opened the door and hopped in. I locked it immediately after. The man got there just seconds later and tried opening my door. He then started aggressively banging on the window. I started the engine and backed out as fast as possible. I actually backed into my shopping cart, which was laying on the ground still. Then I sped away, leaving the man standing there. When I was out of the parking lot and on the road, I called the police. I reported the whole incident and let them know that the man was still in the parking lot. Unfortunately, all of my groceries were left at the store. There was no way I was going back there, and I had to go shopping again the next day. At the end of the day, though, I'm just happy that the man didn't catch me.
As my freshman year in high school was arriving, I was an ignorant 14-year-old dreaming of having my own TV in my bedroom. I remember asking my parents many times, but they would always say the same things. They didn't have enough money, and it wasn't good for me to play video games all the time anyways. Their solution? If I wanted a TV so badly, I could buy one myself. The only problem was that I couldn't get a job because I was only 14, and I had no money. I remember searching around for jobs, but I just couldn't find anything, because you had to be 16. Then I got another idea. I realized that on Craigslist, lots of people gave away stuff for free. I started secretly going on every single night and began scouring the free listings for a TV. Figured if there was an actual working TV that was good, it would probably go pretty fast. A few weeks went by with nothing. There were a few possibilities, but they either seemed really sketchy, were too far away, or the TV was broken. Finally, at last, I found one that seemed perfect. The TV was not super big or new, but definitely good enough for me. It made me excited when I found it, and I contacted the owner immediately. I waited for the rest of the night for them to respond, but they didn't. I was worried somebody else had picked it up, but the next morning, I saw that they got back to me and told me that I could come pick it up that night if I wanted. This made me really excited, and I told them that I would. We lived in a really populated area, which meant that I could ride my bike almost all over the place. The address was only about 1.5 miles away. So that night, without telling my parents, I hooked up a wagon to the back of my bike so that I could carry the TV back. Then I set out to go pick it up. My plan was to put some bungee cords around the TV and wagon for it to be secure, and once I was home, I would show my parents. I figured that if I already had the TV home, my parents would let me keep it. I knew them pretty good, and my older sister had actually done a similar thing with a pet hamster. She didn't sneak out into the night to get it, but she had a friend who was giving away a hamster, and she came over and then they asked her, and my parents said yes. Anyways, the sun was set, and it took me about 15 minutes to get to the address that I had written down as the house. When I got there, it looked like just another house in the dense neighborhood. I parked my bike at the end of the driveway and then walked up to the front step. When I was there, I knocked at the front door, but saw that it was already open. Still, I didn't want to be rude, and I waited outside. I heard a voice coming from seemingly the back of the house. It was a man's voice, and he said something like, "Are you here for the TV?" I yelled back, "Yes." The guy said that it was his son's, and he was in the basement. He then told me to go ahead. I found it a little strange, and I never saw the person, and they never bothered to come and answer the door or greet me at all. I helped myself to walking inside and saw that there was a basement door that was open with stairs going down. The basement was very dark and looked really creepy to me. As a 14-year-old kid, I'm not going to lie, I had a feeling of what did I get myself into? Still, I wanted a TV and I wanted one bad, so I pressed on. I started walking down the stairs into what appeared to be an unfinished basement. It was just so dark down there, like none of the lights were on. I wasn't really sure what to do. The stairs creaked as I walked on them, and I neared the base. When I got probably 2/3 of the way down the stairs, I heard a sudden noise in the basement. It was like somebody running, but I couldn't really see. I stopped where I was and looked around. Then, finally, I saw them. Some guy was sprinting towards me from the other side of the basement. He looked insane. I turned around and ran as fast as I could back up the stairs. When I had almost made it all the way back up, I heard the man running up the stairs behind me. I got back up to the main level of the house and then bolted out the front door. I ran all the way back to my bike and got out of there as quickly as possible. I didn't see anybody leaving the house, but I also didn't stick around very long to find out. I rode my bike with the wagon attached to it as fast as I could back home. The wagon slowed me down, but luckily I wasn't chased or anything. I got back home and told my parents everything. I thought that I was going to be in trouble, but they were surprisingly nice about it. I think they were just really glad I was okay. They went on to find the listing and reported it, and I think that they reported it to the police as well. They told me not to worry about the situation anymore. Moving forward, if I wanted to find something on Craigslist, my parents told me to let them know, and they could possibly go with me. I did end up getting a TV not too long after that.
This happened when I was in high school. For some detail, I'm a female and was a junior at the time this took place. I used to walk to school and back every day because I lived pretty close to the school. So it would usually take me around 10 to 15 minutes to walk there, and I would take sidewalks basically the entire way. One morning, I left when I usually did at about 7:30 a.m. because school started at 7:50. After walking out the front door and leaving my house with my backpack, I saw a car on the side of the street. It was right in front of the sidewalk where I would walk past. I had never seen it before, so I didn't know who it was. I planned to just go right past it, but when I did, I saw the passenger side window rolling down. Somebody said something, and I looked over. The car was an older dark gray BMW, and the driver was a young-looking guy, but seemed to be a little bit older than me. He then asked me if I needed a ride to school. I had never seen this guy before and didn't think that he even went to my school. He told me his name was, I think, Ryan, but I can't remember exactly. He said which school he went to, which happened to be a school in the next city over. Then he said that he was good friends with Erica, who happened to be one of my best friends. Apparently, he was going to pick her up, and she asked him to pick me up as well and give us both rides to school. I said no thanks. I had never heard Erica talk about this guy before, and it just seemed really weird. The guy asked me why not, and I said maybe some other time. I wanted to confirm with Erica if she knew this guy at all. I figured there was a chance that she was friends with him, but she hadn't said anything to me about this. Obviously, it was a little bit suspicious. The guy seemed disappointed, but ultimately said okay. I kept walking down the street as he pulled away in his car and drove past me. But right when he got past me, he stopped his car on the road. He rolled down his window again and said, "Last chance." I said no again, and then he finally drove off. I walked the rest of the way to school and got there at basically my normal time. As I was walking, I texted Erica about it. In that semester of high school, my first hour class was English. By the time I got to class, I had gotten a response from Erica. I usually didn't get to see her before school because our first hour classes were on the opposite ends of the school from each other. She said that she didn't even know who I was talking about. I had a feeling that's what she was going to say. This was a mystery to me of who this guy really was and why he tried to pick me up in his car. He knew that I had a friend named Erica, and he also knew where I went to school, but I didn't know him at all. During that same first hour English class, probably about 30 minutes in, the school went into a lockdown. I had no clue what it was for at the time. We had never had a lockdown before in my entire time at the school, just a few drills. We were all told to sit at the back of the class. The classroom lights were turned off, and the door was locked by our teacher. We all sat in mostly silence for what felt like a really long time. It didn't really last that long though, it was probably about 20 minutes. Eventually, the lockdown was lifted. By that time, we were all very curious as to what was going on. By the end of the day, I had found out. A man apparently walked into the school after class had started and right past the receptionist. The only door that was open after class started was the front door. He was then spotted by a hall monitor who asked him for a pass. The guy walked past him without saying anything and went to the locker commons. Then he hid there and the school was locked down. Unfortunately, the guy ran out from the locker commons to the nearest exit and was able to get out. The school and property was searched, but he had gotten away. It was good that he was gone, but it was also bad that he wasn't caught. Some of us were wondering where he went, but it could have been anywhere. There was large woods behind our school, and I think they pretty much gave up on the search when they found out he wasn't on the school property anymore. Still, I had no clue who the guy was who had been inside the school. I didn't even connect the dots at all. After school that day, I walked home like I always did. I was less than halfway there when I once again saw the car that was at my house earlier. I got a bad feeling. This guy was not who he claimed to be, and I knew that. The car was parked on the side of the road again, on the side that I had to walk past. I sped up and started walking faster, but when I got even with the car, once again I heard him say something. His window was already down, and the guy said hi. I looked over and said hi, all while continuing to walk. He then told me to stop. I didn't and ignored him. Then he said, "You know I was in your school earlier." I stopped and couldn't believe what I was hearing. He then started to laugh, and it was really creepy. He basically bragged about how they had locked the school down, and he managed to escape. As he was saying this, he opened his car door and got out. I walked even faster until the guy started to run. Then, at that point, I had to start running too. Unfortunately, it seemed as though he was a little bit faster than I was. I could tell that he was gaining on me. I left the sidewalk and ran out into the middle of the road. Then came possibly one of the luckiest moments of my entire life. A car started driving down that otherwise quiet road. I ran straight for the car, and when I got close, noticed that it was somebody that I actually knew. It was one of my classmates, a guy named Matt. He saw me and stopped his car. I ran for the passenger side, while the man chasing me continued to come after me and was about 20 feet back. I got inside of Matt's car and told him to lock the doors. The guy chasing reached the car moments later. The doors locked, and the guy tried getting in and then began pounding on the door when he couldn't. Matt asked me who this guy was, and I told him to just get out of there. He drove away, with the guy standing in the street. I explained to Matt as I got out my phone to call the police. I told them everything, and Matt dropped me off at my house a short time later. The police came out and talked with me and my parents, and said that they would look out for the car that I described. That same day, the man was located by the police. He had been stalking me for several days without me even knowing. I'm not sure exactly why he went into our school. Maybe he was waiting for me to get back to my locker. He could have honestly passed for a student because he looked young, but he was actually in his mid-20s and not a student at all. This was years ago now, but I still remember it all the time. I'm really glad Matt was driving by when he did. I don't know what would have happened to me if not. I used to work at a Walmart a couple of years ago. This was my strangest experience. I mostly worked overnights and would stock shelves. It was an easy job for me. I would start at like 9 p.m. and at first the store would actually be open, but would close only like 2 hours into my shift. There would never be very many customers in that time anyways. A good number of us worked overnights because obviously Walmart is a really big store. On this one night, I happened to be working in the pets and supplies aisle, which is in the back end of the store. I had been working in that general area, but not that exact aisle earlier in the night, but by now it was about 11:30 p.m. Our store closed at 11, so we had been closed for 30 minutes now. As I was in the pet supply aisle, I was just stocking one of the shelves by myself. When the store closed, I would often put in headphones and listen to music while I worked, which is what I was doing. It helped work go by faster and easier for me. But out of nowhere, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. It appeared as though somebody had walked by. I looked over, but they were now gone. I assumed it to be one of my coworkers, and once a few minutes went by, I kept working. Then, again, I saw somebody at the end of the aisle out of the corner of my eye. I looked over, and this time the person did not walk away. It wasn't one of my coworkers, though. It looked like just some guy that I had never seen before. When I looked at him, he disappeared behind the next aisle. I got up and walked over and then looked down the next aisle. When I did, I saw the man disappearing out of that aisle and into the one after that. I took out my headphones and then radioed in on my walkie that I thought I saw somebody inside the store who wasn't supposed to be here. After that, I kept doing my work. About an hour later, I went to the back room. That area was pretty large in our store, but I was the only one back in that section at the time. When I was walking over there, I was sure that I saw the man again. I could see him hiding behind a box underneath one of the shelves there. I didn't stare at him, and I acted like I never saw him. I was going to walk past, but I decided to turn around and then go the other way instead. He was maybe 30 feet away. When I began walking back, I heard noises behind me, even with my headphones in. I started running for the exit to go back into the sales floor. I heard footsteps behind me when I did. When I got there, I opened the door and the man did not come out after me. I ran to find the nearest employee. That was Al, who was working in the electronics overnight at the time. I told him that I saw a man in the back, and he decided to come back and see. I had a bad feeling, and I wondered if the guy was dangerous. We both went back there anyways. When we opened the door to the back, we heard the sound of another door opening. It was coming from one of the doors we had back there that opened up to the outside. They were rarely used. We walked in further, just in time to see the guy walking out of the store and the door closing behind him. After that, he was gone. I still don't know how the man got inside. My only guess is he somehow avoided all employees and hid inside the store until after we had closed. I also wonder what he was going to do to me when he was hiding in the back and then followed me. Luckily, I quit that job not too long afterwards. This happened back in my freshman year of high school. It was an average school day, just like any other for the most part. I remember I was sitting in my history class, which I think was the third period of the day. That's when somebody came to the door of the classroom with a note. I remember back at my high school, a couple of students would work for the office each hour and deliver passes to the students. The passes would usually be for the students to leave school for things like dentist appointments or whatever. When the student got to our class, she handed the note to my teacher, Mr. Watterson. He read the note and then called my name. I was really surprised, because I wasn't aware of having any reason to leave the school that day. I thought maybe I forgot about a dentist appointment or something, but my mother hadn't mentioned anything, and I know she would have. When my name was called, I looked around and then got up and slowly walked to my teacher. He said something like, "See you later, pal, here's the homework." Then, he grabbed the assignment from his desk and handed it to me. I took the note, which also served as a hall pass, and left the classroom. I remember that's when I read the pass for the first time. The note said something like, "I will be here to pick you up for your appointment at 10:30. Mom." I guess I had an appointment of some sort. It just seemed a little bit strange to me. Still, I guess I was happy to be leaving school. I walked through the empty hallways, making my way to the side entrance. There was a parking lot there, which is where people would get picked up by their parents. I got to the doors and went outside into the parking lot. There, I saw a minivan, but it wasn't my mother's van. It was a different model and color. I figured it was somebody else's parent, and my mother wasn't there yet. The time was not quite 10:30, but I think it was like 10:28 or something. I don't remember exactly. I stood there, looking around, waiting for my mother to get there. And then I saw the minivan that was sitting there with the engine running, and the front passenger's window started to roll down. I looked and saw a woman turn her head over and look at me. We made eye contact, and I could tell that she was going to say something. Then she did. The woman said that she was there to pick me up, and my mother had asked her to. She then said that she was a friend of my mother. I had never seen this woman before in my life, though. I may not have been the brightest kid in the world, but I sure wasn't that stupid. I was extremely skeptical. I asked the woman how she knew my mother exactly, and the woman replied saying something like, "We're just old friends." I then told the woman that I didn't feel comfortable going with her, and I was going to wait for my mother. The woman tried to get me to just go in the van. I then turned around to head back into the school. This situation was starting to feel really sketchy. The problem was, when I got back to the side doors of the school, they wouldn't open. The doors were locked. I had forgotten that all doors to the school were locked during the school day besides the front main entrance. Then, things got worse. I looked back to the van to see a side sliding door start to open up. I wasn't aware that anybody else had been inside of it. A man emerged and started walking towards me. The van was maybe 50 feet away at this point, as I stood right outside of the side doors to the school. I felt like my only option was to run away. I turned and ran around to the front side of the school. I didn't bother to look back at all to see if I would be chased. Back then, I could run pretty fast, and luckily, I made it around to the front end of the school pretty quickly. I kept running until I got to the front doors, and then I walked inside. When you first got inside the front doors at the school, there was a little window where a woman sat during the school day. She would ask you who you were, and you had to show her your student ID or whatever. She asked me for my ID, and as I got it out, I tried to tell her about what had just happened. I must not have explained it very well though, because she seemed pretty confused, and to be honest, the whole situation was pretty confusing. I got a hall pass from my mother to leave school for an appointment that I didn't know what it was. Then, my mother wasn't there, but another woman was, and asked me to go with her. Then a grown man popped out of the side of the van. Believe me, I was just as confused as she was. After confirming my school ID, the woman at the window wrote me a pass to go back to my history class, and I was on my way. I walked through the empty hallways of the school, back to class. This was just about 15 minutes after I had originally left. When I walked back in, my teacher was speaking and there was a video that was paused on the board. I remember it was super awkward walking into the middle of class. Everybody was staring at me. They, as well as the teacher, were probably all really confused seeing me return soon after I had left. "Back so soon?" Mr. Watterson said. I just said, "Yeah, there was confusion and I didn't have to leave." I then sat back down at my desk and the lesson continued. Class only went on for about another 10 minutes after that, and then we were let out. My next period was English. This class was always pretty boring to me for some reason, but it was also fairly easy. I had Miss Gallo as my teacher, who was very nice. I got to class, and the day started like any other. But during this class, probably 20 minutes in, Miss Gallo got a phone call at her desk. She paused the lesson and answered it. When she hung up the phone, she told us that we were going into a lockdown, and she made it clear that this was not a drill. She seemed fairly concerned, and we all had to leave our desks and sit on the ground in the back of the classroom. We had no idea what it was about, and I truly had no clue either. I wasn't able to connect the dots for some reason. The lockdown went on for a good 30 minutes. Everybody was really quiet, and most people didn't say anything. Eventually, there was another phone call. Miss Gallo went over and answered it, and returned to inform us that the lockdown had been lifted. We were all relieved, and we finished up class, which didn't last too much longer. There was still another hour of school left at that point. By the time the school day was over, though, the word had spread, and I had found out what the lockdown was for. A man had walked into the school and completely surpassed the woman at the window asking for credentials. She asked him to stop, but he just blew past her without saying a word and walked into the school. He then disappeared into the hallways, and she had to call the office, who made the decision to lock down the school until the individual was found and identified. Unfortunately, he hid. It took about 30 minutes to find him, and the police had to be called. They found him hiding in the bathrooms that were right by my locker. And the craziest part was that it was the same man who had come out of the minivan that had tried to pick me up. This story remains one of the craziest things to ever happen to me. The woman and the man must have somehow created the note for me and tried to get me to leave the school. Who they were and how they found me, I truly have no idea. It really freaks me out to think about that part. Luckily, nothing like that happened again. The story takes place about a year ago. I was traveling all by myself on a road trip to visit family. It was a really long drive, and it would most likely take 2 whole days to get there. During the first day, I booked a hotel for a little bit past the halfway point. I wanted to get a little bit more driving done in the first day if possible. Things started out really well, and I only stopped a couple of times for gas, food, and to use the bathroom. I would stop at places that were the quickest, usually rest stops and gas stations just off the highway. I had been up since early in the morning, and if I had enough caffeine, it would usually keep me going. In the afternoon and early evening, though, I hit a rough patch of traffic. I think there was some road construction, and that was just a popular time to be on the road as well. Things got backed up and significantly slowed down for a few hours. I found myself now a bit behind the schedule I was hoping to be on. The hotel was already booked though, so I had to make it. Finally, at probably like 7 p.m., things started to clear up and the roads were much quieter. I was still almost 5 hours away from the hotel though. I stopped for gas, but then went right back on the road to try to save some time. At about 10 p.m., I was still on the road driving. I had an hour and a half to go, and I had no idea where I was. By now, the roads were very quiet, and I was one of the only cars driving. The area that I was in seemed like it was almost in the middle of nowhere. I was getting really tired as well, and had to use the restroom. I decided that I should stop and try to get an energy drink or something. My car was good on fuel, so I wouldn't need to get gas. I started looking for anything off the side of the road that I could go to. There didn't really seem to be anything, though. Finally, I saw a sign for a rest stop just up ahead. I pulled off the road and was happy to hopefully get some energy to finish off the drive. As I approached, though, the rest stop was a little underwhelming. It was very small, just a little building. There were some parking spaces along the road that went past it and then back onto the freeway. The place was very dimly lit as well, and nobody else was there besides me. I parked my car and then got out and stretched my legs. I'd been driving for quite a long time without a break. Then I walked inside the small building that the rest stop had. Surrounding it was a little grassy area with a picnic table and what looked like a woods behind it. I had been to a similar rest stop before earlier in the day. Once I was inside, I used the restroom and then left. There was nothing inside the building besides a men's and women's restroom and a small lobby area with just some brochures. There was no vending machine, which is what I was hoping for to get an energy drink or something. At some rest stops, they have the vending machines outside on the side of the building instead of inside of it. I decided to walk around and see if they had one. I went around one side, and it was amazing how much darker and quieter it was over there. I heard some crickets chirping in the distance. The ground went slightly downhill as I walked around the building, but there were no vending machines. I got completely behind the building and was walking around to the other side. That's when I got a kind of eerie feeling for some reason. I stopped and looked around at the woods in the night. Then I heard a noise. It sounded like something was moving just inside of the woods, which was about 50 feet away probably. I thought maybe some kind of animal was there, and I sort of saw a tree branch moving a little. I stopped to see what it was, because I was curious, but part of me was wanting to just turn and run back to my car and get out of there. Still, I stood there looking to see what it was. As my eyes adjusted more to the darkness, I started to notice something. There appeared to be a man crouched sort of behind one of the trees. The guy was looking at me. I couldn't really tell any details about him at all, but he appeared to have a beard. After looking at him for a few seconds, he suddenly stood up. There were no other cars at the rest stop, so I didn't know what he was doing there. After standing, the man took a few steps towards me. I had a really bad feeling, and then the guy suddenly started sprinting in my direction. I took off running for my car as fast as I could. I ran around the building and into the parking area. When I was running, I could hear the man gaining on me from behind. I made it to my car and threw myself inside before slamming and locking the door. As I was scrambling to start my engine and drive away, the man reached my car. He started pounding on the window, and I backed out and drove off after he had smacked my window several times. I got back onto the highway and was really happy to be away from him. I decided to call the police and let them know about what had happened. I didn't want somebody else to stop there and have to encounter him. As for me, I was able to stop a little ways down the road and get an energy drink. I was in the middle of nowhere, but I made it to my hotel just after midnight. I recently quit my job as a pizza delivery driver. I'm going to tell you why. I originally got the job like 6 months ago. At first, it was pretty cool and I didn't mind it. Most of the deliveries were all in the same general area and the pay was good. I would get a lot of money in tips, plus I didn't have to work too many hours. Sometimes delivering pizzas really late at night, I would drive on some really quiet roads. It always felt a little bit spooky, but obviously nothing actually scary ever happened. But then one night, about 2 weeks ago, that changed. I was working late one weekend. The pizza place that I worked at is open until 3 a.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. During the last hour or two, we don't get a whole lot of orders, but it always surprised me how many that we did get. At about 2:30 in the morning, I had to deliver a pizza. I put the pizza in my car and left the restaurant. Driving to the address took me almost 10 minutes, and when I got to the neighborhood, everything seemed typical. The streets were very quiet, and it was really dark out with it being the middle of the night. When I reached the house, it was about halfway down a standard residential street in the middle of the neighborhood. I parked my car on the side of the street, just in front of the front yard. Then, I got out of my car and walked up the driveway to the path leading up to the front door. Things were very quiet. I rang the doorbell, but did not get an answer right away. All of the lights inside the house appeared to be off. It was kind of strange. I started to get a bad feeling for some reason. I knocked on the door and waited. About 10 or 20 seconds went by, and then I heard movement inside the house. Then the front door opened. A man was standing there. He had on sunglasses and a hat, which I found weird, but overall I didn't really care. The guy took the pizza, just said thanks, and then shut the door. I started walking back, but as I did, I immediately heard a noise coming from near the garage of the house. It sounded as though somebody was slowly opening it manually. I had to walk right past it to go down the driveway. I began to take a few steps in the direction, but then heard more noise. I had a bad feeling, and couldn't see the garage exactly from where I was. Without giving it much thought, I turned and began walking right through the front yard to get back to my car. The lawn wasn't perfect by any means, so I didn't think they would care too much. But as I started to, I heard the noises again, followed by immediate footsteps headed in my direction. It sounded like 2 people were walking after me. As soon as I heard that, I started running for my car. I did not stop to look back. I hit the unlock button as I was about 10 feet away, and then ran around to my driver's door and got inside. I locked the doors and started the engine. Nobody was standing around my car. I put my car into drive and stepped on the gas pedal. As I was driving down the street, I then saw headlights of a car that was parked in the driveway turn on. Shortly after I passed, I saw the car pulling out onto the street behind me. I realized that whoever had been walking after me must have gotten inside that car. The car followed me for the first few turns back to the pizza place. I had a really bad feeling about it. Our 2 cars were basically the only ones on the road I saw for the entire way back. I saw maybe 1 or 2 others. When I made it back to the pizza place, I wasn't quite sure what to do. Should I drive around more, or should I just go there? I was being followed by these guys, and I took a lap around the block with the car following me the entire time. I then decided that I would just go there. I pulled into the parking lot, and surprisingly, the car did not pull in after me. I was really glad to see that. I parked, got out, and went back inside. When I did, I told my boss about what had happened. He was glad that I was all right. I was getting off of work very soon, and I didn't end up needing to make another delivery that night. When it was 3 a.m., we closed, and I was done. I was tired and said bye to my boss and left. I got back inside my car to drive home. When I pulled out of the pizza restaurant parking lot, I saw lights turn on from a car parked across the street. The pizza place that I worked at was on a corner, and there were a few other businesses with parking lots across the street and down the street. The car was in one of the parking lots, and it then pulled out behind me. I was being followed again. I really didn't know why anybody would do this. As I was being followed, I drove my way home and hoped that the car would stop following me soon. I was thinking of what I could do. Obviously, I didn't want to drive all the way back to my place being followed, but still, I didn't know what could be done. It was after 3 a.m. and there was no traffic. It would be nearly impossible to lose a tail. My place was a little over 10 minutes away. I got closer and closer and couldn't really think of any ideas. I would have to keep driving because there was no way that I was going to my place. When I got about 3 minutes from home, I saw a police car. It was parked on the side of the road in a small parking lot. I always would see police cars there when I came home from work late at night. It was a common place for them to sit and patrol the area. I had forgotten about it though. Right after I passed it by, I got the idea to drive over to it. I slammed on my brakes and the car behind me, still following, did the same. I then made a U-turn and the car did as well. Then I pulled into the parking lot that the police car was in. The car behind me started to, but then peeled away and kept going in the other direction. I pulled up right next to the police car and parked. I spoke with the officer and told him what was going on. He then said that he would drive around the area and see if he could find the car, but if I saw the car again, I should call the police. I then drove the rest of the way home and did not see the car. The whole experience really creeped me out. I decided to put in my 2 weeks after that and get a new job elsewhere. I'm glad I don't have to work those late nights anymore. Occasionally, I go grocery shopping after work. I work a pretty standard 9-to-5 job, and that's the most convenient time for me to go. One day, I needed a few things and was planning on cooking something for dinner. I stopped at my local grocery store, the same one I typically do. When I got there, it was really busy. The parking lot had many cars in it, and when I got inside the store, there were quite a few people. It wasn't terrible, but this was a very common shopping time for other people like myself just getting off from work. I made my way around the store, from aisle to aisle, picking up what I needed along the way. I spent maybe 20 minutes in total shopping. When I was done, I used the self-checkout to pay for everything. After that, I walked back to my car, put my groceries in, and drove home. When I was almost home, I stopped at a gas station because I realized that my gas tank was about 1/4. That's when I realized that I didn't have my wallet. I had it at the grocery store because I had paid for everything with it, but now it wasn't in my pocket where I always kept it. I frantically searched my car up and down and even checked in all of my bags and everything. It just simply wasn't there. This meant that I had to have left it at the grocery store. I remembered the scene at the self-checkout. It was quite busy. There were people at all of the self-checkouts and even a line of others waiting. But they did have employees that stood near the checkouts, so there was a chance that if somebody saw me drop it, that it would be in the lost and found or something. I decided to call the grocery store and continued on with my drive home. I could at least drop off my groceries at my house before going back, seeing as I was only about 2 minutes away from home. But as I spoke with the grocery store on my drive home, they told me that nobody had found a wallet and they did not have one in the lost and found. I was disappointed to hear this. I feared the worst, that somebody had stolen it. I arrived at my house, got my groceries, and began to walk inside. When I got up to my doorstep, though, I saw my wallet sitting right in the middle of my front step. I was shocked. I walked over and picked it up. All of the cash that was inside of it was gone, as was my credit card. My debit card was still there, though, as was everything else. I immediately went onto my banking app and canceled my credit card so that whoever had it couldn't use it. The cash was probably about $100, which I was unable to get back. Still, I was happy to have my wallet, but I wondered who had dropped it off, and I never found out. If somebody saw me drop it and picked it up, they couldn't have followed me home because the wallet was there before I even got back. It was like they knew where I lived, and my driver's license actually had my old address on it, so they couldn't have gotten it from there. I didn't have my address anywhere in the wallet. The only thing I can think of is that maybe it was one of my neighbors or somebody that somehow knew me or where I lived. To me, it still remains a mystery to this day. Several years ago, I was the victim of a wrong number call. My cell phone rang at about 9 p.m. at night. I was at home and by myself. I lived with a roommate in a 2-bedroom house in a suburb of a major city. When I looked at my phone, it had a number, but I didn't recognize it. I decided that I would answer anyways. I was kind of curious as to who was calling me. Spam calls generally don't take place at night. There was a slim chance it was somebody that I knew. When I accepted the call, I put the phone to my ear and asked who it was that was calling. At first, nobody said anything on the other end of the line. There was just silence. I repeated myself. After that, there was a few more seconds of silence. I was just about to hang up on them when somebody finally spoke. I could hear that it was a man's voice, but it sounded kind of raspy, almost as if they were trying to disguise their voice. They said, "Is this Jake?" I said, "No," and I thought they had the wrong number. The person responded saying no. Then they asked, "Who is this?" I didn't give my name, but I said once more that I didn't know anybody named Jake and they should dial the number again. The person didn't respond, but I heard them breathing heavily. I then hung up on them. This call was pretty creepy in itself, but it doesn't end there. The very next night, at an even later time of about 11 p.m., I got a call once more from a random number. I picked up, and after I said hi, whoever was on the other end hung up on me, only to call back about 10 minutes later. When they called back, they once again hung up, only about 5 seconds after I answered the phone. I decided to text the number and ask who it was because they kept calling me. They didn't respond to my text though. The next night, once more, I was called at an odd hour of the night. It was starting to annoy me now, and I didn't answer it. I blocked the number instead. But now, a different number called me, about an hour after I blocked the other one. It was really late now. I answered, but there was no talking on the other end. It was silence for a good 10 seconds before whoever was on the other end hung up. I decided to block this number too. After I blocked it, I thought that was the end, and for a while it was. A few days went by, and I didn't receive a single call from somebody that I didn't know. But one night, probably 4 nights after the last phone call, I heard a noise outside. I ignored it at first because it was just the sound of a car driving by. But when I glanced to the window casually, I noticed a car going really slow. It pulled right in front of my house and then just parked on the side of the road. This was very unusual and hadn't happened before. My roommate was gone at the moment. I walked over to the window and looked. It was a typical looking car, and it was night, so I didn't get a make or model. All I know is that it was just sitting in front of my house at nearly midnight. I opened up my front door to get a better view. When I did, the car suddenly pulled away. Now, to that point, I didn't suspect the car and the phone calls to be linked. But about an hour later, just as I was about to go to bed, the car returned. It pulled in once more to the exact same spot. It parked right in front of my house with the engine still running. I watched it out the window for a good 20 minutes. Nobody got out, and the car did not turn off. It just kept sitting there. I didn't want to go to bed with the car parked there like that. I also didn't think I could call the police for a car just parked on the street. I walked over and opened my front door again. Looking back, I don't know what I was going to do. I certainly did not want to approach them. But when I opened up the front door, the car sped away again. Some time went by, and I didn't see the car again, so I went to sleep. After that night, I never noticed the car parking in front of my house after that, and I never got another call either. I still think it was the same person, but what they were doing, I don't know. This happened back when I was a kid. I think I was 12 years old at the time, and it was about 20 years ago now. Halloween was one of my favorite holidays. I loved getting to hang out with my friends, put on some funny costume, and then go out and get a bunch of candy. This particular year, I remember that my friend Sean was coming over, and he was going trick-or-treating with me. Afterwards, he was going to sleep over at my house. I lived with just my mom and older sister, who was at her best friend's house. Sean and I left to go trick-or-treating at probably 5 p.m. I would describe the neighborhood that I lived in as pretty typical. There were quite a few other houses on my street, and we lived in a large residential area. My street itself was usually pretty quiet though, but we would still get lots of neighborhood kids trick-or-treating. Sean and I first went to all the houses on my street, and then we went to the next street over. We ended up spending hours trick-or-treating until our bags couldn't hold any more candy. I would say it was about 8 o'clock when we decided to head back to my house. During the entire time that we had been trick-or-treating, everything seemed pretty normal. We saw a bunch of other kids out trick-or-treating as well. It took maybe 30 minutes or so to walk back home, but eventually we got there. After getting back inside, Sean and I started going through all of the candy that we got. I remember that not long after, my mom went up to go to bed. Sean and I didn't have school the next day, so we were going to stay up late. We went into the living room and started playing video games. Probably PlayStation 2 or whatever was big back then. There were a lot of fun multiplayer games that we played, and we could do that for hours. But only like 10 minutes into it, the doorbell rang. Of course, Sean and I both assumed that it was a trick-or-treater, but it was pretty late for one. Plus, my mom had turned out the front light before going to bed. We looked at the time, and it was a little after 10 o'clock. This was definitely late for somebody to be trick-or-treating, but it was still a strong possibility. We paused the game, and I got up to check who it was. Sean followed me, but we both stopped to look out the front window from the living room first. We could see out to the front step if we moved the curtains a little bit. When I did, I saw that there was a fully grown man standing there facing the front door. It was not a kid or a trick-or-treater. The man had no costume on of any kind, and I didn't recognize him as a neighbor or anybody that I knew either. After seeing him, we quickly closed the curtains to the window, fearing that the man might look over and see us. We weren't really sure what to do, but decided to just ignore this. We didn't know what the man wanted, but it seemed weird for him to be there. Obviously, I wasn't going to answer the door late at night to some weirdo. The guy rang the doorbell one more time. I was kind of hoping that my mom was still awake and would come downstairs, but she didn't. After the doorbell rang for the second time, things were quiet for a while after that. Sean and I assumed that the man must have left. I felt a little bit better, and we were about to go back to playing video games, but Sean had the idea to check out the window to make sure that the guy was now gone. I agreed and walked over to the window. I pulled back the curtain to look out, but when I did, I saw the man was right there on the other side of the window. He looked right at me as I saw him, and I quickly closed the curtains again. Sean and I both sprinted out of the room and upstairs to get away from there. We went into my bedroom and closed the door behind us. I was really scared, but I felt like we would be safe up there. We didn't know what the man was doing in our yard or right next to the window, but I was hoping that he would just go away. Sean and I were talking to each other about what we had just seen, when suddenly, we heard the sound of glass breaking coming from downstairs. When I heard this, I got 100 times more scared than I already was. Sean and I both ran out of my bedroom and down the hall to my mom's bedroom. When we got inside, she woke up and I told her what was going on. There was a phone in her bedroom and she started to call the police. I went over and locked the bedroom door. There was a phone in her bedroom and she picked it up to call the police. I went over and locked the bedroom door. Then we all went into the closet of the bedroom and got inside of it. We didn't hear any noises, but the guy was downstairs somewhere. It felt like forever as we waited for the police to arrive. I was just hoping that we wouldn't hear the sound of somebody walking down the hallway or the sound of somebody at the door. None of us had any idea who this guy was or why he was here. After waiting for probably 10 or 15 minutes, the police finally got there. They searched the house, but the guy had left. He had broken the front living room window, right by where we had seen him. Several parts of the house downstairs had things messed up, and a couple of items were stolen. We were mostly just happy that the guy was gone, though. I'm not sure why he broke into the house. I was pretty scared for the rest of the night and thought that the guy might come back, but luckily he didn't. That was definitely my scariest Halloween memory.
This happened not too long ago. I live and work in a major city. I have a small apartment and do not own a car yet. My job is also in that same city and I ride my bike there every day. The city can get busy at times, but riding my bike has never been too big of a problem. There are bike lanes and other people out riding as well, but never too many. So just about a week and a half ago, I rode my bike to work one day. It takes me about 15 minutes to do so, and when I get outside of my work building, I park my bike there. There's a bike rack, and I'm able to lock it there. I had been riding my bike since I moved to the city a little bit over a year ago. After parking my bike just like any other day, I went inside to work. When I left, I returned to my bike to ride home, except I noticed that my bike tires had been slashed. Somebody had clearly and deliberately cut my tires so bad that the bike could not be used. I was really angry when I saw this. I figured that it was just some punk who was trying to cause problems. But there were a few other bikes on the rack as well, and none of them had their tires cut. I had to wait for the bus at the nearest stop and then take that home with my bike. For the next couple of days, I rode the bus to work as I waited for my bike tires to be replaced. After they were replaced, I was able to use it again. And that first day that I rode my bike again, it was fine. But the very next morning, after I got up, I went down to get my bike and leave. Everybody who lives in my apartment building gets their own assigned parking space in the parking garage below the building. In my space, I just keep my bike there until I get a car. When I got to my bike that day, I saw the tires were once again cut. I couldn't believe it. I didn't know who was doing this. I brought my bike up to my apartment and have kept it in there ever since. I've also been taking the bus to and from work every day. Nothing else strange has happened. I really don't know who did that to me, and it's very puzzling. I thought at first that it must be somebody who lived in my apartment building, but I don't know of anybody who would do that. It also could be anybody because it's not all that hard to sneak into the parking garage. If someone else was leaving, the door stays open for like 20 seconds. Still, I don't know of anybody that would do this. At first, I thought it was a random thing, but now I see that it's not. It really creeps me out to think about it. I'm hoping that nothing else like this happens.
This story takes place years ago when I was in high school. It happened after lunch period. The way my school worked is that we would have class, then lunch, then study hall. Class was an hour long, and lunch and study hall were about 25 minutes each. Your study hall classroom would be the same classroom that you had directly before lunch. But for me, I had gym class that period. It was 10th grade PE. The class was very easy and enjoyable for me. When we would have study hall, though, we would have to use a different teacher's classroom who had prep hour at that time. but a couple of times we were unable to get the classroom and then had to spend study hall in the gym, which was kind of weird. If that happened, we would sit in the bleachers or on the gym floor and do homework. Usually, the teacher would let us know before we went to lunch where it would be, and most of the time, we had a certain classroom. So on this school day, after lunch, I started heading back to the classroom. It was a decent ways away from the lunchroom on the other side of the school. I talked with some of my friends that I sat with at lunch for a while. My gym teacher was not very strict at all, especially with study hall. He didn't mind students coming back a minute or two late. The lunchroom cleared out, and I began walking back to class. The bell rang when I was still like a minute away. By then, the hallways were empty, besides me walking them. Soon, I got to the classroom. The door was closed, which was odd, and when I tried opening it, I couldn't. The door was locked. I also noticed that inside the window, the lights appeared to be off. I turned and walked away, realizing that we must be meeting in the gym today. I hadn't known, though. I remember thinking to myself, I don't remember being told that we were meeting in the gym. How did everybody else know besides me? I headed back towards the gym, and then I heard an announcement come over the school speakers. It said, "This is a lockdown, and this is not a drill. Please remain in your classrooms, and no students are to be out in the halls." I was about halfway back to the gym at that point. It still hadn't registered to me that the classroom had been locked down. I hurried up and made my way to the gym. When I got there, the doors were closed and locked. It was in that moment that I realized they were meeting in the classroom. I know I was a little slow on that, but I headed back to the classroom, now walking as fast as I could without running. I hadn't heard or seen anybody else in the hallways at all. It was completely quiet until suddenly I heard the sound of something hitting a locker around the corner. It was like somebody punched a locker or threw something up against it. The sound was very loud, especially to break the dead silence. I stopped in my tracks and no longer wanted to keep going to my classroom. I started walking in the other direction. In that moment, I heard footsteps coming from where I had heard the loud noise. My heart started racing. I kept walking and heard the footsteps continue. They were about to come around the corner now. I saw a staircase on the left and darted over and quickly went down the stairs. After getting down, I ran about 30 feet down the hallway to the first classroom that I saw. When I was there, I desperately started banging on the door. I didn't know what class this was, but I was hoping that they would let me in. After knocking a couple of times, I tried the door, but of course, it was locked. The teacher was not answering. I hoped that there was actually a class going on in there currently. As I waited, I heard whoever had been behind me now walking down the stairs rather quickly. I looked back and saw their legs appearing, but couldn't tell who it was yet. I didn't want to know. I turned back and kept banging on the door. Then, I heard the person behind me reach the bottom of the stairs and start walking towards me. All of a sudden, the classroom door finally opened. The teacher let me in and quickly shut the door once I was in the classroom. All of the lights were off, but I saw the students in the class were in the back of the room and on the floor. The teacher quickly locked the door, and then somebody actually tried opening it just a few seconds later. It must have been whoever had been following me. Then they banged on the door a couple of times. The teacher looked out the little window and then turned back and walked away. Some students started talking quietly. One of them asked me where I had come from. The teacher stopped everyone and said for us to all be quiet. I remember things got really silent for a while then. She went back over to the door and looked out again. I think by then the guy was gone. We remained locked down though for what felt like a really long time. I think it was almost an hour. Finally, the lockdown was lifted. I remember that I got called to the principal's office and had to answer some questions about what happened. They didn't really tell me much about the situation though. That was definitely the scariest moment of my time in high school. I don't know what would have happened if that person caught up with me. I don't want to know either.
I used to work at a McDonald's. I worked there for about a year, right after I finished high school. Working at McDonald's was a decent job for me. I made a few friends with coworkers, and I didn't love the job, but I didn't hate it either. Mostly, I would work behind the counter taking orders or passing out food to customers. One busy Saturday, I found myself working a shift
starting in the morning and ending in the afternoon. For basically the entire time, it was really busy. Our location would always get tons of customers, and it was really close to a shopping center. With it being the weekend, that also drew many people in. Time sort of flew by that day, as we all scrambled to keep up. There were quite a few of us working, and I remember at one point, probably about 1 p.m., the place was really crowded. I got an order to hand out to a customer, and I called the number. A woman walked up and accepted it, then walked away, only to return about a minute later. When she did, she was extremely upset. She sought me out and told me that this was not her order. She then angrily demanded her real order. I asked her for her order number, and when she told it to me, I realized that she had grabbed the wrong one. The number that I had called was different. This was her mistake. I told her that her order would be out soon, but she then demanded a refund and said that it should be free. That's when I tried explaining the whole situation to her. It ended up being a total disaster. The place was loud, and the woman would not listen to my explanation. It's like she could not accept the fact that she had made the mistake. Honestly, it made me really frustrated, but I kept my cool. Eventually, I called over a manager to help resolve this situation, and I remember the woman specifically reading my name off my name tag and telling it to my manager as if I should get in trouble for this. I just kind of stood there. My manager then told me that she would handle the situation and I could go back to work helping the others. The woman was raising her voice and sort of causing a scene. Just about everybody else in earshot was looking over and staring. At last, after maybe 10 minutes, the woman ended up taking her order and finally leaving. I did my best to forget about it and continue with my work. I helped other customers like normal for about 15 more minutes. Then it was time for my break. During that time when I worked there, I liked to take my breaks in my car. It was quiet and peaceful, away from the busy McDonald's. I would just sit in there and go on my phone or whatever, then I would go back inside to work. So on this day, I walked out and left the restaurant to head to my car in the parking lot. Almost immediately though, after leaving the building, I saw the same woman who had put up such a fuss. She was sitting at one of the outside tables. Instantly, our eyes locked for a moment, before I couldn't help but look away from her. This was really awkward, and I decided to just ignore it and keep walking out to my car. As I passed her by, I cringed as I couldn't help but notice that she was getting up. She didn't say anything, but I could sense her start to walk behind me. I walked out to my car, and when I reached it, unlocked it and got inside. I refused to entertain the woman following me, but when I was inside my car and in the driver's seat, I noticed that she had walked right up to my driver's window. She then knocked on the window, and I heard her start speaking. I quickly hit lock before she surprisingly tried opening my driver's door. After it wouldn't open, she then knocked on my window. I heard her talking, and she still seemed really angry. I began rolling down my window, curious of what she wanted to say to me. But as soon as I rolled it down, she reached inside for me. I heard her say, "Hey," to me, as I started rolling the window back up the instant that she reached in. I felt in danger and decided to back out and just leave. The woman stood there, shouting at me as I drove my car out of the parking lot and left. I knew that I couldn't go home because I had to return within 15 minutes, because that was how long my break was. I drove around a little and called my boss, letting her know of the situation that just happened. My boss had told me that she was aware of a situation in the parking lot and told me that she was glad I was okay. I said I would be back within the 15 minutes, and I kept my word. When I returned to the McDonald's parking lot, though, it was quite the scene that I was not expecting. There were multiple police cars and flashing lights. I parked and went back inside to learn of what had happened. A few police officers stood around, one talking with our manager. Apparently, after the woman had yelled at me in the parking lot, another employee went outside to try to calm her down. There was another shouting match, and a customer ended up calling the police. The woman got arrested for disorderly conduct and attempted assault after she apparently tried punching one of the other employees. All I have to say is that she must have had anger problems or something like that, because I couldn't believe what happened. I've seen some crazy customers in my days working at McDonald's, but none will ever top this woman. This is something that happened in the last apartment that I lived in. I moved into it in June of 2021 and lived there for 2 years before moving. After I'd lived there for about a year, I had a new neighbor move in next door. For some details on the apartment building, it's relatively new and was built, I believe, less than 10 years ago. I lived on the second floor and was the right before last unit on one end of it. The building has just straight hallways with units on both sides. My apartment had 1 bedroom, 1.5 bathrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. The new neighbor next door got the very last unit on the end. In my time living there, most of the other neighbors were very friendly. I got to know almost everyone who lived on my floor. The person who previously lived next to me was very nice and we would talk sometimes. A man moved in who didn't seem to be quite as friendly. I just talked to him once shortly after he moved in. I didn't really see him much after that at all though. Maybe like once or twice, but I can't specifically think of a time that I did. Probably like 6 months after the new neighbor guy moved in next door. I was up sort of late one night. I heard some pounding on the wall coming from his side. It wasn't that loud because the walls seemed to do well with holding sound, but I did hear it. I figured maybe he was hanging something on the wall and didn't pay it much thought. However, probably the next night, I was actually woken up hearing it again. It was a little bit louder this time, but I'm also a light sleeper. I tried to just go back to bed, and eventually I did. The very next night, though, I was woken up again. This time, in the middle of the night, I woke up to some sounds coming from my bathroom area. The bathroom is connected to my bedroom, and the door leading to it was mostly closed. All of the lights were out, so when I looked around, I couldn't see anything. I was sitting up in bed trying to figure out what it was that I was hearing. I was also a little bit confused from having just woken up. But then I realized what I was hearing. Somebody was in my bathroom. How they got in, I had no clue. I was sure that I had locked my doors. Then I started to hear footsteps. I jumped up from my bed and only grabbed my phone. Then on the way out, grabbed my keys and ran completely out of my apartment. I kept running down the hallway and went down the stairs. When I had made it all the way out to my car, I called my best friend. Thankfully, she was actually still awake. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. She let me come over and stay at her place for the rest of the night. The next day, we went back to my place. We carefully looked around, and I was expecting the worst. I thought maybe it would be all messed up and a bunch of my items stolen. But surprisingly, everything appeared to be in place. Nobody was inside the apartment at all, and nothing was stolen. I was so confused because I was sure that I had heard somebody in there the night before. My friend asked me about everything that happened. As I was telling her, I walked into my bathroom to where I heard the noise. I'm sending an actual picture of my bathroom so that you can see and get an idea as to what it looked like. To describe where I heard the sounds, I realized it was near my shower. Next to my shower to the right is a very large storage cabinet, or maybe you would even call it a closet. I didn't use it much at all. I just stored extra towels and blankets in there. That's kind of where I heard the noises, and I opened it up. When I did, I saw that some things in there were actually a little bit out of place. Then I moved a towel and saw that the wall had a significant crack in it. At least that's what I thought it was. I hadn't remembered it looking at all like that before. On the other side of the wall was my neighbor, the new guy. That's when I realized that he might have been the one in my apartment. I moved the crack a little and realized that a big chunk of the wall could be removed. Horrified, I moved away from there, and my friend and I left. We called the police and apartment management. They did an investigation, and the guy later admitted to creating a hole in the wall and entering my place. He never said what his intentions were, though. I'm glad that I didn't have to deal with him for the last few months that I lived there, but I ended up moving when my lease was up. I just couldn't live there anymore after what had happened. I'm also really glad that I heard the sound when I did, and was able to leave my apartment so fast.
I used to work at a Blockbuster video store many years ago. When I had the job, I was about 18 years old. My main job was working as a cashier, and typically there would be about 2 or 3 of us working at once. I liked all of my coworkers and was friends with most of them. One night, I was working with Lisa, who was my same age, and we had gone to the same high school. We closed at 8 p.m. on weeknights and 9 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. This was a weeknight, and it had been a pretty quiet day. For the last hour or so of our shift, we only got one customer. Both myself and Lisa were tired from the long day, and we were excited to go home. When it got to be 7:50 p.m., we decided to just close early. Now, we weren't really supposed to do this, and we were supposed to stay open until 8, which was our official hours, but we didn't think anybody else was going to come in. I went over and looked out into the small parking lot and made sure nobody else was there. It was just my car out there because Lisa had gotten a ride there and I was going to be giving her a ride home. I locked up the doors and then we waited until 7:55 to clock out and actually leave. We had already done the cleaning that we were supposed to do and made sure that everything was in order. The store wasn't all that big, and it was pretty easy to maintain when there weren't too many customers. When it was 7:55, Lisa and I left the store and headed for my car. We got inside my car and drove through the parking lot to a larger connected parking lot. Then we would take the exit onto one of the main roads, but as soon as we got into the bigger parking lot, I noticed that another car was pulling into the Blockbuster lot. The car drove right up to the side of the building in front of the door and then stopped. I stopped the car because I was curious to see if the people were going to try to get inside. Maybe they were just going to return something, is what I figured. We watched the car stop, and then all of the passengers' doors opened and 3 men got out. They walked up to the front doors and seemingly tried to go inside. I felt kind of guilty because the time was only 9:57 now, and technically we were still supposed to be open, but we had left a little bit early. But at the same time, going to a store 3 minutes before they close is a bit risky as well. The men stood around the door for about 30 seconds or so. The car had driven a little ways up, and then the men turned to go back to the car. When they turned around is when I noticed that they were all wearing ski masks. We were kind of far away, and from the back, it looked like they were just wearing hats or sweatshirts with hoods. They all returned to the car, and then the car began to drive away immediately. Lisa and I couldn't believe what we had seen. Had those men been trying to get inside and rob the store? Why else would they go there with ski masks on? Suddenly, we were both really happy that we had closed early and left. Maybe we narrowly avoided a disaster. Of course, we didn't know for sure, but it seemed pretty likely. The next week, Lisa and I found ourselves working together on another weeknight. This night had been a little bit busier, and we were occupied pretty much right up until close. The thought of closing early hadn't even came into our minds. It was finally just before 8 p.m. and the time to get ready to close. We hadn't had any customers in maybe 10 minutes at that time. That's when I went to look out the front doors, and when I did, I noticed a car driving up, and I got a bad feeling for some reason. That's when I realized that it was the same car that we had seen the previous week. I scrambled to lock the doors as quickly as I could. The car casually drove into the parking lot, and then up to the side of the building. It got closer, and I just barely got the doors locked before the car pulled right out front. I jumped back and then hid behind a display before they would see me. I told Lisa that the same car was here from the previous week. She asked if we should call the police. We decided to wait and see if they had ski masks on again. Sure enough, they did. 3 men got out and walked right up to the front door. They tried opening it, but it was locked. I was hoping that they wouldn't be able to see me. Lisa ducked down behind the counter. I looked at my watch, and the time was 8:54. Then, one of the guys knocked on the front door. I heard somebody say, "I know you're in there. Let us in." I started to feel really scared then. They must have seen our cars parked right out front, or possibly had seen me as they drove up. I knew that I wasn't going to open the door for them, though. Then, one of the guys said, "Open the door or we'll have to smash it." Lisa was near the phone, and I hoped that she would call the police. I didn't want to yell out to her, or I would give away my position. I tried to crawl from the display that I was hiding behind into one of the aisles, but to do so, I might be partially in view of the men. I sat there for a few seconds before finally jumping to the aisle. When I did, I heard one of the men say, "I see you." I ran through the back of the aisle, and I heard Lisa say that she had called the police. One of the men started to then bang on the door as if to try to break it. I ran through the aisles and eventually made my way to the counter where Lisa was hiding. Then I got behind it with her and we both took cover. The police would arrive any minute and we just had to wait then. The men stopped banging on the door but stayed there for a few more minutes. At last, I heard a siren in the distance and then the sound of the men scrambling to get back in their car. We heard a screeching of tires and then the car drive away. And not long after that at all, the police were there. We told them a description of the car and everything that had happened. It didn't take long for the police to catch up to the men in ski masks. I don't believe they got in too much trouble though, because they didn't actually break in, but just threatened to, but it was pretty obvious what their intentions were. Luckily, they never came back after that.
I used to work at a JCPenney department store. For those who don't know, it's mostly a clothing store, but also has things like home decor. I worked there for a year and a half, and this was back in 2018 and 2019. One night, I was working until 9 p.m. Things were busy for a while, but then got very quiet. I didn't have as much to do during the last several hours of my shift. Things were pretty quiet around the store, and there were very few customers shopping. I was just sitting behind the service desk and didn't really have much to do. I saw this one guy shopping, who seemed to have been there for a while, because I remember I had noticed him earlier. He was kind of tall and thin and was wearing a hat. He never got all that close to me, but I saw him walk down an aisle a ways away. Then, like an hour later, I saw him again. He didn't have anything in his hands or a cart. He also didn't seem to be with anybody. I wondered why he was here for so long, but it didn't seem like all that big of a deal to me. As the final hour that we were open went by and 9 o'clock approached, I saw him a couple of more times. He seemed to almost just be wandering around the store. The guy wasn't really looking at anything. As we got to closing time, the announcements were made over the store that we would be closing soon, and customers should finish up their shopping and make final purchases. When it was less than 5 minutes to close, I saw the man again. He still didn't have any items that he was going to buy or anything. Then, he kind of went out of my sight. When it was 9 o'clock, I could just go over, punch out, and leave. I did not have to do anything afterwards, like cleaning or organizing. A few other people would stay after for a bit doing that. I headed out the doors just after 9 p.m. The JCPenney's was located in a large shopping area. There were a couple of stores directly to the right and left of us, and there was a very large parking lot for all of them. By now, the parking lot, especially in front of our store, was almost completely empty. My car sat a long ways back, and I walked out to it by myself. It didn't take long though, and I soon noticed the man that I had seen inside. There was a little curb with several feet of grass, which ran along the end of our parking lot, separating ours from the next business over. The man was walking in the grass along the curb. I wasn't really sure why, but I didn't really care either. I was just trying to get to my car. I will admit though, I found it to be a little bit odd, especially after seeing him so much in the store. He was probably about 100 feet away though. When I was still walking to my car, I heard the man suddenly start to yell something. I looked over at him and he was waving at me. I waved to be friendly and was wondering what was going on. The man then waved at me again and called me over to him. I said that I really had to get home and then kept walking to my car. I looked away and kind of had a bad feeling, but tried to just ignore it and get to my vehicle. I heard footsteps a ways back and could tell that the guy was coming over. When I turned to look, I saw that the man was now jogging over to me. He wasn't aggressively running or anything. I didn't feel endangered by it, but I was certainly suspicious and I wanted him to stop. When he was jogging over, I got to my car and went inside. When I did, I looked up to see the man was now about 10 feet away from me. I locked my doors just to be safe. As he approached my driver's door, he was smiling and seemed sort of friendly, but he still had some bizarre behavior that made me suspicious of him. I rolled down my window slightly and the guy said hi to me. He then asked me where I was going in such a hurry. I said I was just going home. Then he made some comment about when he was jogging over, I looked nervous. I said that I was just tired from a long day of work. The guy then asked me if I wouldn't mind giving him a ride home. Obviously, I wasn't going to. I said no thanks, and then told him that there was a bus stop not far away from here. The guy then asked me if I could just give him a ride to a nearby convenience store. Once again, I said no. Finally, he said okay, and started to walk away from my vehicle. After that, I drove home. In all of my time working at JCPenney after that, I never saw the guy again. I still wonder, though, why that guy was acting so strange. I'm really glad that I got inside my car when I did, and that I didn't let that man inside my car. I went to a pretty big college. It was several hours from the city where I'm from, and a few of my high school classmates also went there. This is something that happened during my junior year. I lived in a house with 3 of my friends, 2 of which went to high school with me as well. It was a 2-story house that we lived in and somewhat small, but enough space for all of us. When the school year started, I had a lot of students in most of my classes because of how big our school was. One class in particular had about 200 kids in it. I would go to the lectures each time on Mondays and Wednesdays when they were held, and I would usually sit in the same spot. It was a large room with many seats in it. Over time, I would see a lot of the same faces in class, but I didn't really have any good friends in this particular class. One of the people who would always seem to sit around me was this one guy. He would usually sit a few rows behind me, and he was sort of tall and had dark brown hair. I never really paid much attention to him, but I just recognized him. But I began noticing him more when he started to seemingly be following me home. It started one day after class when I walked out of the building and just happened to notice him walking behind me. I would drive to class and back because I lived off campus, so I would go to a parking lot, get in my car, and then leave. He happened to park near me, so he did the same. As far as I knew, this was just a coincidence. I would never pay attention to who was driving behind me. But there was this one time that I didn't go straight home, but went to the school cafeteria instead. I noticed this guy walked behind me the whole time, and he also went to the cafeteria. I still didn't think much of it and thought it was maybe a coincidence. After I got inside and got food, I'm not really sure which way he went because I was just minding my own business. But the very next day of class that we had, I left to go straight home and went to my car. For whatever reason, I noticed the guy again as he went to his car, which was parked a little ways from mine. But this time, I noticed him driving behind me all the way until I got to my place. When I parked on the side of the street in front of our house, he kept driving past me. One of the next times that we had class, he followed me in his car again, but I wasn't driving back to my place this time. This time, I went to a gas station to get gas, and he just happened to do the same thing. Something about this seemed really weird. Was it a coincidence, or was he always following me? I decided to ask around the class the next time that we had it. There were a few people who I usually sat by. They weren't necessarily friends, but I would occasionally talk to them about things from the class. I pointed out the guy to them and asked if they knew anything about him. None of them did, though. I brought the guy up to my roommates as well, but they didn't seem to have any idea who the guy was. It was a mystery to me. But then, the guy just stopped showing up to class. I remember he wasn't there for like 4 or 5 times in a row. I wondered why, but I was actually glad that he wasn't in class anymore, because he was seeming to be following me. Then, one night, I was returning home from my on-campus part-time job that I had. It was dark out, and when I got to my street, I saw a man walking down the sidewalk in front of our house. As I got closer, I noticed it was the same guy. I did not want to park my car in the street close to him, or have to see him at all, so I kept driving and passed by our house. I couldn't believe that I saw him. I was telling myself that he must have lived close to me in this general neighborhood. After I left our street, I drove around the block to get back to our street again. It took me maybe a minute or so, and I was expecting the guy to be gone when I got back. But when I pulled around again, he was still there. He was just kind of standing around, or pacing almost. The area that he was in was right by where I park my car every day. I had a really bad feeling, and I didn't want to take any chances, so I kept driving and decided not to go home. Instead, I headed back towards campus and called one of my roommates. I told her about the guy in front of our house, and she went to check out the front window and told me that she saw him. She did not know who he was, and told me she would let me know if he went away. I got a call about 20 minutes later that he had finally left the area. Then, once more, I drove back home. After getting back, I looked around the street and was quick to get inside the house. I didn't see the guy at all. Not too long after that, I went upstairs to go to bed. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but one of my roommates soon woke me up. She told me that the guy was back and that she had already called the police. I was really confused at first and didn't know what was going on, but she led me into her bedroom, which had a window that looked out to the back of our house. In the backyard, we looked down and saw the guy was standing at the back door, seemingly trying to open it. She said he had been there for a while. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning at that time. We waited upstairs and hoped that the guy wouldn't get in, and luckily, he didn't. When we heard the sound of a car driving down the street, it stopped by our house, and then we saw the man try to run away. However, he ended up being stopped by the police not too far from our house. I remember I heard that he claimed he was trying to get to his friend's house, and he mixed up the address. We all knew that was a lie. It turned out the guy didn't even go to our school and was never enrolled there. All those times he was in class with me, who knows what his real intentions were. I had a Costco membership last year, just for a couple of months. It seemed like a good deal, and at first I liked it a lot. I would shop there at least one time per week, but usually more. One day, I went there to get some groceries and everyday items. I had a lot of shopping to do that day, and Costco was not the only store that I had to go to. There was one other store that I would be going to afterwards. I spent a while shopping inside Costco, and when I was done, I was really hungry. I stopped at the cafe that they had at the front of the store. There was an area to buy food and drinks and some tables set up around it. I got some pizza and churros and went to one of the tables to eat. I did not want to eat in my car. I was at a table on the side, kind of in the corner of the cafeteria area. I was just minding my own business, eating, and looked up to see this guy staring right at me. He was sitting in front of me, and there were two open tables in between us. The guy was staring at me so intense that it instantly creeped me out. He had these wide eyes, and I looked down right away. When I looked up again, he was still staring. Was this guy joking around? It didn't really seem like it. I didn't know him either, and couldn't think of why he would be staring at me like this. I didn't bother to try to talk to him or anything. It was really weird, and I decided to just go out to my car and leave. I got up from the table and walked away. When I did, luckily, the man remained at his table sitting there. I went out to the parking lot and found my car. I got inside and finished eating my churros in there. Then I headed to my final stop of the day, one last store. This store was just 5 minutes away, and it was pretty busy when I got there, just like Costco had been. I drove to find an open parking space towards the back and parked my car. Then I went inside and did my shopping. It didn't take as long in there, maybe about 15 minutes. I came back out and got to my car and went inside of it. When I did, across the parking lot, I saw the same guy. He was sitting inside of a car in the driver's seat and staring at me almost the same way that he had been earlier at Costco. This creeped me out even more so than before. I immediately backed out and started driving away to leave. The problem was that I kind of had to drive by his car to exit the parking lot. As I drove past him, I saw his car pull out and began driving behind me. My heart sank when I saw this. Now I was leaving the parking lot with this creep right behind me. I turned right and he did the same. Then I drove down the road for a little ways and turned again. He remained right on my tail. I didn't even care about going home anymore at that point. I just started randomly driving, turning at almost every opportunity. Soon, I didn't really even know where I was anymore. I was just going down random quiet roads. I got inside of a residential area, and the guy was still following me. It became clear to me that this guy would follow me wherever I went. I wasn't sure what to do, but that's when I finally got the idea to go to the police station. I put the closest one in on my phone, and then followed the directions to get there. It took maybe 10 minutes, with the guy following me the entire time. When I got there, I pulled into the parking lot, and the guy didn't. He kept driving down the road. It worked, just as I hoped it would. I waited there for a while before actually going home. I was afraid that the guy would be waiting around some corner or something and then keep following me, but luckily he wasn't. I was able to make it home safely and did not see him again.
This story takes place last year. My name is Brooke, and I was with my best friend Rachel. We were both at my house one Friday night. It was probably 9 p.m. Rachel and I are coworkers, as well as best friends, and we had both worked late that night. After a long week, we were having a movie night and decided to order a pizza. We ordered from one of our favorite local places online, and then waited for it to arrive. I remember that a while later, I heard the doorbell ring. I got up and walked over to the front door. I remember thinking that it was unusually fast for the pizza to arrive. Rachel even said something about it being really fast. When I opened the front door, I was expecting to see the pizza delivery guy, but what I saw instead was a man standing there with no pizza. He didn't look like a delivery driver at all. I immediately closed the door right in his face. I didn't give him a chance to speak or do anything. I walked back over to Rachel and told her that some random guy was there. At this hour, it was really weird for somebody to be at the door, and I usually never got people at my front door anyways. We both looked out the window and saw no car in the driveway. We didn't see the guy walking down the driveway or street either. I was afraid that he had gone around to the side or hid in the bushes or something. We looked out a couple of different windows, but didn't see anything. Only a couple of minutes later, though, we heard a noise coming from the backyard. We couldn't tell exactly what it was, or if we were just being paranoid. We looked out a back window, but didn't see anything. Then, the doorbell rang again. We both carefully walked over and looked out the window. We saw a different guy standing there, holding a pizza, and had a hat on of the pizza company that we ordered from. This was clearly the pizza guy. I walked over and opened the door for him.
After I got the pizza, I asked the delivery guy if he had seen anybody walking around my front yard. He looked confused and said no. We watched him go back to his car and then leave. When we heard that, we felt a little bit better. We then started the movie in the living room. But only about 10 minutes into the movie, we heard the doorbell ring again. Instantly, we knew it had to be that one guy again. I got up and walked over to the window. I very slowly and carefully peeled back the curtain to look. I saw the same man who had been there before, and he was staring right at me. I jumped back and ran into the living room. Rachel suggested calling the police, and honestly, I should have done it right then and there, but I'm sad to say I didn't. I just didn't think we could call the police on somebody for knocking on my door twice. Just because it was nighttime doesn't make it a crime. We had no proof that he had gone in the backyard, and the noises we heard could have been anything from the wind to an animal to just us being paranoid. I went back over to the window and looked out of it again. The man was now gone. I just barely saw him walking down the end of the driveway and into the street. I once again felt relieved. We unpaused the movie and went back to eating our pizza. Unfortunately, this didn't last for very long. Maybe 10 minutes after that, the doorbell rang once again. We paused the movie and looked at each other in disbelief. Why was this guy ringing the doorbell so much? I decided that this time I was going to answer the door and see what he wanted. But as I was walking over there, I heard a noise outside. And when I got to the door, I looked out, and the man was not on the front step anymore. Instead, he had gone to the side and in the front bushes area. I just barely saw him moving over there. I wasn't sure why exactly he would go there. It became apparent that the man was now hiding in the bushes. That was it for me. I was going to call the police. I called and then explained what had happened. In the meantime, we kept an eye out to see if the man would leave. He was still hiding in our yard somewhere in the bushes. I was told that somebody would be there shortly. Maybe 2 minutes later is when there was a sudden banging noise on the window. It was the living room window, a little to the left of the place that we had been looking out of. We both moved to the opposite side of the house to continue waiting. It was really freaking us out. The banging on the window stopped and we waited back there. But only a few moments later, there was a sudden banging on one of the back windows not far away. He must have known that we moved to the back. We then ran off to hide in a closet that was not immediately near any side of the house. We waited there and occasionally heard bangs on the windows. At last, we stopped hearing it. The police had arrived. We emerged to find that they had caught the man on my property and he had been located in the backyard. I really don't know why he was messing with us. I didn't know the guy and had never seen him before. Neither did Rachel. We were just happy that he was gone.
Back in high school, my junior year, I used to get to school about 15 minutes before it started. That's what time the bus would drop us off, and after getting inside, I would head upstairs to my locker first. Then there was this spot upstairs near the stairs that had a large window at the end of the hall. It wasn't that far from my locker either, and you could sit on the ledge in front of the window. My friends and I would sit around there just about every day and talk. It was kind of a routine, or a before-school hangout spot for us. It overlooked part of the parking lot and also the softball field next to the school to the east. We could also see the sun rising, and it lit up the inside really well. One day, I arrived at school, went upstairs to my locker, and then over to my friends by the window. There were about 5 of us or so there, and we chatted until the warning bell sounded. When we did, we all started to disperse to our classes. The hallways had been really crowded, but things were quickly becoming more quiet. I looked out the window and saw a few kids hurrying in at the last minute to make it to class. Then I saw this one guy hurry into the school. He was too old to be a student, and I didn't recognize him as a teacher. I thought maybe he was a substitute at first, but he was not dressed for the part. He just wore an old baggy-looking sweatshirt and sweatpants. He entered the school on the floor below, and then I headed to my class. I walked through the hallways down towards the other end. My classroom really wasn't that far away, and it was also on the second floor. As I got there, I noticed down at the end of the hallway, the same guy who I had seen entering the school was now coming up to the top of the stairs. I went into my classroom at that point. Class went on as usual, as did my next few classes after that. Then came lunch period. I remember that as I was sitting with a couple of my friends at a table, I saw the guy again. He walked briefly into the lunchroom and then out another way. I was surprised to see him again, and I also thought that it was weird that I even noticed. The school that I went to was pretty large,
with a lot of students, and it would be easy to blend in with the crowd. Later in the day, in my last hour, we were in class, and about halfway through, the phone in the classroom then rang. Our teacher picked it up at the desk. Afterwards, he told us that the school was being locked down. We had to get up and move to the back end of the classroom. Then he locked the doors and turned out the lights to the classroom. We were all really confused. I didn't even think about the guy that I kept seeing around the school earlier. I was as clueless as everybody else. All of us in the class were talking to each other, wondering what was going on. Nobody knew, though. The teacher wouldn't tell us either. He just said for us to keep calm and to be quiet. About an hour went by, and finally, the lockdown was lifted. We still didn't know what was going on. School was let out, and we all went home. I rode the bus, and when I got home, my mom was there and asked me about the lockdown. I guess she had heard more about it than I did. I found out that a man, the same one who I had seen multiple times in the school, was the cause of it. During the last class period of the day, he was seen suspiciously walking down a hallway. The school was then locked down. Police were called, but unfortunately, the man was able to escape through an open window. Nobody knew who he was. I told my mom that I had seen the guy enter the school and had seen him again later multiple times. It blew my mind that the guy was able to fly under the radar for so long. He had been there since the start of the school day, but it wasn't until the last hour that anybody seemingly noticed him. I'm just glad that the guy didn't cause any harm. I don't know who he was or what he was doing. I had to go on a pretty long road trip for work a couple of years ago. We had to travel, but I decided to drive instead of fly, because I thought it would be more fun. I had a couple of days off before work started in that location, and when we were done, I had a whole week off. During the time that I was there, we would be working for about a week and a half straight. So anyways, I drove straight there on the way, and when we were done, I took my time driving back. I stopped at a few parks that I wanted to go to, and also stopped at some major cities and locations as well. On my road trip back, I would be spending 2 days just outside of a city where there were a lot of cool parks. I had a hotel, and I was busy exploring for most of the days. During the second day, I went to a really busy park with a bunch of hiking trails and some great views. At one of the hiking spots that was somewhat busy, I ran into a guy who was from the same state as me. We had a brief conversation, and he was really friendly. He said that his name was Mark, and we were from the same general area. It was funny to meet someone else from the same area so far away. Our conversation went on for a while, and Mark ended up asking me what hotel I was staying at. I told him, not realizing how weird it was at the time. But after that, the whole conversation sort of went from normal and friendly to a little weird. I ended up just saying that I really had to go and kind of walked away. He had started out seeming so normal to me and then seemed somewhat creepy at the end. We went our separate ways, but I didn't see him for a while. I did happen to notice him when I was leaving about an hour later though, but there were still quite a few other people in that area, so I didn't think too much of it. That was probably sometime in the afternoon. I went somewhere else and then went to the local city before going back to my hotel for the night. I got back at maybe 9 p.m. or so. I stayed in my hotel room watching the TV until I got tired. And sometime later, at maybe 10:30 at night, there was a knock on my hotel room door. I got up and walked over to see who was there. It was Mark. He was standing right outside of the door. This surprised me, but I remembered that I had told him where I was staying. I felt really stupid, but just telling him did not mean that I had invited him over. And how would he know which room was mine? I decided not to answer the door. I watched out of the peephole as he continued to stand there. He knocked on the door again and waited. I was sort of nervous because I didn't know what he wanted or anything about him really. He had been seeming pretty weird towards the end of our conversation earlier. Mark stood there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes before turning and walking away. I was glad to see him go, but I had a feeling that he might return. The hotel that I was staying in was pretty average. It wasn't fancy or anything, but it also wasn't that bad. My room was on the first floor and on the back side of the hotel. Maybe 2 minutes after Mark left, I had returned to the bed that I was sitting on. That's when I heard a knocking on my window now. I looked and saw Mark standing there, right at the window and looking at me. He waved me over. I got up and walked over to the window, but to close the blinds. When I did, Mark started banging louder on the window. It didn't last very long though before he stopped. I thought maybe after that he had left, but he didn't. There was another knocking on the front door of my hotel room again just a few minutes later. I got up to check, and sure enough, it was Mark again. I went back over to my bed, and this time I called the police. I wasn't even going to bother calling the hotel and complaining to them. They didn't have a security guard or anything, so there probably wasn't much that they could do. I explained the situation to the 911 operator and was told that somebody would be there shortly. Mark had stopped knocking by then and was now gone. I wasn't sure where he went, but I expected him to come back either to the window or the door. The police arrived several minutes later, and I spoke with them as they looked around for Mark. Unfortunately, he had taken off and left. The police found that he had broken into my car. My rear passenger's window was smashed. Items inside were messed up, but surprisingly, nothing was stolen. I'm not sure if he did that because he was mad at me, or if he was trying to steal something. Either way, I never saw him again, and I'm hoping that I never do. Something weird happened to me last week. I was having a movie night by myself in my apartment. I live alone and on the second floor. My apartment building is fairly new, and I really like it. The place I live in has 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, a living room, and a kitchen. I was on my second movie of the night, and the time was about midnight. It was Saturday, so I didn't have work or anything the next morning. My apartment happened to be on the far end of the hallway, and it was right next to the stairs that people would occasionally use. The elevator was in the center of the hallway, which is much more common for people to use. I heard the door to the stairs open and then close. It sounded like somebody was walking by down the hallway, and I didn't think anything of it, but I realized soon that it sounded like more than one person, maybe almost 10. I thought it was a little weird, but expected them all to pass by. It seemed like they all stopped right outside of my doorway though. Maybe they were going to the place across the hall from me. The apartment across the hall though was not lined up with my door, but was a little ways down. I just got curious for some reason, so I paused the movie and got up. I walked over to the door and looked out the peephole. What I saw shocked me. There was like 10 guys standing in the hallway right outside my apartment, and they were all facing my door. I was instantly creeped out. I didn't know who any of these guys were, and they were all wearing all black and had hoods on, so I couldn't see much of their faces. This was really bizarre, to say the least. Nobody had knocked on my door though, and it didn't seem as though they were going to. They were just standing there. I considered for only a second opening the door and asking what was going on, but I thought better of it. I quickly walked away and decided to just ignore them. Still, I couldn't feel comfortable as long as they were all standing there. I was hoping and sort of expecting them all to move along and to keep walking away down the hallway. I listened for them to move away, but they didn't. I waited for a little longer before unpausing the movie, but I still didn't hear them walking away. The guys had to all still be there. I tried to distract myself by watching the film, but in doing so, I turned the volume down significantly. I didn't want the people outside to hear or know that I was home. As the movie played though, I still couldn't focus. It wasn't helping to distract me from the strange man standing outside my door. Then, I heard what I was sure sounded like my doorknob turning. It was very quiet, and the only reason I had heard it was because number one, I was already thinking about the guys at the door, and number two, my TV volume was now very quiet. This made me feel really creeped out, even more than I already was. I also started to feel like possibly I was in danger. I stayed where I was, not sure of what to do. For the next probably 10 minutes, I didn't hear any other noises or anything. I got up to see if the men were gone, and I was really hoping that they were. When I got to the door and looked out though, they were all still there. I ran back as quietly as possible. I sat back down on my couch and had no clue what to do in this situation. I didn't think I could call the police for this. They were just standing in my hallway. Yes, I thought they tried opening my door, but it's not like they were trying over and over or banging on the door. Looking back, I probably should have, but I was just hoping I wouldn't have to. After maybe 5 more minutes or so, I went back to look again. This time, when I looked out, they were all gone. I couldn't believe it. I hadn't even heard them walking away or anything. I was so paranoid that I kept looking back out my peephole every 10 minutes or so. Luckily, I didn't see them. But before going to bed, I was so worried about it that I left my apartment and walked the hallways, just making sure that the men were gone. I went throughout the whole entire building just about, without seeing them. After that, I was finally able to go to bed. By now, it was past 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was really tired. I fell asleep pretty quickly. However, at some point, I was woken up in the night. I just remember waking up to the sounds of somebody knocking on my front door. They knocked about 2 times after I woke up. I knew it was probably the same guys, and I was terrified. I stayed in my bed and didn't even bother to get up. What could I do? Then there was just silence. I was afraid they would break in or something. I couldn't believe that they were back, if that's in fact who was at the door. I really didn't want to get up and check though. I laid there in my bed for the longest time. It was probably about 30 minutes or so. I finally looked at the clock and saw that it was almost 4 a.m. Then I got up and checked the door. Nobody was outside in the hallway though. Whoever had knocked was gone. I went back to sleep after that and heard nothing more. Since then, everything's been fine. I work at a grocery store, mainly stocking shelves. This is something that happened a few months ago. Most of the time that I work, it's evenings, and occasionally really late nights. I'm in college, so it allows me to focus on school during the day. So a few months ago, I'd been working there for probably about 3 weeks, and had just gotten used to everything. The grocery store is sort of big, and there's a good number of other employees. We hired this new guy, and the first time I noticed him, he came across to me as a total creep. He did pretty much the same thing as me, but in a different section of the store. The first time that I saw him, he was staring at me. He was short, pretty skinny, and had long, stringy blonde hair. I had just finished stocking an item and was going to the back to get another. When I got up, I saw him just standing at the end of the aisle, staring at me with wide eyes. When I got up and saw him, he disappeared behind the aisle. I ignored it. However, this, or very similar things, happened at least 3 or 4 times over the next week. Whenever I saw the guy, he seemed to be staring at me or acting really strange in general. He just seemed a little bit off, to be honest, but it didn't bother me too much. We all have coworkers that we might not get along with, but it shouldn't stop us from doing a good job. One time in particular, I was stocking a shelf on a quiet night. I spent maybe 30 minutes in this one aisle. At one point, I turned around, and when I did, I just barely noticed the guy looking through the aisle from the other side. It was like he created an opening by pushing several products to the side so that he could stare at me through the aisle. I only glanced at him for a moment and then played it off. I felt sort of creeped out by this in a serious way now. How long had he been watching me, and why? I decided that I would go over and try to casually start a conversation with the guy. Maybe he could explain his weird behavior, whatever it was. When I was done with my task, before I started another, I walked over to the aisle that he was in. When I approached, he did not look at me or in my direction. I got right next to him, and he still wasn't looking at me. I said hi, and he looked at me and then mumbled, "Hi." I tried talking casually, asking how his day was going and whatnot. The only responses I got were one-worded or very short. He didn't seem friendly at all. In fact, he actually seemed annoyed that I was talking to him. I walked away after speaking with him for about maybe 30 seconds. I concluded that the guy was creepy and I had no interest in interacting with him again. I went into the back to get another cart of items to stock the store shelves. When I got into the back room though, I kinda had to use the restroom, and I decided to do that first. We had a restroom for employees only that was in the hallway in the back of the store. I went inside, and after using it and washing my hands, I went to leave, but the door wouldn't open. I had heard some footsteps and noise outside the door, but you couldn't really hear outside very well from in the bathroom. I thought nothing of it. I tried opening the door several times, but I couldn't do it. Finally, I had to literally run into the door with the full force of all my body, and it finally came open. There was a shopping cart with several heavy boxes in it that had been pinned right up against the door. I had to knock it over in order to get out. Immediately, I guessed who had done it. I looked around and didn't see anybody else in the back at all. I walked right over to find the guy and ask him why he had done that. Maybe this was his idea of a joke. When I got out, sure enough, he was already staring in my direction. I walked right up to him and asked him why he locked me in the bathroom. The guy just denied it and then walked away. That didn't change my mind at all, and I still knew it was him. After that, I just got back to work again. I was now working at one far end of the store. I only had about an hour left of work and wanted to get done what I was supposed to. As I was working in the far corner, at one point, I heard footsteps behind me. They were really slow, and I glanced over my shoulder to see the same guy. He was pretty far back, but staring at me. He was really getting on my nerves, but I chose to ignore it. A couple of minutes later, though, he was closer. It was like he was trying to creep up on me and was slowly and quietly moving closer and closer. I looked back to see him standing directly behind me, now about 5 feet away. He wasn't hiding behind anything. I immediately got up and literally ran out of there. He remained standing there, expressionless. I went to the farthest aisle of the store away from him as I could, and basically spent the rest of the night just walking around the store, looking over my shoulder every 5 seconds, trying to avoid the guy. Luckily, I didn't see him again that night, and I got off a short time later. I didn't see the guy again at all after that. One day, another coworker asked me if I had heard about Marty. I asked him who Marty was, and when he described him to me, I realized that was the name of the weird guy. I was told that he had been fired and also arrested for punching our boss and trying to choke him. I was surprised, but also not surprised to hear that. I still wonder, though, if he had been planning to hurt me when he was sneaking up on me that night. I'm going to tell you a story that happened back when I was in high school. This was during my junior year. My name is Kendall, and when I was in high school, I would describe myself as a pretty average student. I had a friend group of a few other people that I would talk to on a regular basis. The high school that I went to was relatively big. I'm not sure exactly how many students went there total, but it was probably over 1,000. Most of my classes, I would have at least one of my friends in it, but not quite all of them. I remember there was this one science class that I was in during the first semester of junior year, and I didn't really have any friends in it. This meant that when we did group projects, which we did a lot, I would just have to kind of join a group that I was sitting near. That's when I met this one guy named Ronnie. Ronnie was in a group that I was in with 3 other people. We were doing some science experiment, and I got to know everybody in the group a little better. Ronnie came across to me as a little strange. He would say things that were just plain weird or inappropriate. And I know a lot of high school kids are weird and inappropriate, but he kind of crossed the line a bit. He normally would sit right behind me in class, and after the group project, he would occasionally talk to me. For the most part, he was nice to me, and I was nice to him, but he would still say some strange things that I really didn't know how to respond to. I also noticed that he skipped class quite a bit. For the rest of the semester, though, everything was fine. I remember that towards the beginning of second semester, Ronnie followed me on Instagram and added me on Facebook. I no longer had any classes with him. Not long after adding me on social media, he started sending me messages. They started out fairly normal, but when he asked me to hang out and I told him that I was busy, he called me a liar. Now, I didn't really want to hang out with him, but the first time he asked, I legitimately was busy on the day that he asked. Did I use that as an excuse? Yes, I didn't want to hang out with him. I guess he had a feeling that I would say no because he got pretty angry. When he did, I didn't respond to him. I figured that things would be left at that, but a few days later, he started messaging me again. He sent me another message, and I didn't respond. Then, he started basically spamming me with more and more messages. When this happened, I had to block him. I blocked him across all social media platforms, and it seemed to work. I didn't hear from him, and within about a week, I had forgotten all about it. Then, one day, we had just gotten out of school for the day, and I was leaving. At the time, I drove to school in my car every day and parked in the students' parking lot, which was out the west exit. My car was a little bit older Jeep SUV, maybe 10 years old at the time, and the inside was a little bit messy. I walked out to my car like any other day and got inside. As soon as I sat down to start the engine, I saw something move in the back seat. It was Ronnie sitting up. He had been hiding inside my car, underneath a little pile of clothes I had in the back. When I noticed him, I screamed. He told me to shut up, and then started going on a rant about how bad of a person I was. I was really surprised by this situation. When I was able to realize exactly what was going on, I opened my door and ran away. I ran all the way back inside of the school. Then I found the first school employee that I could, which happened to be a teacher, and I told him about Ronnie being in my car. By the time we got back to my car, though, Ronnie was gone. In the end, he ended up getting expelled for the incident. I will spare you the details of him denying it and saying I made the whole thing up. It was frustrating, but luckily there were witnesses who backed up enough of the story for me. All I wanted was for him to leave me alone, which luckily he did.
It's been over 5 years now, and I haven't seen or heard from him since then. This happened back when I was 10. For as long ago as it was, I remember it really well. I went with my brother and dad to Blockbuster Video one night. We were there to return one video and then get another one, I believe. When we got there, we returned the one movie first, and then we went to find a new one to rent. The store was pretty busy, and quite a few other people were there looking around. We walked through a few aisles and then stopped in one where there were a few different interesting movies. My brother and dad were interested in a couple of them, and I saw something that caught my eye a little ways away. It was across to another aisle, and I walked over there to look. I got kind of curious on my own and went down another aisle then. I planned on returning within like a minute to my dad and brother, but when I turned around, some guy was standing there and he said hi to me. I didn't know who the guy was, and I had never seen him before. I was wondering why he was saying hi to me, but I just said hi back to him to be nice. Then he started asking me a bunch of questions, like what movies I liked and if I found something good. He just seemed friendly at first, and I answered his first couple of questions, but then the guy didn't want to seem to leave me alone. Eventually, I got kind of annoyed and said that I needed to get back to my dad and brother. The guy then stopped talking to me, and I walked away. A short time after that, I found my dad and brother again, and we looked for a few more minutes. At one point, I saw the guy looking at me from across the store again. He seemed kind of weird. We found a movie and then checked out and left. I then forgot all about the weird guy. We drove home, and we lived pretty close to the Blockbuster, and back then, there were Blockbusters at seemingly every corner. It took less than 5 minutes to get back home, and we weren't planning on watching the movie that we had gotten that night, but I think the next night. Anyways, I don't remember exactly what I did for the rest of the night, but I went to bed later. I think it was a Saturday the next day, so I didn't have school and I was staying up a little bit later. I finally got tired and went to bed. That's when I saw a man come into view of my bedroom window. The man was the same guy who had spoken to me at Blockbuster. He was right up against the window now, and he smiled at me in the creepiest way imaginable. Then, he held up his fist and knocked on my window. I jumped back and hid underneath my bed. That was the first thing that I could think to do. As I hid there, I heard the guy keep knocking. I'm not sure why, but I didn't want to move or say anything. This went on for I don't even know how long, maybe like 2 or 3 minutes. That's when I heard my brother coming from down the hallway. His bedroom was across from mine, and he then opened my door and asked what the knocking noise was. That's when he saw the guy at my window and me hiding under my bed. My brother yelled something like, "Who is that?" That's when I was finally able to get out from under my bed and look again. I looked just in time to see the guy now moving away from the window and leaving. My brother then ran to the window to look out of it. I followed him because I wasn't as scared anymore. We both saw the guy run off down the street. Then we went to wake up our parents, who got up and went outside, but the guy never came back. I never did see him again, which I'm happy about. We did go back to that Blockbuster many more times, and thankfully nothing else weird happened. Bizarre story from my experiences as a truck driver. I had that job for years until I moved on to a different career that was better for me. However, I have many memories from my years on the road. One time, I had been driving for a while now, and I stopped at a truck stop. This one was really busy, and I went inside the building. I remember that somehow I got to talking to a woman that was inside the truck stop. I think we both ordered some food and were waiting for it. We started out making basic conversation, and I came to find out that she also drove a truck. We got to talking about our jobs, and then ended up eating together there at the truck stop. We got to know each other a little bit, and I was happy to make a friend who was also a trucker. Things sometimes got a little bit lonely on the road, and I was a single guy at the time. I remember that the woman asked me where I was from, and then she said that she was from a city that was right near mine. I lived right by a major city, and it was a pretty populated area. After we talked, I ended up giving her my address. She told me that she wanted to send me a postcard from the next city that she was driving to. Nothing seemed weird about this in the moment, because we were having such a great conversation. I thought that I was getting along with her really well. Finally, it was time for us both to go our separate ways, but we exchanged phone numbers as well. I was looking forward to possibly seeing her again sometime when I was back home. I went on with my driving after that. For the next few days, I was on the road, but I returned home after that. I had a few days off, and I had been texting with the woman who I had met on a daily basis. I remember that one night when I was home, there was a knock on the door at almost midnight. I lived by myself in a sort of small house in a suburb of the major city that I mentioned earlier. When I went over to the door, I decided to look out the window first. I was unsure of who would be knocking on my door at this hour. I saw there was some guy standing there. I had no clue what he was doing here or who he was. Because of this, I decided not to answer the door, but he knocked again. When I didn't answer the second time, I watched from my window as he walked around to the back side of my house. Now I was really concerned. He proceeded to make it around to my back door, and then he started pounding on it. Soon, there was banging on one of the back windows to my house. At this point, I was in the living room, which was in the center of my house. I was getting concerned that the guy would try to break in, and I took a couple steps over to the back door, and I yelled out that I was calling the cops. At first, this didn't seem to deter him at all. The man didn't say anything, and then stayed where he was. I decided that I would call the police then, and that's exactly what I did. I can't imagine he had any good intentions. I told the police exactly what was going on. When I got off the phone with them, the man seemed to be in the same spot. I would say about a minute after this, there was a crashing of glass from the back end of my house. When this happened, I got inside my bedroom and closed the door, but I didn't really hear any noises after that. I wasn't sure if the man was inside my house or not. After about 10 minutes, I heard the police at the front door. I left my bedroom carefully, but never saw anyone. When I went to the front door, the police were there, and they came inside and searched my house. They saw that a large rock had been tossed through one of my windows in the back. The guy was gone, whoever he was. After that happened, the man never came back. But the other strange thing is that the woman who I had been texting with never texted me again after that either. Everything had been going well, but she suddenly stopped texting me. I tried calling her, but the call didn't go through. I feel like these things were connected. I've never figured out exactly how or why, but it was really strange.
I live alone and have a smaller house in a quiet neighborhood. I don't really celebrate Halloween, but I do enjoy decorating a little bit, and every year I hand out candy to the kids who come to my house. Usually, I would get about 10 to 20 trick-or-treaters if I had to guess. A couple of years ago, it was a typical Halloween. I had a few decorations on the front step, but not too many. I also had a bowl of candy inside for the kids, and I was just hanging out in the living room when I got home from work. Kids started arriving pretty early, but about the typical number showed up. When things got dark, and it was maybe like 7:30, there was another ring of my doorbell. I got up and answered it to see two kids dressed as some type of superheroes. They were probably about 10. I said hi to them and gave them some candy. One of the kids asked me who the guy was who ran behind the house. I was a little confused. The kid asked me if the guy lived here and was trying to scare them. He said he almost didn't go to the front step because of the guy. I still didn't know what he was talking about, and I asked him. The kid said that when they started to head up the driveway, they saw a man dressed in all black, including a mask covering his entire face. The guy was standing by the door, and when they got about halfway up the driveway, the guy suddenly ran around to the back of my house. I told the kids that I didn't know who that was, and he must have been another trick-or-treater. The kids told me that the guy was definitely an adult. I was a little bit concerned, but I told the kids that I didn't know and then sent them on their way. When they left, I wasn't sure if the kids were just messing with me or not. I didn't think that they were, but I guessed it was possible. I decided to go around to the back of my house from the inside and look out the window to the backyard. When I did, I didn't really see anything, but the lighting back there was not the greatest. I wasn't quite sure what to make of it, but figured that it was nothing really. I went back to the living room and sat back down in my chair. Several minutes went by, and I didn't get any trick-or-treaters in that time. But then, I heard the sound of my back door rattling, like somebody was there and trying to get inside. I instantly thought back to what the kid had told me. I got up from my chair and walked over to the back of the house. When I got near the door, I looked out the window and sort of saw a guy there. My view was mostly obstructed, but I could tell that somebody was there, and the person was wearing all black, including a mask. This was definitely the guy. Then, he backed up and moved a little ways away from the door. I walked over and turned on the light switch to the outside back light. When I did this, the guy took off running. I had a decent view of him as he left and ran back out of my yard and around to the front of my house. It was a man at least 6 feet tall and dressed in all black, covering his entire face as well. I couldn't tell what he looked like at all. I went back around to the front and saw the guy walk back out into the street and then out of my sight. For the rest of that night, I got maybe 2 or 3 more trick-or-treaters. The guy never came back, and I was looking out my windows to make sure. I'm glad that kid told me about the guy. It creeps me out thinking back on it. I really don't know who he was or what he wanted. I'm guessing that he was going to try to enter my house through the back or possibly even break in. When I turned on the light, I must have scared him off, but I don't know if he chose my house randomly or if there was a reason for it. I'm hoping that he never comes back.
When I was 7 years old, I went to McDonald's one sunny afternoon with my mom and little sister. The first thing that I remember about it is how busy it was. The place was packed. People were everywhere. I remember that shortly after going inside, I saw the Happy Meal toys in a case and I stopped to look at them. I always liked seeing all the possible options of toys that I could get in the Happy Meal. I wanted to collect them all. When I looked back up though, maybe a minute later, my mom and sister were gone. I thought they had still been standing there right near me. I looked around the crowded restaurant. People were everywhere, but none of the people that I saw were my mom or sister. As I was standing there looking around, about a minute went by, and then a woman approached me. I had never seen her before in my life, but she seemed like she somehow knew who I was. I looked up at her when she was right in front of me. She said that my mom was looking for me. The way that she said it was kind of stern, like I was in trouble. I was afraid that I might actually be in trouble because my mom had always told me to stay by her when we were out in public. The woman then told me to come on and started walking. She grabbed my hand and I followed her. As we were walking, she told me that it was dangerous to wander off like I had been. The woman led me towards the exit of the McDonald's going outside. When we were just about at the doors, I got a really bad feeling. I hadn't really questioned this situation up until then, but I then realized that something had to be off. My mom hadn't even ordered yet, and we had been planning to eat inside the restaurant, so why would she have left? As we were crossing through the exit doors, I suddenly yanked my arm away from the woman. I broke off from her and then ran away through the crowd. I ran around in a panic, searching for my mom and sister like crazy. As I did, I went as far away from the woman as I could. At last, I found my mom and sister at the far left front counter, about to order. When my mom saw me, she said, "There you are, it's time to order." She then ordered our food, and after getting it, we went and sat down. I didn't see the woman who had tried to make me leave with her again. I also didn't tell my mom about it or anybody else. At the time, I was afraid if I told my mom that I would get in trouble or she would be upset, so I decided to just keep it to myself. But looking back, I know that I should have said something and that I wouldn't have gotten in trouble. The older I got, the more I realized how close I came to possibly getting kidnapped.
Last year, my laptop broke, and I really needed a new one. I looked around online, and also went to Best Buy, but then I had the idea to look on Facebook Marketplace as well. It seemed like it could be the cheapest and fastest option. I didn't need it to be brand new, and I also didn't want to wait for the shipping time of buying a used one online. So I looked to Facebook Marketplace of people that were close to me. Luckily, I live in an area with quite a few other people. I was able to find the laptop that I wanted and found one for a reasonable price as well. It was not too far away, and I contacted the seller and said that I would like to buy it as soon as possible. The seller got back to me a short time later and told me that I could come over to his house. I didn't like this idea though. Possibly nothing bad would happen and it would be fine, but I didn't want to go to a random guy's house. I responded to him and said that I would rather meet in a public location that was in the area. The man asked why, and I said that I just didn't want to go to someone's house that I didn't know. After a little more of a conversation through Facebook messaging, he finally agreed. He gave me a name of a local restaurant to meet him at, and said that he would be there at 9 p.m. I agreed and then went to withdraw some cash. I wasn't all that happy that the man wanted to meet at 9 o'clock at night, but at least it was a public location. I had never been to the restaurant before where he wanted to meet, but that night I drove there, and it was a smaller and older looking place. There was nothing else really that close to it, and it was kind of away from the other businesses in the area. The parking lot was in the back, and I parked and then messaged the seller, letting him know that I was there. He responded saying to come inside. After that, I got out of my car and walked inside the restaurant. The place seemed pretty old and also appeared to be more of a bar than a restaurant. I found a small open table and sat down at a stool and looked around. I couldn't tell where the guy was. His profile picture from Facebook was not of himself, but a logo of a sports team. I looked around to see if there was a guy with a laptop or by himself, but I didn't see anybody. I messaged him, saying that I was there and inside, and asked him where he was. A couple of minutes went by, and I still didn't see him, and he didn't reply either. Finally, after about 5 minutes, I got a notification that he responded. When I read it, he said that he was sorry, but he couldn't make it. I was really confused. He had just texted me earlier telling me to come on inside as if he was there. Now he says he's not going to make it? I was frustrated and decided to just leave. I didn't even want to buy the laptop from him anymore. The guy was just too weird. I was sure that there were plenty of other good laptops for sale, and I wouldn't have a problem finding another one. So I got up and left the bar. I headed out to my car in the parking lot behind the bar and then got inside. Then I started to drive back home. The bar was maybe 15 minutes from my house, and when I got back onto the roads, they were very quiet. But after beginning to drive home, a car left the bar right behind me. I thought nothing of it at first, but the more I drove, it remained right on my tail. After making several turns, it didn't seem like a coincidence anymore. It seemed like whoever was driving that car was deliberately following me, especially because of the fact that they were following really close behind, and if I went faster or slower, they would maintain about the same speed as I was going. When I got within 5 minutes of my apartment, I started to really worry. But part of me was just telling myself, there's no way this car is actually following me. It's just me being paranoid. It was a pickup truck that was following me, and about average size. I really could just see the headlights though, and couldn't tell who was behind the wheel. Finally, I made it to the turnoff for my apartment. I lived in a pretty large complex that had multiple buildings and a huge parking lot. When I pulled in, so did the truck. That was my worst fear. I drove through the parking lot but did not stop. Instead, I drove all the way through and then left the parking lot on the other side. The truck also left with me. At that point, it was pretty much confirmed 100% to me that I was being followed. My adrenaline was rushing and I was desperate to lose the car. But still, I knew better than to speed or drive recklessly. Instead, I started turning onto random streets and into random businesses and restaurant parking lots. Then I would exit out the other side and go back onto the road. It was probably very clear to whoever was behind me now that I knew they were following me and I was trying to lose them. This went on for quite some time though, probably 30 minutes. Soon though, my light came on signaling that I needed to get gas soon. I got really worried. I couldn't keep this up for much longer. The truck was still right on my tail. I kept doing what I was doing and would probably be able to go for about 40 more miles or so. Then, when I made a turn, the truck just went the other way. I couldn't believe it, but it was finally over. I guess he finally gave up. After the truck drove away, I went and got some gas and then went back to my apartment. I was very careful the entire time, and I did not see the truck for the rest of the drive. After getting back home, I realized that the driver of the truck was likely the seller of the laptop. I hadn't really thought about it when I was being followed, but it all made sense now. He told me that he was inside the bar to try to get me to go in. I went back to look at the listing, and it was now gone. The user had blocked me as well, whoever he was. I was a little bit worried because originally I did drive to my apartment complex, but I just hoped that he thought it was the first of all the random places that I turned in to lose him. He also wouldn't know which building I lived in or which unit was mine. Luckily though, I never saw him again. I also haven't used Facebook Marketplace since that incident. I used to work at Target when I was younger. I worked there for about a year and had to work during a Black Friday. During that time, we actually opened on Thanksgiving night, I believe at 6 o'clock p.m. Just about all of the Target employees were scheduled to work that night, it seemed. Target was going to stay open all night and then again the next day on Friday. We were expecting to get tons and tons of shoppers, and many deals were going on throughout the store. It was an experience like no other. I usually worked in the store as a sales associate and sometimes a cashier if they needed me. When I got there a short time before we opened, I had to park towards the far back corner of the parking lot, and we had a huge parking lot. I had never seen it so full. As I approached the store, I saw a line of at least 100 people waiting to be let inside. To that point, I had never gone shopping on Thanksgiving before, just in the early morning on the actual Black Friday. I was let in through an employee-only entrance, and then I clocked into work. I saw so many other employees, or team members as we called each other. There was a short meeting beforehand, and then some of the managers went over to unlock the doors. I started out the first hour as a cashier, and when the doors opened, I watched from my check lane as people came pouring in. They mostly ran to the electronics area, and soon, people were coming to all of the check lanes. We had just about every single check lane open, and I was busy ringing people up for the first couple of hours. I was only working until midnight, so it was not that bad of a shift. And because it was 6 hours, I would get a 30-minute break at one point. After 3 hours of being at the check lanes, at 9 p.m., a manager came and told me that it was time for my break. I turned off the light to my check lane and then headed past the many people inside and over to the break room. When I got inside, I sat down at a table and pulled out my phone. I had several texts and Snapchats from friends. One in particular stood out though. There was a text from a number that I didn't recognize. I was very good at having names stored on my phone as everybody that I texted or called, so I knew who it was. The text from this unknown person said, "When you're on your break, meet me at the back of the store." I responded by asking who it was. Then I responded to all the other texts and snaps from various friends. Whoever had texted me before responded again, telling me to just come to the back of the store. I was really curious, but I had no idea who this was. I had several of my coworkers' numbers, and they were stored on my phone with their names. It was possible that it was another coworker, but why wouldn't they just tell me? I actually left the break room and decided to go to the back of the store to see who it was. What part of the back of the store I was supposed to go to, though, was not clear. Target is a large store, and the back can refer to quite a bit of space. I made my way through the large crowd of shoppers. On the way to the back, even though I took my name tag off, I was asked by about 5 people about things. Some asked where products were. Others asked me if certain things were still in stock or on sale. At last, I made it to the back of the store. I walked along it and didn't see anybody that I knew, and nobody waved at me or approached. I went back to the break room after that for the remainder of my break. Towards the end of it, the number texted me again. The new text said, "I saw you. It was too busy, and I will catch up with you after work at midnight." I wasn't sure who this was still, and I didn't know how they knew when I got off. I texted them again, asking who this was. Then I went back to work. After I went back to work, I was moved to the sales floor from the check lanes. As I worked, I was able to check my phone a couple of times, but I didn't get a response from whoever it was that had been texting me. Soon, I forgot all about it and was very busy with work. For the next few hours, I did various things, and it remained extremely busy the entire time. By the time it was almost midnight, things were a little bit more calm, but still very busy. In that entire time, I didn't notice anybody that was strange or looking at me. I helped quite a few customers, but none of them stood out as possibly being the one who had texted me. When it was 12 o'clock, I was finally done for the night. I walked to the employees' hallway and clocked out. Then I left the busy store and walked out into the parking lot. There was still lots of cars all around. However, the area where I parked was slightly more open now. As I walked through the parking lot to my vehicle, I felt my phone vibrate. I took it out of my pocket and looked. There was a text from the same number from earlier. In the new text, whoever it was said they were waiting by my car. I was almost halfway there and could barely see my car from where I was. I noticed that directly next to my car on the other side was an SUV. As I kept walking closer, I got a little bit better view of it. I could see that the engine to the SUV was running, but couldn't tell who was inside. I had a really bad feeling about it and decided to turn around. Then I went back inside Target. When I got back inside, I went straight to the break room, and there were a few other people in there. I was going to maybe text my parents and ask one of them to come pick me up or something, but one of my best friends at work, Lexi, was in the break room. I walked over to her and told her about what was happening. She said that somebody had asked her about me earlier when she was working. A man had apparently approached her and claimed to be a good friend of mine. He asked her for my number, and she had no reason not to believe that he didn't really know me, so she gave it to him. She said that he was tall, thin, had a slight beard and shorter, dark-colored hair. From what she said, it didn't sound like anybody that I knew. After a few more minutes talking to her, one of the security people we had working that night came into the break room. When I saw him, I told him about my situation and asked him to go out to my car with me. He agreed, and when we left the store, the car was still parked next to mine. We walked closer, and when we made it within 50 feet or so of the car, it drove away. I was able to get to my car safely and then carefully drove home, making sure that I wasn't followed. There was a lot of other cars around, going to Target and other nearby stores, so if the guy wanted to follow me, it would have been pretty tough. But he didn't. I was really glad to make it back safe. When I got home, I saw that I had another text from him. He called me a curse word, and then I blocked his number. That made for a very memorable Black Friday. That guy must have seen me working earlier in the night, and maybe even one of my previous shifts at Target. He must have got my name from my name tag, and then told Lexi that he was my friend, and then got my number from her. I'm guessing he found out what time I got off and what car was mine, possibly from other coworkers. It really creeps me out to think about it. Luckily, though, I never saw him again after that. This happened back when I was a college student. During that time, I shared a house with a roommate named Stephanie, and we each had our own bedroom. When I was in college, I used the Snapchat app on a daily basis. Quite a few of my friends are on Snapchat, not just from college, but from high school and other places as well. I snap with quite a few of them regularly. One night, I got added by someone new on Snapchat. When I looked at the username, I didn't know who it was. It was a guy, and I thought that possibly he had went to my school or something. Maybe I had met him at one point. At that time, I had been in college for a couple of years and had met lots of people in my time there. I added the user back, seeing that his Bitmoji was a pretty typical looking guy. Not long after this, I received a snap from him. I opened it, curious as to who he was and what he was sending me. It was just a blank picture of nothing really. It seemed to be all black. I wondered why he sent me this, but I just opened it and did not respond. A couple of hours went by. Now it was a little bit later at night. My roommate Stephanie was gone, and I was at home by myself and in my bedroom. I was doing some homework, but was planning to go to bed soon. I received another Snapchat from the same guy though. Like before, it was a picture. This time though, I opened it, and the picture looked like it was of my house, and the picture was taken from my street. When I saw this, I wondered how this person could be there. Did they know this was my house? I sent a chat to the guy and asked him what he was doing. He opened it, but did not immediately reply. I went to my bedroom window, which was covered, and lifted the blinds slightly to look outside. When I did not see anything. I couldn't see the whole street from my window, but did see part of it. I was hoping that maybe he was just walking by. And maybe this was one of my friends who actually knew me and was playing a joke. It seemed pretty unlikely for that to be the case though. Hopefully the guy was gone now. About 5 minutes or so went by. I had gone back to my homework and was just about done. I saw that I got another snap from the same guy though. This time, it was not a picture, but a chat. It said, "Open your front door." I got up and left my bedroom. Carefully, I walked over to the living room and looked out of the window that had a view of the front step. I saw a man standing there, right outside of the front door. From where I was, I couldn't see the guy's face, but about up to his shoulders, so I really didn't know who he was, but he didn't appear to be anybody that I recognized. I had no plans to open the door for him. I responded, asking who he was. He did not reply. I threatened to call the police. I said, "If you don't leave or tell me who you are, I will call the cops." He opened that, but did not respond to it. I watched him continue to stand at the front step. Then, after about a minute, I saw him leave the step and go to the left. It was out of my sight, and I hoped and assumed that he was leaving. I went to another window and looked out of it in the direction that he went. I didn't see anything though. This probably meant that he was gone now. For the next several minutes, I went around the house and looked out just about every side of it, but did not see the guy. This made me feel better, and I figured that he was gone. Then I went back into my bedroom. I should have gone to sleep right then, but I wasn't that tired anymore. It wasn't all that late either. I was done studying though, and went into my room and turned on my TV. About an hour later, I felt my phone vibrate next to me on the bed. I picked it up and saw yet another snap from the same guy. At first, I didn't want to open it, but ultimately, I decided to. It was a picture, and after opening it, I saw that it was a close-up of my bedroom window. I looked over to the window, but couldn't see out of it at all because of the thick blinds that I had. Then I heard a knocking on the window. I took out my phone and dialed 911. I couldn't take it anymore. Then I ran out of my bedroom and into the bathroom down the hallway. I locked the door and waited for the police to arrive. In the meantime, I blocked his account on Snapchat and did not want any more snaps from him. When I was inside the bathroom, I didn't hear anything after blocking the guy. He wouldn't be able to contact me, and I didn't hear any noises from the window or anything. I really had no idea what was going on. I just hoped that he wouldn't try to break into the house or anything. Eventually, the cops got there. It was only then that I finally left the bathroom. They told me that they found a man hiding in my backyard. He was a man that I did not recognize at all, and I'm not sure how he knew me or got my Snapchat. I did have my location on through Snap Maps though, which is how he knew where I lived. Since this incident, I only accept friends on Snapchat if I actually know them and who they are. I'm a teacher, and this is something that happened a couple of years ago. It was during my 4th year teaching at the high school that I still currently teach at. I teach math, and had 4 different classes throughout the day that semester. It kept me very busy between teaching, preparing lessons, and grading assignments. One day, about a month into the school year, I was teaching like any other. It was the first hour of the day, and I was in the middle of going through a problem on the whiteboard. That's when the phone rang in my classroom. I paused what I was doing and walked over to answer it. I was told the school was being locked down, but I wasn't told why. After that, the announcement came over the entire school intercom. Some of the kids in class started to talk and asked me what the cause of the lockdown was. I honestly didn't know, and I told them that. I did what I was supposed to do and turned out the lights and locked the doors. I instructed the students to the back of the classroom. There were 20 kids in my class, and they all did what I said, but still wanted to know why we were in a lockdown. I knew this was not a drill, and I was pretty curious myself. I went to my desk and sat down in the chair. Then we all just waited. Minutes went by, which felt like forever. After about 10 minutes, my cell phone started vibrating. It was on top of my desk, and I picked it up to see who was calling me. It was a number that I didn't recognize. I was about to let it ring, but I thought it was possibly information about the lockdown. It may have been from another teacher whose number I didn't have yet. It could have been from another staff member as well. That's what was going through my mind in the moment. At the last minute, I accepted the call. I held the phone up to my ear and listened as I heard a man start to speak. I didn't really recognize his voice. He spoke professionally and told me that I was needed in the principal's office immediately. I asked why, and I was told that it would be discussed when I got there. I was very confused. I said I couldn't leave my class, and I was told that I needed to go anyways. Then he hung up. I saw my students looking at me, no doubt wondering what I was told on the phone. Then one of them spoke up and asked. I told them the truth and said somebody asked me to the principal's, and I really didn't know why. I was debating whether I should go or not. I got up from my desk and walked over to the door. Then I looked out the window and into the hallway. It was very empty. But then I saw someone. It was sort of far to the left, just barely in my sight. There was a man standing there wearing all black, including a ski mask. I quickly moved back after seeing him. One of the students asked me if I was going to go, and I said no, I wasn't. I told everyone to stay at the back of the class, and I joined them. I had no clue who the person in the hallway was, but the fact that they were wearing a ski mask could not be good. They were likely the reason for the lockdown. I didn't want my students to know that the person was so close, though. Things were very silent for a few minutes. We couldn't hear anything from out in the hallways. It felt like forever, and the more time that went by, the more worried I became. I got another phone call on my phone from the same number, but I ignored it. They called back again, and at that point, I turned off my phone entirely. We all waited in the classroom for almost an hour. Finally, I got another call on my phone in the classroom. I walked over and picked it up. I was told that the lockdown was over, and then there was an announcement over the intercom letting us know. Class was over and I let the students out. When I found out more details from the lockdown, I couldn't believe it. The person in the ski mask was a former student of our high school. He was also a former student of mine who I had failed. He came back to the school and he was the one who called me on my cell phone as well. I'm not sure how he got my number, but he did. He was trying to get me out of my classroom. I'm not sure what he was planning to do then, possibly attack me. I don't want to think about that. Luckily, he was spotted by a faculty member, which sent the school into a lockdown. Eventually, the police came and were able to locate the suspect and catch him, although he was able to evade them for quite a while. I still can't believe it, even to this day. I can't imagine what would have happened had I left the classroom. It was too strange though, and I never really seriously considered it. I could tell that something was really suspicious. Still, I will never forget seeing him in the hallway. It was one of the scariest sights of my life.
My name is Sophie, and this happened several years ago when I was in college. I went to a very large university in the United States. The college had quite a bit of students, and most places you would go throughout campus, you would see many different people. Throughout my first couple of years at the college, I made quite a few friends and would hang out with them all the time. However, most of my college friends were not in the same major as me and were not in my classes. My classes were also very large, and there would be over 100 people in them. During the beginning of my junior year, I was sitting next to a girl named Jordan in one of my classes. She introduced herself to me the first day after I sat down. We were both sitting in the back because we only arrived a few moments before class started, and most of the seats were already taken. The next day, we both sat in the same places again. Over time, we spoke more and more and soon became good friends. We both had the same major, and Jordan told me that she had transferred from another university. As the semester went on, we started studying for our classes together in the library occasionally. Eventually, we hung out at each other's places sometimes. I lived in a house with 2 roommates, and Jordan had her own 1-bedroom apartment just off campus. One day, Jordan texted me after class and asked if I wanted to study later that night. I said yes because we did have a big test coming up. Jordan had told me that she had an off-campus job at a shoe store and asked if I could pick her up. She said her car was having problems and she had to walk to work that day. It wasn't a problem for me, and she gave me the address, which was roughly 5 minutes away from my house. Jordan said that she got off at 9 p.m., so I drove there and waited. I parked on the side of the street across from the store. It was a quieter side of town and an old shoe store that seemed like nobody went to. I had wondered why and how Jordan had gotten a job there. It was next door to a couple of other businesses, and I don't remember exactly what they were, but they weren't very popular. Across the street from them was like a wildlife park. I couldn't park directly across the street and had to parallel park a little ways down. I texted her that I was there and waited for a response. It was only 8:55, so I wasn't surprised when she didn't respond for the first couple of minutes. Then, 9 o'clock came and went, and there was still no response from Jordan. As I was sitting there waiting, suddenly I saw a man in front of my car. He must have walked out from the woods area that was next to the street. That was pretty creepy in itself. The man walked right up to my window and signaled for me to roll it down. I did roll it down, and the man leaned in. He asked if he could have a ride. This guy was already giving me the creeps. He had seemingly just emerged from the woods, and I had no clue who he was. He was wearing just a sweatshirt, jeans, and a beanie. Then he said to me he was going to need to get inside my car, or something like that. Then he started to reach inside. I followed my instincts, and I whipped the car into drive and sped out of there. The guy yelled a few things as I left, but I have no clue what they were. I drove to the next street, and my heart was racing. It wasn't until my phone started ringing that I remembered about Jordan. I hadn't even picked her up. I answered my phone, and it was Jordan. She asked me where I had gone and said that she was outside looking for me. I told her about what had happened and said that I was on my way back. I was now worried about Jordan. If there was some guy that wanted to get into my car, I feared Jordan might be in danger. I drove back around the block to the street where the shoe store was. When I got there, the street was very quiet and seemingly empty, other than a few cars parked on the side of the road. I didn't see the man, so that was good. I parked where I had been before, but was very nervous. As soon as I parked, I called Jordan to tell her that I was there. She answered and told me that she was crossing the street, and I saw her up a ways. I was really glad to see her. She walked to my car and then opened the passenger's door.
She got like halfway inside and then said that she had forgotten something and quickly left the car and started going to the rear of my vehicle. She left the door wide open and I leaned over to ask her what she was doing, but just then, the man appeared again. He came from the back side of my car and entered through the wide open door. I tried to put my car into drive again, but he grabbed my wrist. With my other hand, I opened my driver's door. We struggled for a few seconds with the man trying to grab me. I was able to make it just outside of my door, and when I did, I ran across the street. The man followed after me. All of the businesses and stores on that side of the street were now closed, and I had to run all the way down the sidewalk. I got around to the corner and could hear the man was still behind me. When I made it around the corner, I ran behind one of the buildings into an alleyway and hid there. I don't think he knew where I went, and he seemed to walk around the area for a bit and then turn back. I stayed there, hiding behind a dumpster, and I called the police, and then I called Jordan. She didn't answer, and I was really worried about her. I left my hiding spot to go back to the street. When I did, I saw that my car was now gone. I had left the keys in the ignition after all, so I wasn't too surprised. I called out for Jordan, but she wasn't answering me. I called her over and over on her phone as well, but she didn't pick up. Soon, the police arrived at the scene. I told them everything and about Jordan, who I couldn't locate. I answered a bunch of questions over the next hour or so, and then got a ride home. The next day, I was told that Jordan and the man had both been located. What surprised me was that they had been working together. It all made sense after I thought about it. I was really shocked though. I had considered her to be my best friend. I worked at Burger King during my senior year of high school. I think I worked there for a total of 5 months before quitting. There was one experience in particular that stands out when remembering my time there. It happened towards the end of my 5 months at work. I remember it was a weekend, and I was working a shift which started in the daytime and ended in the late afternoon. During that time, I was working behind the counter and taking orders from customers inside. In the hours that I worked that day, I interacted with so many people. For the most part, everything had seemed normal. Because it was the weekend, we were pretty busy during my entire shift. After I was done, I got off and drove back home. During that time, I lived with my parents and brother, maybe 10 minutes away from the Burger King in a house. When I got back home that day, I remember that my parents and brother were gone. I wasn't sure where they went at the time, but they would occasionally go places, and I didn't mind being by myself. When I got back, it was probably like 6 or 7 p.m. I made some food and then went into the living room. I was home for probably an hour and still by myself when there was a knock at the front door. It seemed a little bit odd because it was dark out by now. The sun had just set. Not knowing who it was, I got up and walked over to the door. I looked outside and saw that a man was standing there. He was about average height and just wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and appeared to be in his 40s. I didn't think he was a neighbor, but I thought that maybe that was possible. I was curious and decided to answer. After opening up the door, the guy said hi to me. He looked a little bit familiar for some reason after I got a closer view of his face. The guy asked me if I remembered him from earlier. I tried to think if I did, but I couldn't place exactly where I had seen him. I asked him from what. The man said that he was disappointed I forgot. He then told me that he was at Burger King earlier today. He said that I took his order, and when he said that, I did kind of remember him. It's just that I dealt with so many customers, it was all kind of a blur sometimes. Still, what exactly was this guy doing here at my house? After standing there awkwardly for a few seconds, I just asked him that. The man told me that he thought I seemed really cool and wanted to hang out. He pointed over to his car. A sedan was parked on the side of the road a little ways back. The guy said that we could go right now. Now, keep in mind, I was a senior in high school at the time, and this guy was like 20 years older than me at least, so this was really weird. I was shocked at what he was saying, and I said no thanks to him. He urged me to change my mind, and I started to close the door. Finally, he said, "All right then," in a disappointed tone, and then started walking off. I was relieved to see him go. After closing and locking the door, I started to realize just how odd of a situation that was. Not only was a random guy much older than me trying to get me to go in his car with him, but he showed up at my house. How would this man know where I lived anyways? He would have had to follow me home. I became really creeped out by this, and felt lucky that he didn't try to force his way in or anything. I went over and looked back out the window to see if the guy had left. He didn't. The man's car was still parked on the side of the road in the same spot, and he was in the driver's seat. I watched him for like 2 minutes straight, and he didn't drive away. I was starting to get concerned about this. His car was not parked directly in front of our house, but a little ways down. It was kind of between the side of our yard and our next door neighbors. I did my best to ignore it and was telling myself that he would probably drive away soon, but I couldn't help but worry that he might get out of his car and knock on the door again or something. About an hour went by. I was still home by myself, and I went to the window to check. I couldn't believe it, but he was still there. I could also see that he was still inside of his car. I didn't know what to do, and thought that he would have been gone for sure. But just about a minute later, I heard my parents pulling into the driveway. I was glad that they were home. When they made it inside, I told them about the guy. My dad ended up going outside to confront him, but before he could make it even close to the guy's car, the man drove away. After that night, I never saw him again. I only worked at Burger King for a few more weeks after that. I'm a former movie theater employee. The one that I worked at I would describe as very typical. It was near a shopping center about 10 minutes away from where I lived. At the time, I was a high school senior and 18 years old. One night, I was working there until 11 p.m. I believe it was a weekend, and I know that it had been pretty busy. As it got to be a little bit later at night, things got quieter. I'm not sure exactly what time it was, but I know that one of the theaters ended its last movie for the night. I was sent to go and clean it about 30 minutes after the movie ended. The theater wasn't all that big, so it probably wouldn't take me too long. Usually, there was some trash left behind, and popcorn on the floor and things like that. When I entered the empty theater, I started cleaning up, first closer to the screen. It was a little messier than I thought it would be. I worked my way up, and probably about 10 minutes later, I was looking down at the floor and cleaning, when suddenly, something hit the ground right in front of me. I saw that it was a cup that appeared to be empty. I had no idea where it had come from. I looked up towards the top of the theater. When I did, I saw nothing. But I knew that somebody else had to be in there to throw that at me. I called out, asking who was there, but got nothing in response. Then I started to walk up an aisle towards the top of the theater. When I made it about halfway up, I saw a man suddenly stand up and appear from behind the second to last row. He had a strange-looking beard and long hair. Before I had a chance to say anything, I saw him wind up and throw something at me again. I ducked, and what appeared to be an almost empty water bottle flew past my head. I stood up and asked the guy what he was doing. I kind of thought that he was joking around at first. He was standing up and facing me, but still didn't say anything. I saw that based on the seemingly angry look on his face, he was not joking around. I told him that we were closing soon and I needed to clean, so he had to go. The man's response to this was to start to take a few steps closer to me. Then, without saying anything, he began running towards me at full speed. I knew nothing else but to run away from the guy. I sprinted down the stairs and then out of the theater back into the hallway. When I got out there, I noticed that the guy didn't leave the theater. He was still inside. This would pose a problem with me being able to clean it. I walked down the hallway back towards the front until I found a coworker. I found a guy named Cal who was one of my coworkers, and after I told him about the guy, we decided to go back. I felt like it would be easier for the two of us to get the guy to leave than just one. If he still refused, then we would probably have to call the police on him. We both entered the theater, but didn't go in very far. We remained just a few feet away from the door in case the guy tried anything. We couldn't see anything at all, but I was pretty sure that the guy was still in there. We yelled out that he had to go now, and if he didn't leave, we would have to call the police. At first, it was just silence. Then, suddenly, we heard a noise. It was coming from above us, and I looked up. The railing from the stairs of the aisle was above us and directly to the left. I saw the guy for a second, and a bunch of popcorn falling down on us like snow. He had dumped it over the rails right onto us. We both left the theater after that, and then called the police. We waited by the entrance for the next 10 minutes or so, and the guy didn't leave. When the police got there, we told them where the guy was. It took them a while, but eventually they were able to get him to leave the theater. I'm not sure what his problem was. The guy clearly had some issues. I'm just glad that he didn't actually cause any harm to the theater or employees. Later on, I found out that he never bought a ticket to a movie and had snuck in towards the end of a film. I guess he stayed in there towards the back, and when the movie was over, continued to stay in until I went in to clean. I worked at the theater for a few months after that, before quitting. Last summer, I went on a cross-country road trip with my best friend Emma. Between the two of us, we could drive for very long periods of time. We were switching off when we got tired, and sometimes one of us would drive while the other slept. I remember that on one of the first nights of the trip, we found ourselves driving on a quiet highway late at night. I don't know exactly what time it was, but we were about the only car on the road. We had stopped for gas maybe 30 minutes earlier and got some coffee as well. We were in the right lane, and I was driving with Emma in the front passenger seat. We were casually talking to each other, and a car appeared behind us in the rearview mirror. I was driving probably 5 miles per hour over the speed limit and was on cruise control. The car behind us approached, going maybe 5 miles per hour faster than us. When it got closer, it changed to the left lane and then started passing us. The car was a black SUV, and when it got in front of us, it pulled into the right lane. After it did, it slowed down significantly. It's like whoever was driving took their foot off the gas pedal entirely. It was kind of rude, to be honest, and I switched lanes to the left to go around them. When I did, though, they immediately switched to the left lane, as if to throw a block at me. The SUV had no license plates on it at all, and I had a sort of bad feeling. We were going slower and slower, and wondering what this person's problem was. I quickly switched lanes again, and this time, I was able to pass them. As I did, I looked over and saw a man driving. He looked over at us as we passed. I was speeding up significantly because we had slowed down to probably 40 miles per hour or something. The roads we were on had a speed limit of 70. The guy in the SUV then started speeding up extremely fast as well. I got back up to about 70, and the guy was now right behind us. We remained this way for probably 10 minutes. He was like one car length behind us, and it became obvious that he was going to follow us wherever we went. I didn't know what his problem was with us. Emma suggested that we take the next exit and see if the man would take the exit too. And when the next one came up, I did just that. The guy followed us off the highway to the exit ramp. We didn't know where we were or what direction this was leading us in either. After taking the exit, I went right because it seemed like there were a couple of businesses over there and not much to the left. The guy was still behind us in the black SUV. I saw a gas station, and there were 2 other cars there at the pumps. This made me feel a little bit safer, and I pulled in. We didn't even need gas though, but I parked next to one of the pumps anyways because it was well lit. The guy in the black SUV parked at a gas pump that was a little ways away from us. Emma and I got out of our car and walked inside the building. It was Emma's idea to go inside, and I'm not really sure exactly why, but we did. When we got inside, there was another person in the gas station, as well as an employee. The guy from the SUV did not follow us in. It felt safer being inside and away from him, but I also knew that we would have to return to our vehicle and keep driving eventually. I was hoping that the guy would drive away and leave. I walked over to the front of the store to look out the window. When I did, I saw the man moving from behind his car to behind ours. He was sort of crouched down, like he was hiding from us as well. I went over to Emma, who was at another spot inside the gas station. I told her about the guy, and we called the police. We told them what was going on, and clearly the man was up to something bad. He sat there, hiding behind our car for quite a while. From where he was at, we couldn't see him at all though. I just knew that he hadn't left because I would have seen him leave. If we had gone back to our vehicle without knowing, who knows what would have happened. We spoke with the employee of the gas station and told him what was going on, and about 10 minutes later, a police car entered the gas station parking lot. Emma and I were watching from the window the whole time. We saw the guy run out from behind our car, back to his SUV and get in. The police flashed their lights, and the man attempted to drive away. Both him and the police car left the parking lot. There seemed to be a police chase after that, but it didn't last too long. The guy ended up being caught a little ways down the street. After that, Emma and I were able to continue with our road trip. It still creeps me out to think about that man though. Possibly he saw us at the previous gas station that we had been to and decided to follow us for some reason. That's my best guess. What his intentions were, I have no idea. I worked as a pizza delivery driver a few years ago. One night, I was working a late night shift. I made a few deliveries, and I remember at about 10 o'clock, I had to deliver one for the street that I lived on. At the time, I was 17 and lived with my parents on a long street in a neighborhood. It was pretty close to the pizza place, and I was excited to deliver to my street. I thought maybe it was one of the neighbors that I knew. I was friendly with a good number of them, although there were quite a few houses on our street, and I didn't know them all. Besides my own address, I didn't know anyone else's address on my street by heart, so I didn't know who exactly it would be. I got onto my street, drove past my house, and then further down. It ended up being a ways down the street, but when I arrived at the address, I was confused. This was a house that I knew nobody lived in. It was a well-known fact that the house was actually abandoned. I had to do a double take at the address to make sure that it was correct. It was in fact where I was supposed to deliver to. I looked at the house, and all of the lights appeared to be off. This seemed a little bit strange. However, I had a job to do. I got out of my car and walked up the driveway. When I got to the front door, I rang the bell. I heard the sound move throughout the house. Then I heard someone walking outside from the side of the house. I looked to my right and saw a man approaching. He walked over to me and said that he would take the pizza. The man then said that he had the money in the back. I asked the guy if he lived there. He said yes without hesitating. I knew that was a lie, and I was really suspicious, but I was following him. He said that he and some friends were hanging out in the backyard. I was walking really slowly, as if I knew I shouldn't be going back there. The backyard appeared to be very wooded. I also didn't hear any noises at all coming from the back, and didn't see any light either. If there were people back there, I would have been able to tell. I made it about halfway back, but I had a really bad feeling. I knew that I shouldn't go any further, and I stopped. I turned around and started running for my car. When I got back to it, I got inside and drove away quickly. I went all the way back to the pizza place that I worked at, and I used my own money to cover the pizza that I had just delivered. I worked the rest of the night and went home later. When I got home, I asked my parents if anybody lived in that house, just making sure. They told me that it was still abandoned. I then told them about what had happened that night, and we actually drove by, but saw nothing. The lights were still off, and I didn't see anybody in the yard. I didn't have to deliver there again, but I still wonder what happened. I work as a pizza delivery driver. A couple of weeks ago, I was working at night and got what appeared to be a standard delivery. Without thinking much, I got the pizza that I was to deliver and went to my car. I drove to the address that I was supposed to go to. It took maybe 15 minutes to get to the address, and by the time that I got there, it was almost midnight. I parked, got the pizza, and headed up. When I rang the doorbell of the house, I noticed that the front door was already open. There was just a screen door that was closed. I looked inside the house. There was a hallway going forward and some stairs, and most of the lights appeared to be off. I heard a man's voice from inside somewhere ask if I had the pizza. I replied saying yes. Then the man said to come in and bring it back to the kitchen. The guy told me that he had broken his leg and was icing it. I opened the door and walked inside, although I had a bad feeling about it. I really didn't like walking into people's houses who I didn't know. When I got inside, I figured that I should walk down the hallway, but I looked around to make sure. There was a little foyer area in the entry. A staircase was a little bit to the left. Then, just the hallway going back with several doors to the right. The man had sounded like he was coming from down the hallway and to the left, so I'm guessing that's where the kitchen was. As I started to walk down there, suddenly the front door to the house behind me closed. It slammed shut violently. I looked back, but I couldn't see who had shut it. Whoever it was had done it from the outside. Then I heard some noises coming from the kitchen area. It sounded like somebody was now walking towards me. I quickly ran to the nearest doorway in the house and went inside. Then I closed the door behind me. To my surprise, it had a lock on it, and I locked the door. I was inside of a room that appeared to be a bedroom, and it was completely dark for the most part. I looked around and found a light switch. I turned it on, and I could now see the room better. Nobody else was in here, which was good. I heard the man walking down the hallway in my direction. I guess he didn't have a broken leg. He then tried opening the door to the room that I was in. I looked around the room, and I found a window. I needed to get out of there. I opened it from the inside and slid it up. There was just enough space for me to climb out of there. I could still hear the man trying to open the door as I climbed out. When I made it into the front yard, I heard more noises. There was somebody else outside in the yard, but they were a ways away. I sprinted back for my car, and at first heard whoever else was there running after me. I didn't stop and was able to make it to my car. I left and went back to the pizza place. I felt so happy to get out of there. My boss was really nice and didn't mind that I was unable to get the money for the pizza. I'm not sure what the plan was at that house, but I'm glad I was able to get away.
I went to a fairly small university for college and was there for 4 years. During my 3rd year there, I had one scary experience. It was a normal school day, and I drove from my small apartment to campus. I only lived like a mile away, and the campus was nice, but a little small. There were several different buildings that classes were in, and after parking in a parking lot, I walked to the building where mine was. When I got inside, I went to the classroom. Now, this was not a big lecture hall, but more similar to almost a high school classroom. There were about 30 students in the class, and then the professor. I remember that class started as usual. The professor was giving a lecture, and we were all sitting there and taking notes. About 15 minutes in, maybe, I heard a voice come over the speakers in the classroom. There was an announcement that the entire campus was going into a lockdown, and this was not a drill. They did not say the reason why, but said for students to remain in the buildings that they were currently in. Our professor looked and saw that she had received a text about the situation and started following the procedures. However, she was not told the reason for the lockdown at that time. It was similar to a high school lockdown drill. That was my only experience with lockdowns to that point. I had never been involved in a real one before. I was a little bit nervous, but felt safe in the classroom that we were in. The professor turned out all of the lights, locked the doors, and closed the blinds to the one window that the room had. She then told us to remain in our seats and stay calm. We were all wondering what the lockdown was for, and everybody started going on their phones to look it up. However, nobody could find any information other than that we were in a lockdown. Our college was not tiny, but a little bit smaller, so a lockdown would not necessarily make news coverage. We sat there in our desks, just waiting and wondering for a while. Mostly, we just went on our phones and did whatever. Occasionally, there were small conversations, but things were mostly pretty quiet. After almost an hour, the lockdown was lifted. The professor was informed and we were let out of class. After that, it was announced that classes had been canceled for the rest of the day. It was nice to have class canceled, but I was still concerned. We were told that they did not believe we were in any immediate danger, but I still wanted to know the reason why. I ended up just going home and back to my apartment. I talked with several friends over text, and there was a rumor that one of the professors was attacked or something. I didn't know if it was just a rumor or speculation, but we were never given an official reason for the lockdown. Later that night, we all got an email that classes for the next day were canceled as well. I was able to stay home and get ahead of things with homework and stuff. Finally, the next day after that, classes and everything resumed as normal. I went to my first class of the day, and it went by just fine. Afterwards, I walked across campus to another building for my next class. I was a little bit early and stopped to use the restroom down the hallway. Just seconds after I entered the bathroom, I was literally in a stall when I heard that the school was going into a lockdown again. I couldn't believe it. At first, I was very confused. How could we be having another lockdown again? I didn't even know for sure why we had the first one. As I was still in there, in one of the women's restroom stalls, I heard the door to the bathrooms open. Whoever walked in there started immediately talking under their breath. I couldn't really make out what they were saying, but I could tell that it was a man, which was really weird. This was the women's restroom. I lifted up my feet so the guy wouldn't see me, whoever he was. It sounded like he was walking around towards the front of the bathroom near the door and just talking to himself. After a few seconds of that, he kind of stopped and then seemed to stand by the door for a while. Then the door opened again and the guy left. I felt relieved and then checked my phone to see if there was any information on the lockdown. I couldn't find anything, so I walked out to leave the bathroom. I didn't really know what was going on out there, but I didn't want to stay in the bathroom anymore, especially after a guy had walked in it. As soon as I left, though, I saw several police officers in the hallway. They seemed to be walking down the hall to the left, past where I was. When they saw me, they said that I should go back into the bathroom, so I did. I waited just inside and didn't know what on earth was happening. I stayed in the bathroom for almost 20 minutes until it was okay to come out, and then the lockdown ended. Once again, classes were canceled for the rest of the day. I found out all of the details afterwards. A man had in fact attempted to attack one of the professors the day of the first lockdown. He fled the building and was actually able to get away. A few days later, he came back and went after the professor again. This time, he was seen by a campus security guard, and he ran away again immediately. He was later found in a hallway, not far from the bathroom that I was in. I'm pretty sure he was the person who had been in the bathroom with me. It creeps me out to think about it. This is a story that happened to me back when I was in college. I'm pretty sure that I was a freshman, and I know that I lived in the dorms. My college was really small. Probably like 2,000 students went there, and the campus had about 5 buildings on it. One day, I got back from a morning class, and then went back to my dorm. I had a little bit of free time until my next class and did some homework. Then I left my dorm room early to go to my final class for the day. I left my dorm and then just had to walk across a courtyard to the building that my class was in. It would only take about 5 minutes to do so. After leaving my dorm, outside it was very quiet. There were virtually no other students outside walking around at all. It wasn't that unusual though because of how small the college was. Plus, just about every class was still in session because it was still about 20 minutes before my class started. I got to the building that my class was in and tried going inside, but for some reason, the door was locked. I found this really odd because this was one of the main entrances to the building. I went to another door, but that one was locked too. In fact, every possible entrance to the building was locked. I knew that our class was supposed to be in there, and I wasn't really sure what was going on. This was an excuse for me to not show up though. I was a good student, but the class was pretty boring and I didn't mind skipping it. I turned and walked back to my dorm. But as I was turning around, in the distance, I saw this one guy running. I thought it was kind of weird. He ran from behind one of the other buildings and then went behind a bush, probably about 100 feet away from me. As I started to walk back to my dorm, I saw the guy come out from the bush and then kind of start to walk in my direction. I turned back and kept walking. My plan was to go back to my dorm and take a nap. I remember getting to the door of my dorm building and opening it up. When I got inside, I was starting to walk to the hallway when I heard somebody trying to open the front door. I looked back and saw the same guy who I had seen outside running. He looked in the window right at me and waved. Then, he knocked on the window a few times. The guy wanted me to let him in. At first, I was going to. I didn't know who he was. I had never seen him before. I thought maybe he lost his key to get in or something. But for some reason, as I took a step in his direction, I just got a bad feeling, like it would not be good to let him in. I ended up just turning and walking away. I felt kind of bad, but if he didn't live here, I was not supposed to let him in. And if he did live here after all, and maybe lost or forgot his key, he could just go to the offices and get another key fob or get let in. I had never seen him in the building though, so I really wasn't sure. I went upstairs to my dorm room and then fell asleep for an hour or two. As a college student, I was never getting enough sleep, so I took naps all the time. I remember going to the window of my dorm room and looking out to see several police cars around campus. Some had flashing lights, and I was wondering what was going on. I checked my student email and saw the notifications of a lockdown. They were from earlier in the day, and I realized why the building doors had been locked and we hadn't had class. In that first email, there were not many details. We were told to stay in the buildings that we were in and would be notified when the lockdown was over. We were also told that classes were canceled. I'm not sure how, but I was not aware of the lockdown up until that point. I stayed inside my dorm room, and classes were called off for the rest of the day. Just about 30 minutes later, though, the lockdown finally ended. It took a few days for me to get all of the information of what happened, or at least most of it, but a guy who did not attend the college, but lived in the area, apparently made several threats against the university. Somebody who did go to the college knew that guy and reported him. He later showed up on campus, and after seeing him, he was reported and the place got locked down. He was locked out of buildings and hid on campus for several hours. There were multiple reports of him trying to get inside buildings. He happened to be the same person that I had seen outside, and I almost let him into my dorm building. I'm really glad that I didn't.
Back in high school, my junior year, I used to get to school about 15 minutes before it started. That's what time the bus would drop us off, and after getting inside, I would head upstairs to my locker first. Then there was this spot upstairs near the stairs that had a large window at the end of the hall. It wasn't that far from my locker either, and you could sit on the ledge in front of the window. My friends and I would sit around there just about every day and talk. It was kind of a routine, or a before-school hangout spot for us. It overlooked part of the parking lot, and also the softball field next to the school to the east. We could also see the sun rising, and it lit up the inside really well. One day, I arrived at school, went upstairs to my locker, and then over to my friends by the window. There were about 5 of us or so there, and we chatted until the warning bell sounded. When we did, we all started to disperse to our classes. The hallways had been really crowded, but things were quickly becoming more quiet. I looked out the window and saw a few kids hurrying in at the last minute to make it to class. Then I saw this one guy hurry into the school. He was too old to be a student, and I didn't recognize him as a teacher. I thought maybe he was a substitute at first, but he was not dressed for the part. He just wore an old baggy-looking sweatshirt and sweatpants. He entered the school on the floor below, and then I headed to my class. I walked through the hallways down towards the other end. My classroom really wasn't that far away, and it was also on the 2nd floor. As I got there, I noticed down at the end of the hallway, the same guy who I had seen entering the school was now coming up to the top of the stairs. I went into my classroom at that point. Class went on as usual, as did my next few classes after that. Then came lunch period. I remember that as I was sitting with a couple of my friends at a table, I saw the guy again. He walked briefly into the lunchroom and then out another way. I was surprised to see him again, and I also thought that it was weird that I even noticed. The school that I went to was pretty large, with a lot of students, and it would be easy to blend in with the crowd. Later in the day, in my last hour, we were in class, and about halfway through, the phone in the classroom then rang. Our teacher picked it up at the desk. Afterwards, he told us that the school was being locked down. We had to get up and move to the back end of the classroom. Then he locked the doors and turned out the lights to the classroom. We were all really confused. I didn't even think about the guy that I kept seeing around the school earlier. I was as clueless as everybody else. All of us in the class were talking to each other, wondering what was going on. Nobody knew, though. The teacher wouldn't tell us either. He just said for us to keep calm and to be quiet. About an hour went by, and finally, the lockdown was lifted. We still didn't know what was going on. School was let out, and we all went home. I rode the bus, and when I got home, my mom was there and asked me about the lockdown. I guess she had heard more about it than I did. I found out that a man, the same one who I had seen multiple times in the school, was the cause of it. During the last class period of the day, he was seen suspiciously walking down a hallway. The school was then locked down. Police were called, but unfortunately, the man was able to escape through an open window. Nobody knew who he was. I told my mom that I had seen the guy enter the school and had seen him again later multiple times. It blew my mind that the guy was able to fly under the radar for so long. He had been there since the start of the school day, but it wasn't until the last hour that anybody seemingly noticed him. I'm just glad that the guy didn't cause any harm. I don't know who he was or what he was doing. I used to work at Costco. My job was mainly as a cashier up at the check lanes. I had this job for 6 months, and it was okay. Something really scary happened once, though, so I thought I would share my experience. It all started on a Friday night. I was working a shift where I got off at 8 p.m. I'm not sure when I started, but it wasn't too long of a shift. Things went by pretty easy, and I know that it was dark outside when I got off. After clocking out, I left the store to go to my car. I had parked at the back end of the parking lot, kind of in the middle. Behind our parking lot, there were some more businesses of other stores and restaurants, but they were separated by a row of trees. I was excited to go home after a long day of work, and I got within like 20 feet of my car and took out my keys. I was about to push the unlock button on my key fob when I saw something. Somebody was inside of my car. I stopped in my tracks and looked. It appeared as though there was a man sitting in the back seat of my car. He was looking in the other direction and not towards me. I double-checked to make sure that this was in fact my car. I knew that it was. But why was somebody inside of it? I didn't go any further and turned around and walked back for the Costco entrance. My mind was racing. I was trying to figure out how and why somebody would be inside of my car, and I was also wondering what I should do about it now. I found a coworker inside of the store who I was friendly with and told her about what had happened. She offered to come outside with me and look to see if the person was still there. We both walked out and slowly approached my car. We stopped at about 50 feet away and looked. It looked like he was gone now. We didn't see anything. We walked closer to the car. Very carefully, we made it within probably 10 feet. That's when we could see the guy was still there and ducking down in the back. Luckily, he did not see us. We walked back a ways, and my coworker told me to hit the unlock button to my car to see if the guy would leave. I did, and we waited, kind of hiding behind another car. The guy did not leave my vehicle, though. We could no longer see him because he was ducked down still, but we would be able to tell if he left my car. He stayed inside. After waiting for like 30 seconds to a minute, we both headed back inside of Costco. We were thinking about calling the police. After talking for several minutes inside and talking to another coworker about it, I decided that I would. I walked back outside to call the police and stood near the entrance doors of Costco as I began dialing, but it was at this point that I saw the guy actually get out of my car. He left out the rear passenger side door, which was the farthest away from me. Then I saw him slip away behind the trees leading to some other businesses nearby. I carefully walked back to my car. I kept my eyes on the trees the entire time. The guy was now out of my sight, and who knows where, but if he came back, I would see him. I was able to get inside of my car and lock the doors. Then, finally, I drove back to my house. When I got home, I looked throughout my car. Everything seemed the same. I never really kept anything of value inside of it. In fact, I didn't really have anything in it at all, so nothing was stolen and nothing was damaged either. I don't know what the guy was doing in there, but it really gives me the creeps. Did he know that it was specifically my car, or was this a random thing? I don't know. I figured that I must have forgotten to lock my car doors though. Usually I always remember to lock them, but it must have slipped my mind. I don't know how else to explain him being able to get inside of my car. I'm just glad that he left though. He must have realized that I knew he was in my car when I unlocked it, but never got inside. I went to Burger King one busy afternoon about a year ago. I was going to pick up some food and bring it back home, and when I got there, I saw that the place was very busy. There was a long line, and many other people sat at tables inside. The employees seemed really busy as well, trying to keep up with the rush of people. I realized that I had probably gone at a bad time, and I got into the back of the line and waited. Things actually moved by pretty quickly though, and eventually it was my turn to order. After I placed my order, I stepped aside and waited for it to be done. There seemed to be quite a few people working there. I looked around the busy restaurant as I waited, and about 5 minutes later, I heard my order being called. I walked up to the counter and a man was holding my bag of food. I took it and then started walking away to the exit. When I started walking though, I remembered that I realized my shoelace had become untied. I stopped sort of by the door at an open table and set the bag of food down on it. Then I tied my shoe again. When I looked up from tying my shoe, there was a Burger King employee standing right there looking at me. I stood up and saw that he appeared to be angry. The man then said that I didn't say thank you to him. I was really confused and asked him what he was talking about. He then accused me of playing dumb. He told me that he handed me my food and I didn't even say thank you. Now, I admit that I didn't say thank you to the guy, and it was a mistake. Usually I do, but I guess I just forgot that time because things were so busy and people were everywhere. When I realized what he was talking about, I said, "Oh, my bad, you're right, I'm sorry. Well, thank you." He was not satisfied with this. The employee told me that it was too late, and he then grabbed my food from the table. He called me a piece of garbage, and then took the food and stuffed it into a nearby trash can. I couldn't believe what he had just done. I mean, I apologized and said thank you to him, and I also paid for that food. I didn't think it was right for him to throw it away. The guy then told me to get out of his restaurant and stormed off to the employees area. He seemed to disappear in the back and out of my sight, and then I walked up to the counter. Things were still pretty busy, but another employee soon asked me what it was that I needed. I told her that a guy who worked here just took my food and tossed it in the garbage because I didn't say thank you. The employee told me that she knew who I was talking about, and she said that she thought he had anger problems. She said he often snapped at people for random reasons. I had thought maybe he was a manager, but I was told that he wasn't. I asked if my order could be remade, and as I was doing so, the man emerged from the back. He immediately locked eyes with me, and I saw his expression go to anger again. He stormed over and intervened. He told the other employee to go away and not to talk to me. Then he claimed that I was banned from the store. The other employee looked a little bit stressed, and I said that I would leave. I said, "Forget my order, I don't want to cause any problems. I'm just gonna leave. I apologize for not saying thank you, but I think you have some anger problems, man." Then I turned and started walking out of the restaurant. I probably should not have said that last part about anger problems to the guy. I saw out of the corner of my eye him walking over to me again. I sped up and made it outside of the restaurant, but he followed me out. When we were both in the parking lot, he started yelling and cursing at me. He followed me all the way to my car, and he even tried to get me to fight him, but I declined. I kept going and got inside my car. I was trying to keep my cool, but I really wanted to yell back at him. Still, I didn't. When I got in my car and was in my driver's door, I told him to leave me alone or I would call the police. The guy just flipped me off with both hands as I drove away, leaving the Burger King. After that experience, I never went back. It was interesting to hear the other employee's take on the guy. She seemed to know right away who would do something like that. That tells me that he probably did have some anger management issues. I'm just glad that he didn't actually try to fight me. This story took place a long time ago. I was looking to buy a new TV, and when I saw the Black Friday deals at Walmart, I couldn't believe their prices. I decided that I was going to go on Black Friday and get a TV. The store was opening really early in the morning, I think at like 5 a.m. On Thanksgiving, I didn't bother to go to Walmart early and camp out or anything. I had a normal time with my family and then got up super early at like 4 a.m. I got to Walmart about 30 minutes before they opened. What I saw was a large line of people waiting for the doors to open. I even saw somebody had a tent. I was a little bit worried that all of the TVs were going to sell out before I had a chance to get one. I got in the back of the line after what was probably hundreds of people in front of me. Some more people ended up getting in line behind me as I waited, and eventually it was time for the store to finally open. I heard some cheering up ahead from the crowd. Then the line finally started to move. At first, things were very organized, but then people started walking faster and there was kind of like a traffic jam. I witnessed a few people getting shoved a little bit and some people passing others before they got inside the store. I was by myself, so I was just trying to make sure that I didn't get run over and I didn't run over anybody else in the process. When I finally made it into the store, I headed straight for the electronics department, which happened to be in the back middle of the store. Unfortunately, just about everybody else was going in that direction too. I wasn't running to get there or anything, but some people were. I felt like if I was able to get the TV that I wanted, then great, but if I wasn't, it wasn't that big of a deal. I would get another one sometime soon. It wasn't worth going crazy for. It took longer than expected to make it to the electronics department with all the other people. When I got there, I could not physically walk close to the TVs. It was like something out of a movie. People were packed in like sardines, and I saw several employees trying to keep the place in order. I was slowly inching my way closer, maneuvering through the crowd without stepping on anybody's feet. I got closer and closer. At one point, though, I saw a kid, maybe 12 or 13 years old, grabbing a box of a gaming system off of a shelf. As the kid turned, I witnessed a man literally grab it right out of his hands. I thought it was the kid's father at first, but based on the kid's reaction and the man's reaction, I realized that it wasn't. The man quickly turned and then started walking away, and the kid tried to go after him. I saw the sadness in the boy's eyes, and I felt horrible. The worst part is that nobody else seemed to notice. It was literally chaos, so it was hard to see everything happening. They were pretty far away from me, and I decided to try and see if I could get to the man. He was now fleeing, visibly walking as fast as he could away from the boy, who was trying to get after him, but couldn't because of the crowd. Soon, the kid stopped going after the man and returned to what seemed to be his parents. I was looking back and forth between the man and the boy. The boy was with his parents trying to point out where the man had gone, but he couldn't seem to find him. I looked over and saw the man was now farther away. The entire store was busy with people, but this was the busiest part. I started to go faster through the crowd to try and cut the guy off. He didn't notice me getting closer to him, and after about a minute, I had made it within 10 feet of the guy. I called out to him, but the store was pretty loud with all of the people. I maneuvered my way around a few other people and finally caught up with the man. I tapped his shoulder, which he actually ignored. Then I grabbed his shoulder, kind of turning him around. He looked back at me, already with an angry look on his face. He appeared to be in his 40s, had dark brown hair and an average build. I asked him why he took the game from the kid. The man said he didn't know what I was talking about, and he didn't take anything from a kid. Then he turned to keep going. Now I knew that he was lying. I stopped him, and then I reached for the gaming console that he held. The man was very defensive and pulled it away, then in almost the same motion, shoved me so hard that I almost fell. I bumped back into like 5 other people who looked at us very confused. I quickly got up and ran back over to the guy. He had already turned and was trying to walk away extremely fast. I started running, and when I got behind him, I punched at the video game, which he was holding with one arm. I was like an NFL football player trying to punch out the football to cause a fumble. It worked, because the man didn't see me coming. I hit the game, and it flew out of the man's arms and onto the floor. My momentum caused me to run into the guy a little bit. We both went forward, as the video game now lay on the floor behind us. The guy turned around, and so did I. We started to go after it, but as we did, I saw someone else, a totally random person, swoop in and pick up the video game. Then, that person literally ran off down another random aisle. The guy started to run after him, but whoever it was extremely fast and out of sight by now. They disappeared around a corner. The man then turned to me, realizing he couldn't get to the game, and started screaming and cursing me out. I gave it back to him a little bit, as we were both very heated. This lasted for maybe 30 seconds before a couple of Walmart employees approached us. I told them the story, and the guy told his version. His version was that he simply picked the system up off the shelf, happened to get the last one, and then I chased him down, tackled him, and tried to steal it. As we were both pleading our cases, it was like a miracle when I saw the boy and his family walking over. When I saw them, I called them over and told the Walmart employee this was the kid who had the game stolen from him. As soon as the kid started walking over, the other guy turned and just left. A Walmart employee yelled for him to come back, but he was already too far gone. The employees realized that I was right after a small discussion, but it didn't mean a whole lot anymore. The gaming system was gone, and so was the man who took it from the kid. The bottom line is, the kid didn't get it. It did make me feel slightly better, though, to know that the man didn't get it either. I talked with the boy and his parents for a bit, and they were grateful that I tried to help. They said their son had saved up his allowance and had mowed lawns all summer to save up to buy the game. They had also waited in line for almost 5 hours. It was a sad situation, but the kid seemed to take it pretty well. He would probably be able to get it in a couple of weeks. After we talked, I walked away and headed back over to the electronics. I had gotten so involved that I had basically forgotten why I had gone there in the first place. I slowly made my way over to the TVs, with there still being a large crowd. It was actually possible to walk now and had lightened up just a little bit, but it was still very busy. When I got over to the TVs, I couldn't believe it, but they still had a couple of the ones that I wanted. I picked one up and then headed to the checkouts. It probably took another 30 minutes, but eventually I was able to pay for my TV and then leave the store. When I left and got out into the parking lot, that was very busy too. There were people constantly walking in and walking out. There were cars all over the place, both parked and driving. I had parked pretty far in the back, and when I finally got to my vehicle, I opened up the back door to put my TV in. It was in this moment when I heard the sound of a car driving really fast, faster than it should be in a parking lot. I looked to where I heard the noise. That's when I saw a gray sedan driving from the back end of the parking lot towards me. I finished putting my TV in the car and closed the door. The car then slammed on its brakes and stopped right behind my vehicle. I looked and saw the man who I had fought with earlier. He was driving the car. I quickly ran for my driver's door and opened it. As I was doing this, I heard the man's car door opening. I got inside as fast as possible and then locked my doors. Just seconds later, the man arrived at my window. He started pounding on it and tried opening my driver's door. He was yelling and cursing at me like crazy. I ignored him and just put my car into drive and pulled out. Luckily for me, nobody was parked in front of me, so I could do that. The man started running back to his car, but I got out of there as quick as possible, and the parking lot was so crowded that the man was unable to follow me. There was no doubt in my mind, though, that if he was able to, he would have. I drove back home and never saw the guy again. Looking back at that experience, I don't regret what I did. I'm glad that I tried helping the kid, and I'm sad that he didn't get his game. The man was just a really greedy person. But Black Friday shopping can get crazy like that sometimes. I've gone Black Friday shopping a few times since then, but never had an experience quite like that.
After turning 16, I landed my first job at the local McDonald's. I was excited to finally have a job and earn some money. One quiet Monday night, I found myself working behind the counter with just my coworker. That night had been uneventful, and only a few customers had been there in the last hour. But as the time went by, eventually someone else came in. The man who walked through the door resembled a grown-up version of the eerie kid from the movie Vivarium. That's what I remember thinking, and he towered at an imposing height of probably 6'6". He was lengthy and tall, and he had a very pale complexion also. He was wearing a suit and tie with a black and white polka dot pattern. He seemed a little well-groomed for a late-night visit to McDonald's. For some reason, the guy just kind of freaked me out when I saw him. And unlike other customers, he bypassed the counter and went straight for a corner table. After sitting down at one, he took out a fork and spoon from his pocket and a small plate as well. I was really weirded out by this. He then placed them on the table in front of him. I was trying not to just obviously stare at the guy, but I couldn't help but look. It was a bizarre sight, as if he had come prepared for a meal, yet without any intention of ordering. I was noticing, though, that he kept looking over in my direction. This was pretty strange, and I decided to just ignore the guy. I went back to minding my own business and standing behind the counter. Soon, though, it was time to close up. I didn't really want to have to tell the guy that he had to leave. He seemed off, and I was nervous to approach him. I decided to go back and tell my coworker, hoping maybe he would rather tell the guy to leave. After talking with him in the back for maybe 30 seconds, we came out to see that the man was now gone. I hadn't heard him leave, but he was nowhere in the restaurant. We checked all around, even in the bathrooms and everything. I was so relieved, and we went on with closing up the place. The rest of the night, I drove home from work, got to my apartment, and got ready for bed. It was late, and I was really tired. But as I laid awake in bed, I glanced out my window and couldn't believe my eyes. The same tall, creepy man was walking down the sidewalk. I sat up in disbelief. As he walked by, he stopped and stared, looking right at me. I got up quickly and sprinted over to the window to close the blinds. My heart was now racing, and I was breathing heavy. I took a few moments to catch my breath and calm down. I had no idea why this creepy guy was walking right in front of my building. After a few moments, I opened the blinds slightly to look. I saw him walking off far away in the distance. I kept my blinds closed and went back to bed. I still think about this all the time. Maybe it was a coincidence that he happened to be walking by, but it sent shivers down my spine, especially when he looked at me. This happened not too long ago. After a long day of work, I was driving home and starving hungry. I stopped at a McDonald's because it was just about the only place still open. After getting there, I decided to park in the parking lot and go inside to order. The drive-thru line was sort of long, and I thought it might be faster to just order inside. When I got inside the building, nobody else was in there other than employees. One employee stood behind the counter, and I walked up and ordered. After ordering, the employee went into the back and told me that they would be out with my order shortly. I then stood there, getting hungrier and hungrier by the second. As I waited, I glanced around the empty restaurant. That's when I noticed what appeared to be two men. They were not inside the restaurant exactly, but in the space between the first doors you walk in and then the second set of doors. The thing that really caught my attention, though, was that they were wearing masks. The masks looked like they were possibly from some movie or something, but they were really creepy. The guys just stood there inside. I looked away and continued to wait for my order. Probably about a minute later, the door opened and I saw the two men walking in. They made their way immediately to the left and inside the seating area of the restaurant. Then they went out of sight. The fact that they were not going up to order, but almost going to hide, was kind of concerning to me. Could they be planning to rob the place or something?
That's what went through my head at first, but I quickly pushed that thought away. No way, I told myself. I stood there waiting for probably 2 more minutes. Then a McDonald's employee emerged from the back with my bag. I took it, and in that moment, considered letting the employee know about the men in masks who had gone inside, but ultimately, I decided not to. I walked away and left the restaurant. I did wonder, though, who those guys were and what they were doing. I was second-guessing myself the whole way as I walked out to my car in the parking lot. Maybe I should have said something, but as I was reaching my vehicle, I heard a noise behind me. I turned around as I was just a couple of feet away from my car door. When I did, I saw both of the 2 men running at me in a full sprint. They had just left the building, and there was no question that they were headed straight for me. I quickly unlocked my car, opened the door, and jumped inside of it. I hit the lock button, and the guys reached my car in less than 5 seconds. They tried opening my doors, and then started aggressively banging on my windows. I did the obvious thing, which was to back up and drive away. The men both kept hitting and kicking at my car as I did. Then they ran off to the far side of the McDonald's building. I got out of there as quickly as I could and then called the police when I was safely on the road. I'm sure the men probably ran off before the police got there, but I hope they were able to find them. Apparently, the men had targeted me. I'm not sure if that was their plan the entire time, if maybe they had been watching me, waiting for me to go in, or maybe they just decided to after seeing me inside. Who knows? What I do know is I'm really glad that I'm okay. Back when I was a kid, I used to have sleepovers with my best friend all the time. His name is Joe, and we remain friends to this day. I'm guessing I was like 10 or 12 at the time. I really don't know exactly what year it was, but I remember that night really well. It was the summertime, and we were having some really nice weather. I went over to Joe's house, along with my older sister. Joe also had an older sister that was my sister's age, and they were also best friends. So all 4 of us were at Joe and his sister's house, and my sister and I were going to spend the night. For most of the day, Joe and I were outside playing basketball in the driveway. He lived in what I would describe as a pretty typical neighborhood. There were many other houses on the street, and they all had around the same size house and yard. The backyard was not very big, but was fenced in, separating it from his neighbors. There was enough space to play catch and things like that, though. I remember that we went inside for a while to eat, and we were playing some video games. Then somebody, I'm not sure who exactly, had the idea to sleep outside in tents. Joe's family went camping sometimes, so they had a few tents in the garage. I know it was either Joe's or my sister who had the idea, and Joe's parents thought it would be really fun as well. Joe and I would probably rather stay in and play video games until we got too tired to stay awake, but we ended up agreeing. We all took 2 tents and set them up probably 50 feet away from each other at the end of Joe's backyard. One was for us, and the other was for our sisters. We took out sleeping bags as well, and then Joe's parents made a campfire. They had a little fire pit, and we roasted marshmallows and made s'mores. When it got late, Joe's parents put out the fire and went inside. Then it was time for us kids to go to bed. Joe and I got inside our tent, and we went into our sleeping bags. I remember we played on our Game Boy Advances for a while. It was really quiet out there. We could hear our sisters talking in the distance from their tent at first. Eventually, they must have went to sleep because things got really quiet. Joe and I were still up though and playing our video games. Then we suddenly heard a noise as if somebody was walking in the yard and approaching our tent. They were walking slowly, but the strange part was that they were coming from the back side of the yard, not from the direction that the house was in. At first, we assumed it was one of our sisters. They were probably trying to scare us. Still, I had a bad feeling about it for some reason. Joe and I whispered to each other, asking if we had heard that. I remember Joe saying that it was his sister confidently, as if he knew that's who it was for sure. But for some reason, I didn't believe him. Then, suddenly, we could see the shadow of who was there. It certainly wasn't his sister. The shadow appeared to be of a grown man. We were both frozen with fear. The shadow got closer until it was right outside of our tent. The guy stood there for the longest time, but didn't open the tent. Then he started walking away. But he was walking closer to the house, or possibly towards our sister's tent. Joe and I moved over to the end of the tent, and we quietly unzipped it to get a look at who was there. I remember that we both stuck our heads out to look. We thought we were being inconspicuous, but apparently we were not. As soon as we saw the guy, he was like 20 feet away, halfway between our tent and our sister's. He immediately started sprinting to the end of the yard and hopped the fence like it was nothing. Neither Joe or me got a good look at the guy's face. He pretty much turned away as soon as he saw us. After that, we all went inside. I felt much more safe in there. I don't think the guy ever came back, but I'm really glad that he left when he did. About a year ago, I was driving back on my way home from work, which was sort of far away on that particular day. My work location changes frequently, and this was one of the farther ones. It was nighttime now, and probably about 9 p.m. The grocery store seemed to be in a smaller town, and it was a local one, so not very big. I parked in the small parking lot, got out of my car, and walked into the front doors. When I got inside, things were very quiet. I didn't need a whole lot of things, just like 4 or 5 items. I started out in the produce and made my way throughout the store. After a while, I realized that I might be the only customer shopping in the entire store because I hadn't seen anybody else at all. I finished up my shopping, which didn't take too long, and then I made my way to the check lanes. This grocery store only had 4 check lanes, but when I got to them, there were no employees at any of them. None were self-checkouts, so I had to wait there for an employee. I stood around waiting for a minute or two, and then took a look around. Nobody else was in the entire store. There was a sort of eerie feeling, though. I wondered where everybody was. I took a few steps and looked down several aisles. When I happened to be looking down the last aisle, I suddenly saw a man. He hadn't been there before. He was walking slowly from what appeared to be a back area. When he saw me, he almost looked surprised. I asked him if he worked there. The guy walked a ways closer to me before saying no. The guy then asked me how long I had been in here. I told the guy I had just gotten a couple of things and wanted to check out, but couldn't find any of the employees. He told me that he thought he saw a guy in the back and offered to take me to him. I told him no thanks. I thought that sounded kind of weird. Suddenly, I looked out the window because I noticed flashing lights coming down the street. I had no idea what they were for, but the man that I had been talking to darted away in the opposite direction. Less than a minute later, the flashing lights were at the grocery store that I was in, and I saw police approaching the door. I had no idea what was going on, but I was told by an officer to leave the store as several more police walked in. I was told that the man who had been inside the store had assaulted the only employee who was working, and then the employee had fled the store and called police. Things started to make sense to me then. The police were able to get the guy who was inside, but after this experience, I feel really lucky to be okay. I can't believe that I was alone with that guy in the store for so long, and even talked to him. I'm a former Costco member. If you don't know what Costco is, you pay a monthly fee in order to shop at the store. The prices are a little bit cheaper and you can buy things in bulk, which is why there's a membership. The store is massive, and they also have a gas station at most locations. This is generally at the back of the parking lot, and you can get cheaper gas if you're a member. When I was a member there, the store would always be super busy. When I shopped, people would seemingly be everywhere. The area was pretty populated, so it made sense, but it still surprised me. Even more busy than the store, though, was the gas station. I know how everybody goes crazy over gas prices, so I think all of the members like to get gas at Costco. I would always get my gas there when I was a member, because I would save a lot of money. Plus, I only lived about 10 minutes away from the store. One time, I had to go grocery shopping at Costco and get gas as well. I was almost out. When I pulled into the parking lot, saw a long line of cars for the gas station. This was not all that uncommon, but I had never seen it quite as long as it was on this particular day. There were 4 gas pumps, so 8 total cars could be fueling at once. Costco had a few employees out there to work near the gas station, and had 2 people literally there to help control the line. It would have been chaos without them, but even with them, it was bad. There were 2 main lines of cars, and probably 5 to 10 cars in each line. That's how backed up it was. I considered waiting until later to get gas, but ultimately decided to just get in the back of the line. I went into the left line and committed to it. Things actually started to move faster than I expected them to. I moved up a couple of spaces, but was still last in line. Soon some other people joined in behind me, and in the next line over as well. Luckily for me, the line that I was in for some reason was moving faster than the other one. I guess I just got lucky. When there was just one car in front of me waiting to get gas, somebody left. The car in front of me moved up. I was about to drive up, and then I would be on deck, but as I started driving, I saw the car in the other line to the right try pulling in front of me. I couldn't believe it. This guy was supposed to stay in his line. Nobody was just switching lines. I didn't let him in and quickly pulled forward. He had to stop and then was like diagonal between the line that he had been in and my line. He then honked at me, but I didn't care. After that though, I saw his door open up. He actually got out and started yelling at me. He was a bigger guy, but not that tall. He had a dark mustache and his head was shaved. I rolled down my window a little and yelled back to stay in his line. The guy started cursing and yelling at me, saying how I wasn't moving up fast enough and he was in a hurry. He started going, "Some of us have places to be." The guy was causing a whole scene. Someone else actually rolled down their window and told him to get back inside of his car. Within minutes, one of the employees that was working over there came over and tried to calm the guy down. He finally went back inside of his vehicle. Then, it was finally my turn to get gas. I did, and then left the gas station and headed to the Costco parking lot. I parked my car and then went inside. When I was inside, I got a cart and started shopping for the things that I was getting. Not a whole lot, just a few food items. I pushed my cart down one aisle and got some things. As I was pushing my cart further to the back of the store, I heard another person walking behind me. I didn't think anything of it. The person was walking really fast and passed me on the right side. When they passed me, I saw who it was. The same guy who had yelled at me before. After passing me, he went right in front of my cart and then abruptly stopped. I had to stop quickly, and my cart hit the guy in his back a little. He then turned around and asked me what my effing problem was and flipped me off. I had enough of this guy. I told him to leave me alone and I was tired of his nonsense, but probably didn't say it quite like that. The guy cursed at me one more time and then walked away. I watched him go back towards the front of the store. I was really glad to see him gone. Our interaction inside the store lasted for no more than a minute. I was able to continue my shopping without any more problems. I looked around almost constantly to make sure that I wouldn't go near the guy in case he was still inside the store. I just wanted to avoid him because he seemed to be nothing but trouble. But luckily, I didn't see him for the rest of the time that I was shopping in there. I checked out and then left the store. I walked back to my car in the parking lot, only to see that it was all scratched up. The guy had keyed my car. My car is black, and both sides had about 4 or 5 long scratch marks on them. I was so angry and knew exactly who had done it. I called the police right there and waited for them to arrive. Then I told them the whole story. I didn't know the man's name or license plate, but I did know his car. Plus, I figured that he was a Costco member. He ended up being located and was forced to pay for my car to be repaired. He was also banned from Costco. After that experience, though, I hope that I never see him again. I no longer have a Costco membership. That's not the reason why I stopped it. I just prefer to go to other stores now. I will never forget that experience, though.
This happened back when I was in college. It was just after my freshman year had ended. I was driving back home for the summer, which was pretty far away. The school that I went to was about a 10-hour drive from home. I hoped to make it home in one day, but things did not go as smoothly as I would have liked. Originally, I was going to leave the day after my final exams from my dorm room. I didn't have too much stuff and could fit it all in my car just fine. However, my exams finished a little bit earlier than I had expected, and I had the thought to leave just right then. I didn't really like my roommate that much, so I thought the sooner I left, the better. I left that day instead of waiting until the next. The drive was really long, but mostly just on freeways. By the time it was 10 o'clock at night, I found myself with still 3 more hours to drive. That's when I started getting extremely sleepy. The more I drove, the harder it was for me to stay awake. I knew that I wouldn't be able to make it home that night and would need to stop and rest. At that time, I didn't have enough money for a hotel room. I mean, I technically did have enough, but I didn't want to spend it. Being a college student, I didn't have much money, and I hadn't started my summer job yet. I figured that it wouldn't be a big deal if I slept for a couple of hours in my car. I'm not very big, and I could almost stretch out in the back. I put into my phone a search for rest area. I was hoping that there would be a place coming up soon that I could stop at, and thankfully, there was one just a mile up the road. I did my best to stay awake until then. I opened my windows, turned the radio up, and drank some water.
None of that really seemed to help me much, but I was able to make it to the rest area. When I pulled in, it wasn't quite what I was hoping for. I'd been hoping to see a sort of large rest area with a decent-sized building and gas station, something with a lot of other people. What I saw instead was a very quiet and small rest area with just a little building that was probably just bathrooms and a couple of vending machines. There were only about 3 other cars parked along the long line of parking spaces. I drove down to the far end and parked my car. I was facing a small grassy area, and beyond that was surrounded by woods. This area was kind of creepy to me, but I was far too tired to really care that much. Most of my things were in the trunk or my front passenger seat, but I did have a few bags of clothes in the back seat. I took a couple of pieces of clothing and covered the windows, but I was unable to cover the front window. Instead, I took a blanket and created a wall by hanging it over the front seats. By the time I was done doing that, I laid down and fell asleep almost immediately. My original plan had been to sleep for just a few hours. I didn't set an alarm or anything, but sleeping in the car, I figured I wouldn't be asleep for very long. I remember that when I woke up, it was still dark out. I didn't know what time it was, and I looked at my phone and saw that it was 1 a.m. Things were completely silent, but the silence was quickly interrupted by a noise. It sounded like footsteps that were very close by. I leaned over to the window my head was closest to, which was the back seat driver's side. When I looked out, I didn't see anything. I heard the footsteps, and they sounded like they were on the other side of my car, so I moved over to look out of that side. As I looked out that side, I saw there was only one other car in the parking lot in the rest stop, at the complete other end. I didn't see anybody though. Things just seemed a little bit strange. I saw from behind the blanket I had put up, somebody walked by the front end of my car. Now my heart started racing. There wasn't really a reason why somebody would be walking by my car all the way at this end of the rest stop. I closed my eyes and was completely still. Then there was a knock at my driver's window. I almost jumped up, but I didn't. I stayed there and was silent. All I wanted was whoever was there to go away. After they knocked, things were completely silent for a few seconds. Then, whoever was there tried opening the driver's door. It was locked, and they went over and tried my rear driver's side door. I had my keys next to me in the back, and I was now wide awake at this point. I realized that I should drive away, but in going to the front seat, whoever was there would see me for sure. Then, there was a loud bang on my window right by my head. I tore the blanket down, dividing the back seat and the front, and then hopped into the driver's seat of the car. I tried not to look out of the window, but then saw a man jump right in front of it. I didn't get a good look at him, but he was right next to my car, and it was terrifying. I started up the engine, and as soon as my car was running, I put it into reverse and backed up. When I did, the man started running alongside of me. I put the car into drive and sped away back onto the road. The man was unable to reach me again. I drove all the way home after that, only stopping to get gas once. I was wide awake the entire time after my experience. I ended up getting home at 5 o'clock in the morning, which was a really odd time to arrive back, but I was able to get some more sleep after that. I'm not really sure who the guy was messing around with my car, or what he wanted. I'm really glad I don't have to find out though.
I had a really scary experience just 2 weeks ago. It all happened on a Thursday night as I got home from work. Up until that point, it had been a pretty typical day. I got up, went to the gym, came back home, got ready for work, and then headed out. I worked a later shift that day, so I wouldn't get off until 7 p.m. Work went by as usual, and then I drove the roughly 15 minutes it took to get back home. After arriving back, I parked my car in the driveway and got out. I currently live alone in a 2-bedroom house on half an acre of land. I walked up to my front door and went inside. After getting inside, my plan was to change and then make something to eat. I only had made it halfway to my bedroom though, when I heard the doorknob turning to my front door. I stopped where I was and suddenly had a bad feeling. Obviously, I wasn't expecting anybody to come over. I started to turn around and walk back. Then, whoever was there started knocking on the door. I walked back over, but was kind of suspicious. When I got within view of the front door, I carefully looked out of a window. There was a man standing there on my front step, and he was right against the door. I didn't want to answer it, but he kept knocking. Then I heard him yell something. I didn't know who this guy was. Maybe he was at the wrong house. I thought about answering the door in case that was true, but the way he was aggressively banging on the door caused me not to.
I stayed there just a few feet away, hoping that he would leave. He demanded to be let inside. Then he said my name. I couldn't believe that he knew who I was. I was positive that I had never seen him before. I yelled to the other side as loud as I could that I was calling the police if he didn't leave right now. However, that didn't seem to have much of an effect. He stayed there and kept banging on my front door. I also noticed that he had parked his car right in my driveway. I got out my phone to call the police and dialed as quickly as I could. My heart was racing and I told the 911 operator the situation. My biggest fear was that the man would try to break in somehow and get in my house. At almost the end of my conversation on the phone, the man stopped and I noticed him running back to his car. Then he got in and drove away. I watched closely and made sure that his car left my street. I felt a little bit better and told the 911 operator this new information. They sent an officer out anyways so that I could tell them what happened and stuff. After that, the guy was still gone, and after looking around a little bit and talking to me, the officer left as well. It was a little bit scary being home by myself that night, and I had a difficult time trying to go to sleep, but eventually I was able to. I woke up the next morning at about 7 a.m. At first, I had forgotten about the craziness of the night before. I made my way to the kitchen though and passed by a window. I happened to notice a car parked right out front by the driveway. It was the same car as the night before. The guy was back. I noticed that he appeared to be inside of it. I didn't hesitate and I called the police immediately. I told them that the man had returned. Then I carefully watched out the window. For a couple of minutes, the man remained inside. I watched him open up his door and leave the vehicle. He made his way up to my front door again. Then he started knocking. I couldn't believe this guy. I still didn't know who he was or what he wanted, and I didn't know how he knew who I was. He stayed at my door, knocking every so often. I went to the back of the house. After maybe 5 minutes, the police got there. When they did, the man tried running away. He wasn't able to make it that far though, and was caught by the police. When he was questioned, he didn't even reveal how he knew me or what his reasoning was. All he would say was that he just wanted to talk to me. He claimed that we were old friends, which was not true at all. I'm just glad that I noticed him that morning. I think that he followed me home from work the previous night, and I simply hadn't noticed. When I walked to my front door, he must have followed, but was a little ways back. This was one of the scariest experiences of my life, and hopefully I never see that guy again. Last month, I decided to sell my big TV with the TV stand on Craigslist. I got a new TV that's slightly larger and it's mounted on the wall. The old TV is in a large stand and I just kind of had it in the dining room. My wife had been asking me to get rid of it, but I thought that I could get some money for it, so I put it up on Craigslist. For a few days, I got no interest though. I was seriously considering lowering the price on it because, to be honest, it wasn't that great of a deal. But then I got some interest. A man reached out and told me that he might want to buy it. He asked if he could see it. I told him only if he was serious about it, and he said that he was. I gave him my address and we arranged for him to come and look at it the next night at 7 p.m. I live in an average-sized 2-story home that's just me and my wife. Because the TV stand and the TV were kind of bulky, I really didn't feel like lugging it into my car to drive it to some local parking lot. I figured it wasn't a big deal that I was giving my address to him. The next night at 7 p.m., I waited for the guy to show up. After 30 minutes went by, I sent him a text asking him if he was still coming. He responded saying yes he was and he was on his way. I kept waiting. By the time he got to my house, it was 8 o'clock and dark outside. When I saw his car, I was disappointed. He arrived in a small little 4-door sedan, and there was no way that the TV or the stand would fit inside of it. I watched the car drive slowly in front of our house, but then the car passed by, and I thought for a moment maybe it wasn't him, or maybe he was confused on the address. But he later parked a ways down, almost out of my sight. I wasn't sure why he parked so far away, but whatever. The guy then walked up, and I met him at the front step. He was wearing a hooded sweatshirt with the hood up, and he appeared to be in his 20s. I invited him in and showed him the TV and stand, and they weren't too far away from the door at all. I asked the guy if he wanted to buy it. The guy just stood there and looked at it for a few seconds. Then he said that he wanted to buy it, but he didn't get paid until Friday and would have to wait until then. I was pretty annoyed by this. I started walking the guy to the door, kind of leading him out. I asked the guy why he would come over today if he wouldn't be able to buy it. The man said that he just wanted to see it. He then walked out my front door and back outside. We said bye to each other, and then I shut the door. During this whole meeting, my wife had been upstairs in our bedroom. I sat down on the living room couch and turned on my larger mounted TV. My wife then came downstairs and asked me why the guy had gone into our backyard. I was like, "What are you talking about?" She told me that she had been upstairs and saw out the window. When the guy left, he walked straight around our house and into the backyard. I got up and went to the front window and looked out. I just barely saw within my vision the car down the street. It was still there. I didn't know why the guy would be back there, and I told my wife that. Then I went around to the back windows and looked out of them. At first, I didn't see anything. I asked my wife where in the backyard he had gone, and she told me that he had disappeared behind a bush. I kept looking through the windows, and then I turned on a light. I then leaned to the side and looked out one of the windows towards the bushes. Just barely, I saw the guy crouched down, hiding. I could only see part of him, but that was enough. I cracked open the window just a tiny bit and yelled out that if he didn't leave now, I was going to call the police. Just seconds later, the guy got up and sprinted away. I went to the front of the house and looked out the window, and my wife and I watched the guy sprint all the way to his car, and then he drove off. After that, I took the listing off of Craigslist. I also reported the incident. I regret giving that guy my address, and I should have known better. I'm glad my wife saw him go behind our house, because who knows what his plans were.
I went to Target on a quiet night just last week. I didn't need much and was just there to look at some skincare products and get some that I needed. When I got inside the store, there wasn't many other people in there at all. This Target had just one set of doors that were the far left side. Once I went in, I walked all the way to the far right side of the store where they had the products that I wanted to look at. I made it there and began to look at them. Nobody else was in the aisle when I got there. I would say probably 5 minutes or so after being there, I felt someone enter the aisle that I was in. I didn't see them, but I sensed that somebody else was there. I didn't bother to look over. They seemed to stay at the far end of the aisle though, without moving, for kind of a long time. I looked over casually. There was a man standing there at the end of the aisle just staring at me. He wasn't like smiling or looking mad or anything. He was just staring at me. We made eye contact for a moment, but I had to look away. This was sort of uncomfortable, and I chose to leave the aisle. I moved to the next one over to get one of the products that I had planned to. After I picked them up, I saw the man enter this aisle. I was a little bit creeped out, and he took a couple of steps closer to me. That's when I looked at him and I asked if I could help him. He said yes, but didn't expand on that any further. I decided to just walk away. I left that aisle and moved out into one of the main ones. Then I began walking to the far back of the store, past the grocery aisles. I heard the man walking after me, and I looked over my shoulder to see him about 20 feet back. This was really weird. I wanted this creep to just leave me alone. After I got to one of the back aisles of the store, I approached the electronics department. That's when I saw one of the employees, and I walked over to them. When I did, the man who had been following me walked into a random aisle. I let the Target employee know that a man had been acting strange and seemingly followed me throughout the store. The employee told me that he would keep an eye out for the man, and if there were any further problems, he would get security. This eased my mind just a little bit. I decided to wrap around the store and go back to where I was originally looking at the products. I had the two that I was buying for sure with me in my hands, but I wanted to look at a couple of other ones still. Eventually, I made it back there, and I didn't encounter the man the entire time that I looked. I was there for maybe 5 more minutes and decided to get one more thing and then to check out and leave. They only had a few check lanes that were at the far end of the store by the exit. I walked over but got about halfway there before noticing the man again. He was standing around by the checkouts, just kind of walking around. He didn't notice me, and I quickly went into an aisle so he wouldn't. I decided to wait there for a few moments and waiting to see if the guy would leave. When I looked back out, he was still there. It was like he was just waiting for me, kind of pacing around by the check lanes. I started to fear the worst, like he would follow me out of the store to my car. In the dark and quiet parking lot, things were much more dangerous than inside the store. I didn't want to go to the checkout or he would see me for sure. I thought about what I could do. There was the option to let the employee know, but I felt like if he just asked the man to leave, the guy would be waiting outside for me in the parking lot, which would be just as bad. I also knew that the Target security guards couldn't really do a whole lot. I decided not to do that and that I would just leave. The things that I was buying could wait, and I didn't need them on this night. I put them back on the shelf. Then, I walked carefully over to the starting area of the checkouts. The man was much further down, because the first several lanes were closed. I very carefully went from behind one aisle to behind one of the closed check lanes, making sure that the man didn't see me. I ducked down behind one and went to the end of that check lane. I very carefully and slowly walked down to the exit. Then, when I was close to the doors, I got up and I left the store without the man noticing. Anybody else who saw me, I'm sure, thought I was acting weird, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get away. Just to be sure, though, I went as fast as I could through the parking lot to my car, and then I drove home. Luckily, I didn't see the man again. After that experience, I haven't been back to that Target. When I go back, I'm hoping nothing else strange happens.
This happened back when I was in 10th grade. I went to a high school that I would describe as pretty average. For the most part, nothing that interesting or exciting happened on a daily basis. Back then, I would ride the bus to and from school every day from my house, which was about 10 minutes away. One day in the spring, I was in my third period class. It was a writing class, and I always found it really boring. This day in particular was like many others. Towards the end of class, with maybe 20 minutes left, I got up and asked to go to the bathroom. My teacher said yes, and I left the classroom. I walked down the empty hallway to the bathrooms. They weren't that far away, just at the end of the hall and around a corner. As I was inside using the bathroom, I heard the door open. Nobody walked in though. Instead, I heard them say, "Is anybody in here?" When I heard this, I was confused. It was a bathroom with multiple stalls, so why would they ask that? I did not answer, and after like 2 or 3 seconds, the door shut. Whoever it was had left. It seemed like it was probably a teacher. I finished up, and as I was at the sink washing my hands, I heard the school intercom beep. Then there was an announcement that the school was now in a lockdown. I remember they said that this was not a drill. I felt a little bit nervous when hearing that. Maybe that's why someone had asked if anybody was in the bathroom. I wasn't quite sure what to do. Was I supposed to stay in the bathroom or go back to the classroom that I had been in? I figured that it would be best to go back to the classroom. My teacher was probably wondering where I was. I left the bathroom, but I didn't want any teachers to see me, or I was afraid that I would get in trouble. When I got into the hallway, I saw that it was completely empty still. Things were also very silent. I walked down the hallway to go around the corner and back to the hall that my classroom was in. However, I heard footsteps as I got near. I wasn't sure who it was, probably a teacher. I decided to move back and hope that they wouldn't see me, but the footsteps continued to get closer. I then walked back down the hallway and quickly turned the first corner to another hallway. When this happened, I heard the footsteps speed up. I was 100% sure now that they were following me. They didn't say anything though. I started moving even faster, and the footsteps got faster as well. Then, I started to realize that maybe this wasn't a teacher. Maybe this was somebody who wasn't supposed to be in the building. I turned another corner and was looking around for anywhere to go to get away. I happened to see a door that was open a little bit. I quickly got inside as the footsteps approached from around another corner. I shut the door, and at first, I couldn't see anything. The lights were off, but it looked like I was in some kind of closet. There was a bunch of stuff in there, like extra desks and boxes. I couldn't see well at all, but I could make out those things. I was completely silent, even holding my breath. I could still hear the footsteps, and they continued to get closer and closer. Eventually, they reached right outside of where I was. But they just walked past. I felt so much better when I heard that. I could hear them walking farther away down the hall at the same fast pace. The footsteps got quieter and quieter as they moved away. It then got very silent. I was feeling better and feeling like whoever that was now gone and it would be safe to leave. Just to be sure though, I was waiting a little bit longer. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a noise. But it was coming from behind me, inside the room that I was in. I turned around just in time to see a man in there, coming around one of the boxes. I couldn't see any details of who it was because of how dark it was in there, just that it was a man. I ran for the door as fast as I possibly could. Luckily, I was only a few feet away. I opened it and ran out into the hallway. I didn't look back and sprinted in the direction down the hallway that the footsteps had walked. Within a minute, I saw a man walking. He turned around looking confused. It was one of our teachers. I recognized him. I told him that there was a man hiding in the closet. We both went towards the front of the school where the main offices were. We were let into a room, and I found out that the police had just arrived. Within 20 minutes, they had found the man who had moved and was now hiding in a bathroom. He was in fact not supposed to be in the school, and was the whole reason that we had been under a lockdown. The footsteps that I had heard were just a teacher. I can't believe that I hid in the same room as that guy. Looking back, I definitely should have just walked straight back to my classroom.
I'm a female. I work a pretty standard job in an office 5 days a week. One thing I really like to do, though, is cook. I cook dinner for myself almost every night. In order to do so, I go to the store for fresh ingredients probably every other day. Right on the way home from work, there's a Walmart only about a mile from my apartment, and I found that they usually have the cheapest prices, so I go there for produce and protein all the time. Sometimes I go to other stores, but by far the most common one for me is Walmart. This story takes place just a few months back. Like usual, I was stopping at Walmart after work. I would never get much, just like 4 or 5 ingredients usually, and sometimes whatever else I needed as well. I got off of work anywhere from 3 p.m. to 4, so I get to Walmart shortly after that each day. The store was usually sort of busy. One day, an employee by the produce area said hi to me. I mentioned this because the next time I was shopping, he said hi to me again when I was in the same area. Looking back, I hadn't really noticed him before, but I had never really paid attention to the employees. He was bald, had a small dark beard, and was sort of a big guy. He seemed very friendly, and the second time, he asked me how my day was going. We made very basic conversation for maybe 30 seconds before I told the man I better go, and I went on with my shopping. This ended up becoming a regular thing over the next couple of weeks or so. Every time I was shopping, this same Walmart employee would say hi and engage in conversation with me. I didn't mind it too much because he was always really nice, although when I was getting ingredients after work, I was sort of anxious to get home and didn't really want to chit-chat. The man did start to ask slightly more personal questions each time, like if I was coming home from work, where I worked, and where I lived, things like that. They were starting to weird me out a little bit. I wasn't sure if the man was just a really friendly employee or something else. I told myself he was just a nice guy, and like I said, it didn't really bother me. That was until one time I was walking through Walmart doing my usual shopping, and he approached me again. He asked me how my day was, and the usual. Then he asked me for my number. I was nice, but I told the man no. I was afraid he would get the wrong idea if I said yes. Besides, he should know how weird it sounded. I mean, come to think of it, I never really saw the guy doing any real work. He would always just be standing around and then talk to me. The man seemed offended when I said no. I started to try and explain my reasoning to the man, but he just turned and walked away as I started to speak. His whole body language changed. After he walked away, I resumed my shopping. He had gone further into the grocery aisles of the store, but luckily I didn't have to get anything back there. I was inside the Walmart shopping for maybe 10 more minutes before checking out and leaving. I remember that on that day, I parked in the back of the parking lot, and when I got inside my car, I noticed that the Walmart employee was inside a car not too far away from mine. I really have no idea how I noticed him looking back, but I'm glad that I did. I was assuming that he was either on a break or had just gotten off of work for the day. He did not appear to be looking at me, which I was glad to see. I pulled out of my parking space, only to see him pull out and exit the parking lot behind me. I watched in my rearview mirror, and he made the same 2 turns that I did to get back to my apartment. About a minute later, I was arriving at my apartment complex. I was kind of creeped out now because I was almost positive that this man did not live here. I drove around the parking lot of my complex a little and did not want to go straight to my building. I was really suspicious. The man's car trailed mine the entire time. When I realized that he was probably just going to follow me no matter where I went, I decided to leave. I did not know where I was going, but I needed to get out of there. I drove down the quiet road near the complex to a busier one. Then I signaled to merge onto a busier road. At this hour, that road in particular was really busy because it was almost 5 p.m. now and rush hour. With the man right behind me, I waited for a gap in the traffic. After about 30 seconds, there was one, but I waited until the very last moment and then pulled out. I basically cut the car off that was driving down the road, and there were several other cars behind it. The car honked at me, but the man behind me had no opportunity to merge at all. That allowed me to basically get away from the guy.
I drove down the road for a very short time before turning. It was then that I had the idea to go back to the Walmart. I was fuming with anger. I drove straight back there and to the customer service counter. When I got there, I told them about how one of their employees had followed me home. This Walmart didn't seem to be the most organized, and they had to call up someone from the produce section to help. When I explained to them what had happened, they told me that nobody of that description works there. I realized that the man must have just put on a blue Walmart vest. Maybe he had worked at a Walmart in the past, or maybe he had just bought the vest online. Either way, he wasn't an employee of this store. I was even more creeped out now. They told me that they would keep an eye out for the man if he returned, which made me feel a very tiny bit better, but not a whole lot. After that, I very carefully drove back to my apartment again. Thankfully, I did not see the man or his car. I don't believe he knew which apartment building was mine either. Since that happened a few months ago, I have not seen the man. I also have not been back to that particular Walmart either. Before I tell you this story, I want to point out that I was much younger and less mature than I am now. Since this experience, I've learned a lot. At this time, I was 20 years old and had just recently moved out on my own and was living in an apartment. I had a job and had just enough money saved up to get a car. My budget was low, and I knew that the only car I would likely be able to buy was an older vehicle with a lot of miles. As long as it was durable and ran well, I didn't care though. I was just happy to be able to purchase my own car. I lived close enough to the city that I could take buses places, but having a car is much more convenient. I started looking on Craigslist for a car and set my budget. After a few days of looking, I found one that I thought would be really good. The price was reasonable, the car looked to be in good shape, and the listing was very recent. I reached out to the seller and was contacted. He seemed friendly at first, telling me that his name was Mark. I decided that I probably wanted to buy this car, but I should go look at it and maybe test drive it first. Mark said that I could see it that very night or the next one. I decided for the next night, and I asked Mark if there was a public location nearby that we could meet at. Mark said no, and that I had to go to his house. I foolishly agreed. To be honest with you, I wanted to meet in a public place, not because I was suspicious of him, but because I could only take buses and public transportation places. I would have to walk farther to go to his house, rather than just take a bus stop to a shopping center. He also told me to come later at night. I think it was like 8 or 9 p.m. Still, I really wanted the car, so I went. I took the bus to his general neighborhood, and then had to walk like 4 blocks to get to his house. When I got close, I texted him. However, Mark did not immediately get back to me. Soon, I made it to his address. He had a pretty typical looking house, in a neighborhood with lots of other similar looking houses. I saw the car sitting in the driveway by his garage. I walked up to his front door and knocked. Then I waited. He didn't answer the door right away, but he did text me. I got a notification on my phone shortly after knocking. When I looked at it, he said, "Come on inside." I was confused as to why he wanted me to come inside of his house. The car was outside, and I know that I shouldn't have, but I actually did. I opened the door slowly and announced that I was there and said hi, but Mark didn't respond to me. The house looked very typical inside, and I was in the living room, but I didn't see or hear Mark anywhere. I stood there by the door just a few feet in. Then suddenly I heard a voice. It was Mark. He said, "Come on in, over here." His voice was coming from a ways into the house and around a corner, it seemed. I couldn't see him at all. I started walking into the house to where I had heard his voice. Just a few steps in though, and suddenly, all of the lights went out. It became pitch black and I couldn't see a thing. When this happened, I just wanted to get out of there. I turned around and tried heading for the door, but it was so dark that I had no clue if I was heading in the right direction. Meanwhile, I started to hear footsteps quickly approaching from behind. I sped up, running into a wall, and then tried feeling my way to the door. But just moments later, the footsteps reached me, and I felt somebody grabbing for me. They got part of my left arm, and then I sprinted forward and away from them. I got lucky and ran into the door, which I quickly felt around for the handle and then opened it. Even though it was dark out, I could finally see much better. I sprinted out from the house and was not followed outside. Then I ran away down the street and didn't stop until I had made it back to the bus stop. I kept a careful eye out as I waited for the next bus, but I didn't see the guy. Eventually, I was able to catch a bus home. When I got back home, I looked back on Craigslist and the ad was taken down. Then I called the police non-emergency line and reported the incident. Looking back at that experience, I know that I should not have entered the house. I also probably should not have met the guy at his house either. I did end up finding a car not too long after, which I did buy through Craigslist. I still use Craigslist, but I'm much more careful and I'm sure to meet the person in public and not go to other people's houses.
I used to work at a Walmart a couple of years ago. This was my strangest experience. I mostly worked overnights and would stock shelves. It was an easy job for me. I would start at like 9 p.m. and at first the store would actually be open, but would close only like 2 hours into my shift. There would never be very many customers in that time anyways. A good number of us worked overnights because obviously Walmart is a really big store. On this one night, I happened to be working in the pets and supplies aisle, which is in the back end of the store. I had been working in that general area, but not that exact aisle earlier in the night, but by now it was about 11:30 p.m. Our store closed at 11, so we had been closed for 30 minutes now. As I was in the pet supply aisle, I was just stocking one of the shelves by myself. When the store closed, I would often put in headphones and listen to music while I worked, which is what I was doing. It helps work go by faster and easier for me. But out of nowhere, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. It appeared as though somebody had walked by. I looked over, but they were now gone. I assumed it to be one of my coworkers, and once a few minutes went by, I kept working. Then, again, I saw somebody at the end of the aisle out of the corner of my eye. I looked over, and this time the person did not walk away. It wasn't one of my coworkers, though. It looked like just some guy that I had never seen before. When I looked at him, he disappeared behind the next aisle. I got up and walked over and then looked down the next aisle. When I did, I saw the man disappearing out of that aisle and into the one after that. I took out my headphones and then radioed in on my walkie that I thought I saw somebody inside the store who wasn't supposed to be here. After that, I kept doing my work. About an hour later, I went to the back room. That area was pretty large in our store, but I was the only one back in that section at the time. When I was walking over there, I was sure that I saw the man again. I could see him hiding behind a box underneath one of the shelves there. I didn't stare at him, and I acted like I never saw him. I was going to walk past, but I decided to turn around and then go the other way instead. He was maybe 30 feet away. When I began walking back, I heard noises behind me, even with my headphones in. I started running for the exit to go back into the sales floor. I heard footsteps behind me when I did. When I got there, I opened the door and the man did not come out after me. I ran to find the nearest employee. That was Al, who was working in the electronics overnight at the time. I told him that I saw a man in the back, and he decided to come back and see. I had a bad feeling, and I wondered if the guy was dangerous. We both went back there anyways. When we opened the door to the back, we heard the sound of another door opening. It was coming from one of the doors we had back there that opened up to the outside. They were rarely used. We walked in further, just in time to see the guy walking out of the store and the door closing behind him. After that, he was gone. I still don't know how the man got inside. My only guess is he somehow avoided all employees and hid inside the store until after we had closed. I also wonder what he was going to do to me when he was hiding in the back and then followed me. Luckily, I quit that job not too long afterwards. When I was in high school, I played on the basketball team. I played several sports, but basketball was always my best one. During my senior year of high school, and sometime during the basketball season is when this story took place. I remember that during that semester, I had an open hour where I did not have any class. This was common for seniors in my school. Sometimes you could go to school an hour later or leave early. But for me, I would go to the school and practice basketball. One of the gyms was always open because we had a few of them. There was no class in the back gym, or rarely ever a class there. I would just practice basketball and shoot hoops all by myself, which I really enjoyed. On this one day, it was like any other. I went to the locker room first and changed, then I went into the back gym. I would keep an eye on the clock as I practiced here and there. I know it was about halfway through the class period when I heard the intercom. There was a beep, and then I heard that the school was going into a lockdown. I wasn't really sure what to think at first.
I thought that maybe it was a drill, but it also could have been real. I was already by myself in the gym, and I figured that it wouldn't matter if I just stayed there. The doors to the gym were already closed, but I had no ability to lock them or anything. I just kept practicing, thinking it wasn't that big of a deal and not taking it all that serious. I was dribbling and shooting in the back court when I heard a door to the other gym open. There was a large divider which separated the back court that I was in from another court next to me. That court was also empty and not in use at the time. I thought maybe it was a teacher entering. Somebody was going to tell me that I had to leave the gym or something. I picked up the basketball and held it, waiting for the person to reach me. They walked right up to the other side of the divider, but then stopped. There was probably just a couple of feet of space between the divider and the wall. You had to kind of move it to go around it to the other side. The person wasn't coming to this side though. I didn't see them at all either. I kept waiting. About a minute went past, and I could tell the person was right on the other side. I thought about saying something or going over there, but I decided not to. It seemed kind of weird. I walked back over to the locker room instead. I made my way out of the basketball court and through the doorways into the hallway. I didn't hear the person on the other side of the divider moving or walking at all as I walked out there. Then, I headed the short ways to the locker room. It was maybe like 40 feet. Obviously, nobody was out in the hallway. I reached the locker room, but after trying the door, it was locked. At first, I didn't really know what to do. I thought about going back into the gym, but then I decided to find another classroom. It was eerily quiet. There were no classrooms immediately nearby, so I had to turn to the left and go down that hallway for a little while. Finally, I was in the science hallway, and I found the first classroom. I knocked on the door several times. Soon, I saw the teacher look through the small window of the door and then open it for me. It was a teacher who knew me, which was good, and I was let into the class. I asked if anybody knew what the lockdown was about. I didn't really get an answer though. Soon, I would find out. About 20 or 30 minutes later, the lockdown was finally lifted. The class was let out, and we all went to our next hour classes. The word spread of the lockdown, and I found out it was because a man had broken into the school. He had been found hiding inside of the gym. It was then that I realized it was most likely the same person who had been on the other side of the divider in the gym with me.